tonight.
I think I'm going to take off, actually. Probably either play some Call of Duty or watch some of this Netflix show I've been watching, the OA.
The Mandalorian's good.
No, dude. Okay, I'm sure people like it, but no, I am absolutely not a Star Wars fan whatsoever. I've tried a dozen
I'm
times.
just letting you know that it's on there.
I hate you.
Oh, you're not a Star Wars fan?
Hate you.
I've tried a dozen times to watch any one episode, one movie of Star Wars, and I have never made it all the way through one.
Oh man, I love episode 4 through 6, man, the originals, but I can't get into any of the new ones.
No, I think they're okay. Lou, however, he falls asleep through them.
Yeah. Well, Bambi, I don't know if I can watch the OA with somebody named Boba Fett.
I forgot I still had a Star Wars name. It's Boba Fett. I am not Boba Fett. That would disrespect Boba Fett. I'm fat.
My brother tells me if you're going to watch Netflix, watch, I guess it's called Big Mouth.
Oh, that's funny, that show, yeah.
Everyone's saying that Big Mouth is a funny show. But it's an adult thing, isn't it?
Yeah, it's supposed to be like going through puberty, but it's like really dark humor.
So it's about going through puberty, but it's got dark humor.
Mm-hmm. It's weird. Like each child has got a hormone monster. It's fucked.
She said, "Yo." Some girl just said it says each child in the cartoon has got a hormone monster. Do you not think that's fucked?
Is there a parrot in the room? Hello?
Hello, Dave.
Hello.
Hello, Bambi. We have any new people on here?
I'm kind of new. I mean, this is like my 4th night on here.
Oh yeah, you have a gobble gobble roll.
Yeah, I got on here. I think Thanksgiving night, and I got the gobble gobble. I don't know who gave that to me.
I didn't even know we had a gobble gobble.
Oh no, that's not what that's for. I made that roll. That roll's for people who are from Turkey.
Oh, wow, that's weird. No, I'm not from Turkey.
Yeah, exactly. We have a few Turkish people, and I realised none of them. Like, I have a battered Mars bar roll for being Scottish. The English have got stiff upper lip. There's Yankees. So we had a Turkish guy, and I gave him the gobble gobble roll.
Okay, yeah, I'm not from Turkey.
The English have stiff upper lip, but they also have wanker, so they have 2 rolls.
Yeah, they're both. They're both.
Yeah, I was verified on Thanksgiving. That's why I thought I had it. I was like, that's weird. What the hell is this?
No, it's for Turkey people, for Turkish people.
Well, if somebody wants to change it, I'm fine with it. But
I got it. So you said you're new to the server. Have you spoke Flat Earth with anyone yet?
Yeah, I've came on with I've talked to a couple times on here. Like I said, I came on Thanksgiving. I came on like a few weeks ago. I think Austin Wizard was on here. Talked to him for just a few minutes, but that was pretty much it. I've just been pretty much listening in, and then tonight just talking to this guy about construction. I'm in the same business. I do construction. I do industrial construction.
That's pretty cool. So what's your views on the shape of the Earth?
Oh, flat. Yeah. I mean, well.
Oh,
I mean,
you believe it's flat? That's fine.
Oh, yeah, definitely. Yeah. Flat. I mean, I'm pretty sure it's more like realmish. Like I've been reading like Enoch and all that, and actually rereading Enoch because I read it like years ago from the Glober point of view, and I was thinking like all this stuff was like aliens and whatnot, and then now I'm like going back to it, and now I've been like a Christian again for like I was probably reborn 2 years ago, and then yeah, so I'm recently like rereading all this stuff, and it's just blowing my mind.
Mm.
But I've probably been a flat earther, cool. Yeah, like 5 years in flat Earth.
Nice. How did you come to flat Earth?
Just everybody talking about it, like Obama and everybody. Like when they were like, "Oh, flat Earth," and I was like, "People think the Earth is flat. This is stupid." And then I finally why do people think this? And I started looking into it, and I'm like, "Holy shit!" Like, well, why did I think it was round? Like, this is obvious. And like as a kid, like I've always been like just mesmerized by nebulas. And I would always look underneath the photo and like read like these colors have been enhanced, and this is just imagery or whatever, and just enhanced or whatever.
Have you noticed that they kind of got rid of that when growing up? Like all of those NASA images would have really tiny print that says that.
I've noticed they got rid of it, man. I've noticed that because I try to get like newer like popular science magazines and stuff like that. My dad, he's a subscriber to Popular Science, and I flip through it, and I try to go down to the fine print, and it's not as clear as it used to be. Like it still kind of leads you to like knowing it's a false image, but like back then they would say like, oh yeah, this photo is enhanced and added colors and added like this imagery.
They would usually say it's a composite image or
composite, and it doesn't really say so much of that these days. It's not so clear. I mean, if you're like us and you know how to read it, you can still kind of see the grablin in there, like how they mix it all up. But it's just, man, it's hard to convince someone who's a glober like these days with most recent magazines. Like when you show them those pictures in those magazines, it's like, wow, this doesn't even say what it used to say when I was a kid.
Yeah, most of when they showed you pictures of just even the planets in our solar system, they would it would say like artist rendition really small down in the corner or like
graphic interpretation.
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah, interpretation or this is interpretation from data received from satellite, blah blah blah. But it's not even like that. And you used to be able to go look at that and be like, well, this isn't even like theoretically like interpretable. Like you can't even interpret numbers to be colors and densities, and it's like, what the hell is actually going on here?
Nonetheless, knowing what Uranus smells like.
Yeah. Oh, Uranus smells like sulfur.
Or it rains diamonds on, what was it, Mars or something? I don't know.
Or Neptune or something like that. Yeah, whatever it was.
One of the things that got, when I was talking to my grandpa about this after, he kind of became Flat Earth, is that he always had a hang up on when they would color dinosaur scales. And they would be like, grays and greens and kind of like camouflage. He's like, how the hell do they know that?
Yeah, and well, actually, like even for people who, I guess like archaeologists or no, not like who are the people paleontologists?
Hello.
They would say that like, this is just like our best guess is like or an idea, one person's idea of what they might have looked like. They didn't know what colors they were if they had feathers or scales or there's no way of knowing that. They just got bones.
And they got bones from animals they don't even know what they actually are.
Yeah, people are talking about a lot of those bones turned out to be cow and chicken bone.
Yeah, or whales and shark bone that potentially could have came from the Great Flood because they find this stuff so far inland, and they're like, oh yeah, this is a great white shark in Kentucky.
All right, so we had a young person in here said hello. Sounded like you wanted to talk.
Yeah,
I think
hello.
it was officially Paddy.
Official
Hello, Paddy.
Hi, how's it going?
Oh, hey,
Good. How are you, Patty?
I have a question.
Ship for the stars.
Well, keep it on Earth, but
keep it on Earth.
Yeah. The question: ship for the stars.
All right. Why do you guys think the Earth is flat? Oh, what's the deal?
It measures that way.
So, yeah, it's observed flat. It's measured flat. When you think about it, the only evidence you've got for it being a ball is from other people. There's nothing you or I can go and verify to prove to ourselves that it's a ball. And when we take their numbers, because they've got an exact radius, circumference, everything, drop rate for the curvature. When we put those numbers to the test, it's measured flat also.
I see. All right.
Mm-hmm. It's quite funny that there's nothing, like, when you think about it, the only thing we've got to go off for it being a ball is pictures from space or someone else's words. There's no measurement that you or I can do that proves it's a ball. There's nothing we can prove to each other.
Yeah, Patty, in your experience, have you ever seen any Earth curve?
No, I haven't.
And okay, thank you. And have you ever experienced the Earth spinning?
No.
Okay, great. So that's going to be our starting point. That's going to be our base axiom, okay? Now, anybody who comes to you with a claim claiming otherwise has now made a positive claim, and they have the burden of proof to prove to you their claim. Have they ever proven to you that the Earth spins or that the Earth has curvature?
No.
Well, it's kind of a problem, isn't it?
I guess. Yeah, I guess.
Well, you asked why we think the Earth is flat, and that's a pretty good starting point.
All right. But why did you guys get into why do they hide it from us? You know what I mean? Like, why would they?
Why would they lie?
Yeah, why would they lie? Why would they lie like that?
Can I ask you a question? Can I ask why do you think the Earth is a ball?
I've been taught that my whole life. That's probably why. But I'm just asking, like, why would they? Why would they lie to us saying it's round? Why don't they just say it's flat if it's flat?
That question is asked by everyone, but it's one question that you nor I can answer. I can't answer why anyone lies. When someone cheats on you in a relationship, well, that's the thing. We can speculate, but we don't know. If someone cheats on you in a relationship, you're never going to truly know why they did it. They might tell you why they did it, but you don't know whether that's the actual truth of why they did it. The only person who knows that is the person who committed the crime or the act. So we can speculate that it's a cover up for.
Can someone mute their mic, please?
Who's got the background noise?
I'm not sure, but it's stopped now. That's all right. So
sorry, I think that was me.
I'm just going to say that you could actually.
No problem.
The only reason why people lie is to benefit or profit themselves.
Well, there's white lies also. So they might be covering up something for the greater good or what they perceive to be the greater good.
Or to try
to
try to protect you is another reason people lie.
Yeah, to try
which would be benefiting them.
Yeah, but that's not what a white lie is. A white lie is trying to help someone else.
It benefits them.
If it's to protect somebody else, it's not for their benefit.
Which benefits them.
How?
What?
Because they want that person protected.
Well, how is that benefiting them? It's for the other person's benefit.
Because they themselves don't want any harm, or the reason they're lying.
Thank you.
It's still, you're only going to lie for a loved one to benefit the love.
All right, look.
I mean, you're only going to lie. Like it's hard to explain. It is still in your mind. It benefits you. That's why you tell the lie.
I mean, I understand. Okay, so like a person doesn't want to see somebody else hurt or something like that, and they tell a lie.
So they benefit.
It's a selfish reason.
They don't want them
doesn't want to see that person hurt.
If it saves someone else's life,
that seems like a little bit of a stretch, though, James.
Yeah.
No, if you,
I wouldn't say benefits. Benefits not the right word.
Let me explain. Let me explain. If it required you to lie to save a life, right? It's benefiting you. You're doing that because you know it's right. It's like
I'd say you're doing that to benefit them.
It still benefits the person, the life they get saved. It benefits them, obviously, but it still benefits you.
Okay.
Otherwise, you wouldn't do it.
Thank you for your opinion on it, James. But we're talking with official Patty right now. I don't want to get too far off the point. So there's a multitude of reasons why people lie. James is right. Usually it is for their benefit, to give them some kind of an upper hand over you. We can only speculate, as Bambi said, as to why somebody would lie. Only they really know the real answer. And when somebody, like in this situation, like, why would NASA be telling a lie or the government be telling lies? It probably has more to do with control. Let me use a little analogy. Let's go back to the days where it was common to own slaves, and let's say you were a slave owner. Did you teach your slaves how to read? Probably not, right? Why? To keep them ignorant, to keep them dumb to reality. Knowledge is power. So if you are trying to control a population, like governments are doing, they would be unwise to keep you in the know. The question is better, or the better question is, why wouldn't a government lie? They have every reason to lie and no reasons to tell the truth.
Very well said.
We talked about this yesterday too, that if you look at the governments that are telling these lies, the ones that claim a space agency, North Korea, Iran, India, China, Russia, are these like nations, these governments known for being truthful?
Well, they would lead us to believe that without government, it would just be anarchy. But if you study the history of man, you'll come to the conclusion that governments are anarchy.
So I think we got some new people who got checked in. I don't know whether they've come down here.
Hey, Bambi.
Hey, Earl. We got Ice. I've never seen you before. There they go. There's the new people. I've got no idea how to pronounce your name. Engavar Atli. I don't know how to pronounce that. You just got VC verified above Ice and Richard. James Richard. That guy. Oh well, he can speak if he wants to.
I'm going to say Ingvar Atli.
Is that it?
I don't know.
It looks like it.
Ingvar Atli.
Hello.
Did I say it close? Was I close?
It's Ingvar Atli.
All right, that's pretty good. Yeah, got it. What brings you to the server?
How you doing?
I just want to know a little bit more about the flat Earth and how the Earth is flat.
Well, you got any questions for us?
I'm on the fence of being a flat earther and a non-believer in flat Earth.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm trying to get pushed over the fence, if you know what I mean.
Mm-hmm. Well, what's keeping you on the fence? That's like the easiest question. What is still
I
keeping
think I
you
need some
thinking?
like evidence or something, something that can help me believe.
Okay, well, there's multiple things we can go into how, for the heliocentric model, which is us living on a ball, the impossible side of it, the living next to a vacuum side. What they say in that model about us living next to a vacuum breaks the laws of physics. Or we can go into the fact that the Earth is measured flat. So those are two strong points for evidence, I would say. So do you want to talk about measurement of Earth, or do you want to talk about how us existing breaks the laws of physics in a vacuum, whatever?
I have one question.
Mm-hmm.
Have you seen the movie where the laser is pointed through the holes?
Oh yeah, that's the Netflix documentary, isn't it?
Yeah. Can you explain
Yeah, that
what happened there?
Yeah, we can definitely explain that. The laser failed. The culminator on it melted. It was on too long. It overheated. And Netflix was very dishonest with their coverage of that. What Jaren actually had done is just as a last resort, he tried it with a flashlight, which of course is not going to work. And they cut and pasted different clips of what they were filming that day in order to paint a certain or portray a certain thing to happen in real life that isn't how it actually happened in real life. If you've ever seen like the Daily Show, when they take an interview with somebody and they clip it and make it really, really funny to look really stupid, that's basically what Netflix does with those documentaries, so-called documentaries.
Mm-hmm. Basically, if you're going to do something like that, that's been done before, that whole experiment, and it worked. So the reason that it didn't work for them just means that, well, like Lou said, they used the wrong equipment. They used a flashlight rather than a laser. And the reason they use a laser is because, well, that's what you need. You can't use a flashlight. The light disperses more. It's not going to go through the target you're aiming at. But we do other laser tests that hit their targets.
Too, mathematically, it doesn't add up, because you would have to have a curve. If everywhere is curving away from you, the person he saw curved away from him, but it would be a reciprocal function. The other guy would be curving away from point A and point B. So is there a double curve there? Do you see what I'm talking about, right?
Yeah, I think I understand.
You got point A to point B. Point B says you have to lift up your flashlight so I can see it because you're curved away from me. But point B to point A would also have the same curve downward. So that would be a double curve at that point. There would be two curves. So point B to point A would be double the amount. Then if you added in a third point, that would be triple the amount, because each time there would have to be a drop away from the original position. See how quickly the globe model falls apart when you test it?
Yeah, it sounds. I believe you when you say it like that.
You see what I'm talking about? Like me and you are standing 100 meters apart. I'm like, hey, I can't see your flashlight lifted up over your head. And you're like, certainly. And you lift the flashlight up, but now you to me, you would have to have a second curve.
Who was the girl who was talking here earlier?
Oh, Bambi.
Bambi. My name's Boba Fett just now, but it's Bambi.
Yeah. Boba Fett.
I was just thinking about if I could ask you a question.
Mm-hmm. Go on.
do you have any socials or anything like that so I can talk to you on a more...
For crying out loud.
So I can
Back up, bro. Back up.
Oh, shit.
I think it's awesome.
You're not the first and you won't be the last to ask that, but no, I don't give out my socials on here.
What did I walk into?
Yeah, it's someone asking for my snap or something. I don't know.
Whoa, okay.
I'm happy to talk to you on Discord about Flat Earth. Well, that's not necessary to Flat Earth, is it?
No, it's true. That's true. But I'm on the fence right now. I can become a flat earther if you give me your socials.
Great.
Yeah.
That's not going to work, but I will flat smack you.
A couple of personal pics might push him over the fence, baby. Come on.
Do it for Flat Earth.
Yeah, come on, get in on it.
Fuck's sake.
He just wants some love.
Poor little guy. Are you lonely?
Hey, Ingvar Adley. About your question you first asked, you said something about to help you believe in flat Earth or, the ball Earth, but you have to really make a difference between a belief and a knowing, which is a big difference. Once you understand that part of life, what you believe that you've never seen, never touched, you can't see it, can't touch it, can't measure it, and what you know. Once you start making that difference, then you start to go look into natural sciences and see what's actually applicable to the truth. As an example, water boils at 100 degrees. Well, it depends what altitude you are. So you can test that yourself, so that becomes a knowing. But anything you can't test by yourself, like someone tells you just, I believe in God or I believe in gravity, these two things cannot be proven, seen, measured. So you really have to discern the truth from your own understanding, knowing. The first step into when you're on the fence, that's what you got to do. Separate what is belief and knows, something that you know for sure.
Okay, but here's my point. In Iceland, it's actually nearly illegal to be a flat earther. So I really need something in return if I'm gonna be a flat earther. So I really need socials.
We have Icelandic flat earthers.
If that's the case, if it's nearly illegal to be a flat earther, shouldn't that tell you something? Right there.
Maybe.
If the government says to you that you are not allowed to do something, there's usually a very good reason, and it's because it's a little too close to the truth. See, like in America, when the government mandates something, everybody becomes suspicious. It's just the way it works. Like you shouldn't trust your government, and if they tell you something is some way and you're not allowed to think a certain way, that's a giant red flag.
Yeah. Yes, I understand.
Do you not think they should be encouraging you to question stuff? For example, we've had a lot of people come in that are still at school and they're like, I've put this towards my teachers before and I just get they retaliate with aggression. That should show you again that they're not there to teach you to question things. They're there for you just to follow a script, and hopefully you don't step out the script. Because when you do, they're going to retaliate with questions. We've had kids who have went to their physics teachers and asked, can you have gas pressure without a container? And when they say no, and you're like, okay, well, what about us existing next to a vacuum? There's no container. The teachers get aggressive because they can't answer how we exist next to a vacuum without containment.
It just works like that.
Mm-hmm. It just works. Gravity. All right, well, gravity's not physical, so how is it containing?
Oh, so right.
So the whole the whole education system is actually the teachers are only there to make sure you pass your test.
The teachers are only there to get you to regurgitate what they're trying to make you repeat. Like it's repeat and regurgitate. It's just like.
And it's
here's the evidence, and no, you cannot question it because we already have this factual. Because NASA went to space and they took this picture of Earth, and we know that it's a ball, and that no, you can't question it because NASA took a picture. And
no, it's worse than that. You can't question it because you'll have to change the answer on the test that the government made. They made you the test, right? Yes. So if you question, then you have to change the answer. And that completely ruins their whole 500 years indoctrination program about being a ball Earth.
Now they have to rearrange the whole curriculum. And now that the Rockefellers' curriculum has been defaulted, how are we going to change all this? Well, let's not. Let's just call everything else theory.
Man. That's like 80% of every book and every knowledge that we hold on Earth has to do with
Just think of it this way. Gravity does not meet any of the scientific methods. You cannot observe it, isolate it, vary it, manipulate it, or control it. But for some reason, it's called science.
And if you try to test it in a vacuum, it does not measure the same.
Yeah, it's a belief. It's a religion. It's a cult. The same thing. Gravity replaces God. And, it's the same paradigm here. Beliefs. Now, mind you, I am a Christian. I do believe Creator. That's what I am. But as far as the gravity part, it's the invert. Everything goes against Scripture. It's two paradigms. That's why they lie. Every conqueror of a nation destroyed all the knowledge they had, in that library, and they replaced it with their view of history and what happened. So the knowledge of history has to be, very looked into, and it's not always accurate.
All right, guys. Well, I'm going to go off here. This is Matt Prince, by the way. You guys have a good night. It was good talking to everybody, but I have something to do in here in about 10 minutes. But you guys have a good night. It's good talking to everybody.
Take care.
Bye.
Have a good night.
Yeah, see you.
Make sure you keep coming back, man. Oh, he's quick. All right.
He was moused over the exit.
I think it's a good question to always ask if they understand the difference between belief and knowledge and knowing. That's
and then
to me that's the first
step. We're supposed to take them through a 3-step process to prove that.
Yeah, exactly. So once you bring it up at first, when they first come in, because the first question he asked was about help him believe. And that's first step. Okay, wait, we don't believe here. It's knowing. You have to make that difference, Matt, that discernment. What is belief in your mind and what is actually knowing? So it's either you believe in a person who told you, like your teacher or a science guy or, NASA. You must believe in what they say. You can't test it or measure it or see it or understand science. Well, it's a belief. It has to be. So I think that's what flat earthers.
It's like
a lot of people just believe it without questioning it.
That's right.
It's like you're standing at the beach next to your friend, and you're both looking out over the water. You've never been taught that the Earth is a sphere, right? So you observe it as flat, and then your friend next to you says, "No, it's a sphere." It would be on him to prove it. It's observably flat.
Yeah.
It'd be another way to help people like that kid that.
I know, and every time someone brings up, every reason for everything is gravity, when they say that, well, then I make them understand and say, well, if I tell you I believe in God, can I prove God to you? I can't have a selfie with him and say, here's God, You can't do the same. You can't have a picture or gravity. You can't measure it. It's non-visible. It's not a force. So
that's why Globers get angry when you say to them like believing in a ball is just it's a religion, because even people who are religious or believe in the Bible or the Quran or anything will say that it's a belief. It's not verifiable. It's not like he says, you can't go and take a selfie. Like, it is a belief. And that's the same with us living on a ball. And like the question I asked earlier, there's nothing you or I can go do to prove that we're living on a ball. There's nothing. So it is a belief.
Yep. So, and the atheist, I was speaking with a friend of mine. He's a great guy, open mind, but he tells himself he's atheist. Anyway, so he comes over and I talk to him about flat Earth, and he believes in the ball. That's nonsense, whatever. But I said, here, you say atheist, but you believe in a ball. You're in that religion. You can't say you're an atheist. You believe in a ball. And he had a hard time putting that together, but pretty fun guy. Pretty fun conversation.
Yeah. So, fake news. You have your VC verified. You also have your Nitro boost, which thank you for boosting the server, by the way. Let's get to you. Let's talk to him. What do you think? Fake news.
Oh,
actually, the only thing that
keep yourself unmuted, Fake.
What you saying, bro?
Okay, I thought somebody else was talking.
The reason I don't believe the Earth is flat is because of Boba Fett's curves.
Ingvar, can we come back to you in a little while? We want to talk to fake news for a second.
All right, go on, fake news. If you tell us your 3 most compelling proofs for flat Earth, while I do some research on your profile.
I don't know if I'm even ready for that. I want to talk to him a little bit more before we even ask him that. Just kind of almost like another VC check-in. So, fake news. Like, how long have you been a part of the server now?
I've been part of it for a while. I just made this account because my other account was messing up. I was Snow Globe. I had that flat Earth role already.
Oh, okay.
Oh yeah, I can recognize your voice. Yeah, I remember you. I remember I checked you in.
Yeah. My other account was messing up, so I made a new one. But yeah, I mean, I can give proofs if y'all want them.
I just want to ask you before I check it out. Like, people say they lost their accounts. You weren't banned for any reason, were you?
No, it wasn't.
Okay. Yeah, this might be more appropriate for the interview room, actually. Then, give it a little bit. Fake news. Somebody's gonna probably drag you.
I'll do it because I remember him.
All right, go ahead, Ingvar. What you were saying then?
He was just talking about
I got a really good point that proves the Earth is not flat.
All right, great. I'm gonna jump up to BC.
My point is, Boba Fett's curves actually is the reason the Earth is not flat.
Shut up, man.
I'm sorry, say it again. What curves is the reason?
He's a pervy wanker.
Yeah.
Hey, I think he's trying to hit on Bambi or something.
Again?
Now.
See, there's always been in the atheist
hold
movement.
On a second. How do you prove that the Earth is not flat again?
Now, I just want her socials. I'm not asking anything else.
She already gave you her answer for that. So, How do you prove that the Earth is not flat? How do you, in fact, because you have the positive claim, if you're going to take the side of the globe, you have the positive claim. How do you prove curvature?
Prove her.
He's seen it. He's seen it before.
No, don't answer for him.
Okay, I just hear in her voice that she's a really curvy person.
No, I know.
So this guy's not here to like have a real conversation. He's just trolling, essentially.
Yeah. But I'm just gonna tell him right now. Hey, Bambi is my wife. You're gonna stop there. It's annoying.
Well, how is she your wife if she's my wife?
Just figured that lock.
You're Mormon.
God damn, Bambi.
Yeah.
Bambi's the alpha female.
God.
Yeah.
She has a harem of dudes.
Wait, so she's cucked you guys? Wow.
Or
yeah. But they call it stimping, right?
We all like to hear, a smart woman speak there. That's good. She's awake. She's smart. And she, I can understand why he's saying that. So he's attracted to her brains.
Yeah, she's assertive.
Yeah.
Yeah, unfortunate for women. Like I kind of feel bad for all of them because they have to deal with a lot of creeps, people who are just always hard up looking for something when that's not the point of why they are here.
Yeah.
It's really a big globalist issue because you see how the Me Too movement took down Lawrence Krauss, Richard Dawkins, Tyson, Sam Harris, David Silverman. These atheists, they are perverts, deviant.
They're satanic psychopaths.
Because as they see everything other than themselves, they actually think that the universe revolves around them, and everything in creation is just there to either give them pleasure or they're annoyed by it and they want to ignore it and push the block button. Because if you ever actually try to engage with an atheist, the first thing they'll do is they'll try to sexually harass you if you're a woman. But if you're a man, they just block you. There's a famous atheist known for doing this. Oh, I'm drawing the blank on his name right now.
Probably Aaron Ra.
Bearing false witness.
Yeah, Aaron Ra's a big blocker too, but there's the one I'm thinking about has like a bot that just blocks people. Give me 1 second. It'll come to me. Here, I got a picture of him. If you recognize this dude. Steve Shives. There we go. It just came to me.
Yeah.
Like he is just the atheist who just keeps
running around chasing the money.
Steve Shives the type of atheist that proves there's a god because there's no way until random natural selection could produce somebody so stupid.
Uh-oh, I commend to see you calling someone stupid. What happened?
It's better than being an idiot or a moron or a retard.
That's true.
Yeah.
He just doesn't have the functionality, in his brain, in his cranial, housing to function in any sort of environment, which is why he needs to use technology to block people he disagrees with.
Who are we talking about?
Steve Shives, but mostly atheists in general.
Hey, Bambi, just to say, if anyone else comes in here, trying to get your number, some of us will just say, "Hey, she's my wife. Get off her."
Yes, that would be good. I usually tell them I'm a lesbian, so I'm not, but it keeps them away from me.
Yeah.
I think someone's wife is better.
Yeah, I think so. Some of us has to step up there.
Yeah. He won't be the first. He's not the first, and he won't be the last.
No,
Discord brings out the worst in people.
I don't know if you heard what we're saying, but we can understand because it's smart women like you are rare, and nice voice and stuff. So yeah, it is sexy. So I can understand him, but it's not a place.
Yeah, it's not a dating site. It's a flat Earth Discord. I mean, I'll smack him on either side of the fence if he wants that.
Yeah.
I know some guys are into that.
I guess.
I have a good idea.
Mhm.
How about everybody turns their cameras on?
We can't do that in here.
Too much risk involved with that.
Yeah, because it's a live stream, everything that's done in here will be put to the live stream. So you're not allowed to share your videos. It's blocked on this DC.
Yeah, and what do you want? Some kind of cam party or something? Don't be a weirdo.
Nobody's looking for your dick pic or anything like that.
We don't want to see any 1-inch wonders, so you can keep that to yourself.
Ingvar, I'm surprised nobody's done anything about. I'm gonna make this like an unofficial warning. Like, you're not to come in here just to try to troll for women. You're not gonna try to troll for the globe. You're not gonna come in here and take the piss out of the flat Earth. The mods are on to you, and the fact that you're here is a blessing. Okay, we're giving you a last chance. If you want to talk about flat Earth, talk about flat Earth. Or defend your globe, prove the curve. But don't come in here just being a douchebag.
That's it.
Okay, I'm sorry.
You will be, but that's okay. Do you mind if I ask you some questions?
Okay.
Can we have gas pressure without containers?
Can you repeat that? I didn't hear that.
Can we have gas pressure without a container, like helium, without it being contained?
No.
Okay, so the one thing you need to have gas pressure is a container, for example, a tire. Without the tire, you can't really put pressurized air into it, can you?
No, yes.
Yeah, so us existing next to a vacuum would need a container of sorts. Because our gases, when you pop a helium balloon, the helium finds its equilibrium, it equalizes. So it's going to basically float off and fuck off. Which it should do into the vacuum. But it doesn't.
I don't really get your point.
So if we were existing next to a vacuum, our gases should find their equilibrium. They should equalize. They will float off until they equalize. Like helium, when you pop the helium balloon, you're not left with a pocket of helium in the air, are you? It's going to equalize. Which is what our gas should be doing.
I don't think he realizes he's breathing pressurized gas.
Can I ask you one question?
Well, after we go through this one, you may, yeah. So you understand what I'm saying. There needs to be a barrier between us and a vacuum. If we were to have a vacuum chamber here on Earth, and we open the door to the vacuum chamber, what's going to happen? Is it going to stay a vacuum, and the gas is going to stay on the outside of it? Or is the gas going to equalize and fill the vacuum?
It's going to equalize.
Yeah. So you can't have a vacuum next to gas. Because your gas is going to need containment.
That's true.
Mm-hmm. So that's why us living next to space breaks the laws of physics. Second law of thermodynamics. Do you get what I'm saying? All right. So do you want to reply to that? If I know you said you were on the fence, so that in itself kind of destroys the heliocentric model.
I think I understand.
Okay. So can you explain how we exist next to a vacuum? Or the heliocentric model? So us living on a ball with pressurized gas, living next to a vacuum without a container. Can you explain how that works?
You actually make me kind of flabbergasted. I don't really have an argument against that.
Yeah, not a lot of people do. Or, well, no one has, actually. Most of them just respond with, oh, but gravity pulls the gas down. Gravity is not a physical thing, and like we said, to create pressurized gas, the molecules have got to bounce off the walls of a container. You've got to have a physical thing. So gas can't contain gas, so the atmosphere is irrelevant as well. You got every right to feel flabbergasted, because that kind of destroys the whole model in itself. Because if they say, oh, well, there is a container, it's just, we never said it before, well, that means you can't have sent anything to the moon or to Mars, because as soon as you break that container, like a puncture in a tire of a car, your gas is going to slowly sleep out over time, like a slow puncture. So there's no container, and if there was one, that means everything they've done going to space, Mars, moon, anything like that, would have broke the container.
I understand, I think.
Yeah.
But
did you want to ask anything on it?
Yeah, have you seen the movie Interstellar? The world was not round, not flat in that movie.
That was a movie.
I haven't actually seen it.
We're talking about reality, not movies.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was like a psychological mind bender, that movie. That had nothing to do with reality.
So do you not like that movie?
Oh, no, I thought it was a good movie. It's a very interesting movie. It has nothing to do with reality, though.
Yeah. But
yeah, like they weren't really in space,
Well, in the end of that, it's all like this quantum of idea, like of being able to like fall kind of between dimensions and bend time and all this crazy stuff. That it's a really neat scene that they have there, but
it's all theatrical science there, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, theory.
But how can you explain? Can you just walk off the Earth, or how does it end?
Yes. Well, that's the thing. We can't figure that out. We're not going to lie to you and make something up, because we can't go to Antarctica to figure that out. There's something called the Antarctic Treaty, where you can't go to Antarctica. You can't take extra fuel for any vehicles. You're not allowed to take dogs for sleigh dogs or whatever. There's loads of restrictions about going to Antarctica. You're only allowed to take a certain amount of food, for Christ's sake. There's loads of restrictions. You can't go to Antarctica without getting legal documents and stuff like that because of the Antarctic Treaty.
Okay.
So we can speculate about the edge. Some of us, this is where we start to disagree. Some of us will think maybe there is one. Some of us will think it's an infinite plane. We don't know. The infinite plane thing, some don't believe there is an edge, that we're sort of, if you want to use the U word, the universe, that we're the floor of the universe and there is no end. Maybe there's other things out there. Don't know. The point is, we can't go there to figure it out.
The one thing that kind of raises question about it is the blue rock, the sky stone. If they have tested, and it's made of 77% oxygen. Seems to have solid structure up there, and it is, with that in mind, it is possible that there would be a container, so a wall. You get to a point where there's a wall, you can't go further. That is speculation again, but it's according to scripture, firmament. But we still don't know how far that goes beyond Antarctica. Never been there, right?
I believe it's the Antarctic Treaty, the 60th South parallel. You cannot go beyond.
That's right. So once we can have recorded video or data to confirm to us what is exactly there and open to public so we can all go, that's when we'll know. Before then, it's hidden information.
Knowledge is power. Somebody said it earlier. It's not money, because knowledge gives you money.
Or hiding knowledge, keeping knowledge makes you valuable.
Well, I mean, knowledge is what determines what's valuable or money.
Because a lie can be valuable, right?
Well, yeah, their lie is valuable.
Knowledge creates the money. You and I go broke. When we run out of money, the government prints more. See, knowledge creates money.
Also, power does as well, I suppose. So the guy that was asking about being on the fence, that an Ingvar person, you asked for evidence for the flat Earth. Do you have any for us living on a ball?
The Earth was a bowl in the movie Interstellar. Have you seen that?
No, but that's irrelevant. I mean, reality. What evidence have you got for us living on a ball?
Did you see the label game? Label.
No, what evidence?
Oh, I misheard you. Sorry.
What evidence have you got? Yeah.
I've seen Superman fly in a movie.
Yeah, in the movie. Have you seen Planet of the Apes? It's not called.
Movies are irrelevant. What evidence have you got? Remember Lou's warning to you? It's still there.
Yeah.
So
about to get kicked
don't
out,
troll.
Yeah.
What evidence have you got for us living on a ball?
That's my point. I don't really have evidence for either flat Earth or that the Earth is sphere. So I'm like on the verge of believing it's flat. And I think flat is the person to push me over that edge.
Okay. I'd prefer to drop kick you over it, but I'll push you. But like I just said about gas pressure needing a container, that should surely destroy anything about us living on a ball, as well as long distance observations, as well as measurements. Welcome to the flat Earth. There's your evidence. You want to go through some of the measurements that we do?
Yeah, can you go through with me now? Yes.
Okay. Let me just bring one up in the text chat. Alright, so this is called the Black Swan. This is an observation made that should have been impossible if we were living on a ball. So I read it out. It's a modus tollens argument. If P, then Q, not Q, therefore not P. If the Earth is a sphere with a radius of 3959 miles, which is the P, then every horizon distance must measure. It can be it can be less than, but not more than 1.225 squared the root of the observer's height in feet, which is the Q. I think this is a bit far. So this picture, with platform, habitat, and hill house, should be impossible. The observer's height is 1 foot. So if you've got a calculator, you can do the maths. And you'll figure out that none of it adds up. That picture should be impossible.
I'm typing in my calculator. Okay, keep going.
That's it.
Is that it? Oh.
Yeah, platform habitat is 9.41 miles out, and the horizon is behind platform habitat.
Oh, if I could add to that, if in a minute here, I'll give you the video that this came from. When the camera is zoomed out, it is set on the sand, so you can see for sure that it's like 1, maybe 2 feet off of the water, right? At most. We're gonna go with 1 because it's really close to the water, and that keeps the math simple. But another thing to notice is that in the video, that you can see a couple of islands in the background, and they are approximately 29 miles away, and that is where the horizon appears to be. So it's not just 10 miles away. It's more like closer to 30 miles away where that horizon is visible. When the globe math predicts it to be at 1.225 miles.
So it's not even a little bit out. It's a lot.
Actually, when I put the calculations in my calculator, the sum was an error.
What did you put in?
It stands error in my calculator.
What did you put into the calculator?
What did you do, man? What did you do?
As well for me.
I don't know.
I got the same answer.
What did you type into the calculator?
Just the things that you said, the square root and that.
What did I say?
1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet, which is 1. What's the square root of 1?
I got the answer is 1.225.
That's right. That's where the predicted horizon is.
Do you understand
On
what
a
he just
sphere.
said?
The predicted horizon on a sphere.
We see the horizon 10 odd miles away, when the predicted horizon should be 1.225.
Wait, I'm confused here. So the square root of 1 is what?
We didn't get an answer for that. 1?
Okay, that's what I thought. Yeah, it should just be 1. Okay.
Yeah.
It was. I think he said 1.225.
Yeah. No. His answer. Of all of it, if you did 1.225 times times the square root of the observer's height, which is 1, and the answer to the square root is 1, so it's 1.225 times 1. 1.225 times 1 is 1.225. It's very simple.
Yeah, I probably could have went about that better.
When you bring the observer's height, when you bring the observer's height all the way down to 1 foot, it really takes the question away. There is no tomfoolery when it comes to math. It's really simplified. Boom.
Well, not only is it approximately 10 times the distance of the globe, but the horizon is still flat.
Like, I did this on Google Earth by using the other visual cues in the background, and it's somewhere between 25 and 30 miles is where we're seeing that horizon. And keeping in mind that is only the apparent horizon, because it's just an apparent place. It's not a physical place. But so 10 times is an extreme, like, we're giving them a lot when we say 10 times. It's closer to 25 times the distance.
Yeah, and if you make the calculation for a ball, let's just take the 10-mile point. So if you multiply the Earth by the circumference by 10, which is, let's just make it 25,000 miles, it's 250,000 miles circumference. So it's the size of what, Jupiter or something? If it was only 10 times.
That's right. Yeah.
So everything's wrong. Like, there's no physical bulge. If when you look at that 29-mile horizon, it's impossible to have a physical obstruction of the horizon, like the Earth. The water's always flat. It's all the same level. And another point I want to bring about that picture of the black swan is I keep a lot of globies will come in and say, oh well, there's refraction, right? Because you see the crane of the oil rig all crooked on the left side. Well, the pressure, atmospheric distortion. So the closer you are to the water, the denser it should be.
Yeah, well, and that's why they're always screaming refraction. But the thing is BMLSB, the guy who took this video that I posted the video, that's the original Black Swan video. But after the Black Swan took off steam, he repeated it 3 more times over the last year. So we have it at different times of day on 4 different occurrences. And the other 3 show less distortion than the original.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
So and all but one. Yeah. In fact, I'll post all 4 instances of those repeated Black Swans taken by BMLSB.
So my point on this is basically at different, let's say at 1 foot, 2 feet, 3 feet, at different height, you're going to have a different refraction value at every point, because you can't always tell how much humidity or the temperature from you to what you're observing. It changes meters to meters, air flows. So that's why you see that crane, is because you're going through multiple different level of refractions as you're looking up on an angle. So it looks distorted because there might be a pocket of high humidity, or warmer air pocket, going through here. So from your angle, you're going through more layers. You know what I'm saying? So when you look straight at a foot close to the water, when the temperature is kind of close to the temperature of the air, the water in the air, I think that's when you can have a clear see. There's no distortion at the feet of the oil rigs, but there is when you go up. That's the point I'm trying to make here. Like, I rarely hear people speak about, well, there's refraction there. Well, yeah, I know, but if you stay on the same level of density and humidity, the light can get through that easier than if there's changes in the levels of humidity or whatever's in the air, atmosphere. That makes sense?
Guys. What about all the things that NASA says? I mean, they're speaking facts.
How can you verify them? You can't call it a fact unless you can verify it.
Yeah, but it is facts.
How can you verify it as a fact?
I mean, it is a fact. I don't have to verify it. It is a fact.
Well, I'll tell you this fact. Hold on. I want to tell him this fact. The first fact is the word NASA. It means to deceive.
Guys.
That's the first fact. NASA means to deceive. So figure that out.
Guys, yeah. Can you tell me how it's not a fact that what they're saying?
No, because we do not have to prove a negative.
Yeah.
Like you have the positive claim. You have to prove your claim.
It's because it's facts,
Hold on,
you can't just say the word fact.
Hold on,
you can't just say the word fact and have it be a fact. You have to actually prove it.
I can prove it for him.
Hold on, you said that
fact,
I don't have to verify it because
I can verify it for him. I can help him.
But the only way you can get a fact is through
actually.
verification.
Okay, so last night I was watching a movie called Interstellar, and the Earth was.
Let's get back to reality.
All right, Ingar has had his time. He's back to trolling, so he's had his warning.
Yeah, but he said that he doesn't verify it.
Ingar's friend who was spitting facts. Who else was that? Come on, let's hear those facts.
I was just trying to tell him that the only way you can obtain a fact is through verification, but he said he doesn't have to verify it. It's a fact.
Oh, guys, but like for real, I've been to Everest, the mountain, you know, and I've actually walked that far up that I've seen the curve.
I don't believe you.
Impossible.
Why not?
Yeah.
Why do you not believe me?
Did you go up there without a camera? Show us your pictures. Show us your pictures. Did you go up there with a camera?
Yeah, I got a camera.
Yeah. Did you take pictures?
Of course, man.
Share them.
Let's see.
Share them.
Is it your phone?
Guys,
was it your phone?
Put up or shut up.
Lost every single one in the storm. But like, I got the memory, so you just gotta trust me, you know.
Right.
Yeah, cool story, bro.
You gotta trust me, guys.
We'll be seeing you too.
I said, hey, final words.
You're out.
I love you guys.
We're not as stupid as you think we are, trolls.
Well, technically, we are. I mean, we fell for it, right?
You know, that's some real next level cog diss where that guy just kept going to Interstellar as some kind of like evidence of something. I don't know what that was. It's weird.
Pure trolling.
Yeah, but the reason they troll is because they can't handle reality. So they have to like I don't know, be a way, right? And his way was to I saw this movie Interstellar. It's like what is that?
Yeah.
You know, we point out that the Earth obviously cannot be a giant water ball flying through space, and he's like, I saw this movie. It's almost as if he doesn't actually exist in reality.
I know. He doesn't realize that what he sees about NASA, those are movies too. You know?
It's all just a bunch of trickery.
Yeah.
But you can't point out to people that it's trickery. There's like, even though it's so obvious, it doesn't make any sense. I guess it's the whole what you can fool people easier than you can tell them they've been fooled or some shit like that.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
It's much easier to fool a man than to convince him he's been fooled.
Yeah. Right. Well, it's like Santa Claus, right? You have adults in this world currently that know for a fact that Santa Claus is not a real person who goes around the world and delivers presents all in one night. Yet they tell their children this anyways. What?
Yeah, you put it kindly though. You could have said that adults know for a fact that Santa Claus is a lie.
Yeah. And it's all about tradition.
Keep the lie alive.
Mm-hmm. Pagan tradition. That's what that is. And then they believe most of them.
How could it be a day for Jesus when the most trash is thrown upon the earth on that day?
Right. Yeah. Nonsense. And just the word Santa Claus, right? Like the word Santa normally means.
Rearrange the letters.
Yeah, I know Satan Claus, but I mean just the word Santa. Normally, Santa Maria. It's a female, justification for the next word. It's either a saint or a Santa. But then Santa Claus, so Claus, well, looks like claws, like fangs. But then again, if it's a man that holds the name Santa, it's a man, so that's what makes him a transgender, or
maybe it's more of a contract thing, because clause is a contract.
True. Yeah.
Yeah, that's a little deeper.
Yeah.
And there is some kind of contract to it, because, you're given the whole naughty and nice thing. Santa knows what you're doing at all times. So there's a Santa Claus.
He's replacing God.
You're
like
talking
Satan
about
does. He tries to replace God.
You're talking about the Tim Allen movie where they called him the Santa Claus and spelled it like a clause in a legal contract? Like a little bit of truth dropped in Hollywood once again.
No, I didn't see that one.
Oh, yeah, no, the Santa Claus spelled like a clause in a legal contract. That was a Tim Allen movie back in the 90s, late 90s, early 2000s.
Well, like he said, though, it is a contract, because you're given it. Like, you give the day to him. You lie to your children about it.
Yeah, all day waiting get their present from Santa Claus.
Right? All day waiting on a lie that you call a day of Jesus, and I don't mean you as in you, but people.
Yeah.
Or so-called Christian.
It's hijacking, right? Misleading. It's amazing how deep it goes.
But somebody hit the nail on the head when they said tradition, right? So they got us programmed to keep this tradition. The day that makes you happy, it's become a burden.
Yeah, and it kind of breaks our heart in a sense when your grandma, she all her life Christmas and the kids, and she loves Christmas. And it breaks your heart to tell her, "Hey, stop! Don't bring presents to my kids. We don't believe in Christmas."
Yeah, it's the Jesus thing, man. It's like, so you're giving a bunch of gifts to people that don't need them, and you're disregarding the people that need them.
Mm-hmm.
Clothes, food, water, shelter. If you've taken a stranger in, you've taken me in. If you denied the stranger, you denied me.
Yeah. And the
it's like
personal
totally opposite of him, yet called his day. It's total pagan.
And it's selfish, because at that personal level, the aunts and the grandpas and stuff, they want to buy that kid's love with a big gift. Like my grandma used to give me $5 every time I'd go down and see her. Give me a little $5 bill, or I was young, wanted me to go back. Like it's selfish for them. It's like buying your love, trying to buy your love with money.
Yeah, that's even better said right there. Just trying to buy love. And the result of it is hatred, anger, division.
Yeah.
Because you can't buy love.
Then something will happen because she's wrong, and then you're and then she's like, "Hey, I bought you this for Christmas, and look at what you got, and I got you everything." Like, yeah, but you're still wrong. So, in a sense, in the world we live, giving has a double standard, has a fake value to it. Because when you give to expect something in return, it's being an hypocrite.
It's like when you pass a hitchhiker up in the rain, you know, you're like, well, they might kill me. But if you're a true Christian, you pick them up, and if they do kill you, then you died in Christ's name, because when you picked them up, you picked Christ up.
I pick everybody up, dude. I always ask people if they need a ride. That's what I bought my car for.
Well, see, there's a way around that, right? So what you do is, so if you want to pick someone up, right, you're in your vehicle with a gun. You tell them to get in, and you get in the back seat and drive. You say, drive where we need to go, or I'll shoot you. See? Problem solved.
Yeah, well, see, that's never
saying,
happened to me.
even if
And
they
then
kill
also,
you, you
homeless
die in
people are my
Christ.
best friends. Like, I love homeless people. They're my best friends. I've spent so much time with homeless people. They're really good guys. They say the best thing that you can give is your time.
Yeah, a lot of people will tell you, don't give money to the bum because they're just going to drink it.
Yeah.
But what they do with that money, God will judge them for.
Yeah,
what
you spend your time with them.
I tell
He'll
you,
judge you for.
I was
You're
when I
not-
was
you're not a victim of what they do with.
when I was a teenager, I did out skateboarding at night with friends, you know, bump into some bums and spend some time chatting with them, and they might have some cool stories or whatever and seem like good people. But no, you do have to, you can't just say all homeless people are the best people. Like, there's a lot of people who are on the streets that are not good people. Don't go just thinking they're all the best.
All you can do is pray for them, man. You gotta, even your enemies, you gotta love them and pray for them.
Yeah, I know that they're not all the best, dude. I get that. But like I said, again, they never hurt me. Hitchhikers never bothered me.
The way I see it with everybody on Earth is that they can either be, you know, possessed by spirits and they're not themselves, and the person there we should love because he has or she has a chance to still repent and find Christ and, you know, get the eternal life. So it's never to give up on them or try or wish their death because they're evil. Just to understand that there's someone else in there acting, making them do what they're doing. So you're right. Pray for them, right, and ask the Lord Yeshua to cleanse them, to bind those demons in them, and see what that does. That's all we can do. Christ gave us all the power to cast demons, all the believers.
Let your light shine.
Mm-hmm.
That's where I learned about Chick-fil-A. I would take the homeless guys to Chick-fil-A and get them food because they're a Christian establishment.
That just promotes homosexuality.
If you got a 501c3, you're owned by the Vatican, aka the mother of all harlots. I'll just say this in regards to flat Earth. The beast that rises up out of the earth and the sea is the rocket. And when John and Daniel was both given that vision, they didn't have rocket, but they heard the noise and seen the beast And that beast gives an image to the world. And the world believes and gives dominion to that image. They worship that image. So Revelation is being revealed. A lot of you don't even know it.
Yeah, I was gonna mention something about Revelation in Matthew 24, reference to Daniel's prophecies. And just about in June of this year, I started rereading, especially Revelations, and placing these revelations in their time, trying to imagine myself being an apostle next to Jesus, following my teacher, my rabbi, understanding he's God, and the day we all went into the temple and he threw down the tables, called out the Pharisee, angry, he was, making a scene public, and you're just an apostle standing next to him. He came out of nowhere, no warning. Just, oh, geez, God is angry right now. What's going on? And then I imagine when he left the temple and said, "Not one stone will be stood upon another, and I will rebuild it in 3 days." And then he left. So the apostle were following with 12 of us, or whatever, 10 of us, and walking behind him. So on the way to the Mount of Olives, that's where they went after they left the temple. So I can imagine myself talking to another apostles, between, hey, what just happened there? What are these things he's talking about? When are these gonna come? What will be the signs? What is the end of ages? Like these 3 questions that Matthew 24:3. It's like 3 questions in one sentence. And then when they got to the Mount of Olives, Jesus sat down, relaxed. I see it as 3 different apostles coming in like, okay, now can you answer these questions? So one asked about the signs, the other one asked about when, the other one how, and then he answers. But it takes a while before you get an answer to each question, all through Matthew 24. And also reference to later on with John Revelation. But I see it's a different way now, because when Jesus answers these questions, he answers them as if it was going to happen in their time. And he says, in this generation, you will see this come to pass. And then what happens 70 years later, or 30, 40 years later, a generation, almost at the end of that generation, the temple was destroyed. Not one stone was left upon another. And it happened with Nero. And the lawless one, as far as when you read Revelation in Matthew 24, it seems to all be Nero. And his number was 666, Nero.
Well, yeah, but that wasn't Nero. That was Solomon.
No, the Solomon was way back. I'm talking about Nero, like after
Solomon
Jesus.
was the gold talents. Solomon was the gold talents, right? 666. The only other time it was mentioned in the Bible was the amount of gold that he got.
No, we know. No, I know that Solomon had a big treasure. I understand that. But as far as when Jesus was prophesying about these questions to the apostles and the people that was there, he was telling them in this generation, like your generation, like he was looking at John, say, in your generation, before you die, you're going to see this come to pass. And then all the tribulation started like in 62 AD.
Yeah. I don't know. We might get in trouble to keep talking about it.
No, yeah, right. We have to.
I want to, but
I know. Anyway, it seems to be about the tribulations and stuff like that's all I wanted to.
Right.
It may have already happened from when I reread it with a different worldview, it seems to all point to all the tribulation happened. All we have to do is preach the word, get as many people to Christ as possible. That's all that's left to do, and the future is glorious, and it's flat.
Yeah, I think the
to bring back to the point of
sound of the beast is like chariots of horses going to battle. So if you could picture like the sound of a rocket, but you didn't know what a rocket was, that would be a good way to describe it, and probably only to describe.
Well, I don't know how in Jerusalem in temple in the time of Nero, when they surrounded the temple of Jerusalem, no food was that could come in, no food was going to get out. Like everybody was trapped in there for months. And when that army came to surround, that must be a lot of people, and the sound of those chariots must be quite great. So you got, I don't know how many people coming down with horses. So I think that
just the sound of a fighter jet. If they was given the vision of one of those, that would be a tremendous noise breaking the sound barrier.
So it would be really to bring back to the lie, to get the question about why would they lie. Well, if they hijacked the Bible, the story of the end time, and keep hijacking it, like after generations and generation, they keep saying, the church, the religious leaders keep saying, "Oh, tribulation will be coming, in this life," and then nothing happened. And the tribulation will come. Every generation has that. It's now. The end time is now. It's always now. So if the evil one has hijacked the story as it already happened, so I think they're using the Bible to make things happen according to Scripture, but it's not actually that's going on. You see what I mean? Like they're making it happen.
Yeah, one of the end times, it goes on about how men will be lovers of themselves, slanderers, and just a list of things. And the reason but he knows that it's always been done throughout mankind, but in the end, it'll be done more so than ever before nor ever again. So when I look at like YouTube videos, it doesn't matter what the topic is. Slandering, when you scroll down in the comment, is all there is. Just nothing but slandering and accusers.
See, in the mindset I have about rereading all that, I figure if it did happen, therefore there would be a time when there was peace from the time, from 70 AD to, because 1,000 years millennium reign. But then it's been longer, so I'm not sure about what happened in Dark Ages. We're not sure, some part of history. And then you got the 100 years where Satan will be released, and then will deceive again, and then that'll be the end. That's when Judgment Day will happen. So, in a sense, in my story, I'm kind of saying, what if we are at the end of this 100 years when Satan was released? If you look at 100 years ago, there was the First World War, and then shit started happening. Like all the technology, the money, all the corruption, that's really, last 100 years is big. So I figured maybe Satan is at the end of his last chance, and that the next step is they're coming down and resolve Judgment Day, bang, bang, finish. Okay, I got a call.
Hey guys, can you hear me? Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you, but you got some background.
Yeah, I know that, James. Thank you. Morpheus and Neo are fighting in the arena, so you might want to move the live stream on there.
Okay. You're
Hello. Any conversation going on here? Think not. Who?
I don't know. I thought you guys shut her down. I didn't know. Hank come over saying they was done with the live stream.
With the what? Sorry.
Live. Who was speaking? Truth? Oh, Tap.
Hi.
Hey.
Hey, what's up? What you got? The globe?
Who, me? Or what are you talking to me?
Yeah. You living on a ball?
Yeah.
Oh, you are?
Yeah.
Damn.
That is
Who
sad.
controls that ball?
It's fun.
Who controls the ball?
Who controls it? I don't know. Something
Yeah, who
or
convinced you
someone.
to live in their world?
I mean, I don't know. It's been so long.
I mean, well, if I could convince you that you're living in a world you're not in, wouldn't from that moment on you be living in my world?
I don't think so.
So you didn't hear me correctly?
No, I think I did. I think I just disagree.
Well, I would say that if you could convince me that I'm living in a world that I'm not in, then from that moment, I would be living in your world. In other words, I'd admit it. Yeah. If somebody could convince you that you're living in a world you're not actually in, from that moment on, you'd be living in their world. I mean, how could you argue against that? It's an if question. I'm not saying it is.
I mean, I don't know really how to respond to that, to be honest.
Okay. Pretty self-explanatory.
Man, it's so quiet in here. Why is there so many muted people today?
There's some big debate going on. I don't know.
Yeah, it's the main debate is going on in Arena. Or well, actually, no, never
That's
mind.
what they
They've
said
moved.
at Arena.
They've moved from Arena to Livestream 2.
Oh,
Fun
Livestream
fact.
2, yeah.
The fun fact, I did not join Livestream 1. I was in VC check-in 1, where there were like 4 people, right? Like 9 people join after that. And then we start having a bit of a debate. And then a mod tells us, you know what, we gotta go because we can't be having a debate in the check-in rooms. So we're like, okay, that's fine. So then I moved over to Livestream 2, so I was the first person down there. And then a bunch of people just kept on following. And then it overtook it overtook Livestream 1, and then they had to split it again from here to the Arena. Now they're back into there with 40 people in there. It's crazy. Now there's one more person from here gone down to there. It's
So
cool.
what science do you have that the Earth is a globe?
Sorry, what was it?
What scientific evidence do you have that Earth is a globe?
Oh, there is none. I'm not a globe. I'm not a globe Earth. I'm a flat earther. What? Yeah.
Just check.
It's okay.
Where'd the globe go?
I'm still kicking. I'm just playing a game.
Yeah.
All right. So what scientific evidence do you have that the Earth is a globe?
I mean, I don't have anything too special. It's just the same old, same old.
No, scientific evidence.
Yeah, no, yeah, it's just the same old, same old. I mean, it's
What's the
I mean, it's all the stuff.
I'd love to hear scientific evidence of it.
Like, I don't know what you mean by scientific. It's like you're focusing on that word quite a bit. I don't know what you like. I don't know if it's like
Well,
some
a lot of
trick.
people, a lot of people will tell you that the globe is science.
I mean, I think there's a name for people who just focus on the shape of the Earth. I forgot the scientific name, I guess.
I'm just wondering what evidence you have that the Earth is a globe. Does it all come from the television, or is there actual physical evidence?
I mean, some comes from the television, but that's like
No.
a form of
I said
evidence.
all.
You said it all comes from the TV.
Yeah, all of it.
I don't.
All of it. Black holes, the explosion, whatever that star, supernova.
Oh, the supernova that happened.
Yeah. Pulsars. Yeah. Astronauts on the moon. Yeah. What evidence other than television do you have?
I mean, I don't got any on me right now, but I could probably do some research in Google and pull up the source.
Yeah, then go ahead.
I mean, but I'm playing a game, so I don't really want to. So, like, I'll just. I'll just concede. I don't really care.
So through admission, you just believe it.
Sure.
All right. So I don't have evidence of God, but I just believe it. And you would label me religion or religious. Wouldn't you be the same?
No, because there's no God.
After all,
I mean, for me,
it's based off the world you're in.
I mean, but there's no God, and that's how like I define a religion there. Because like for me personally, there has to be a God for there to be a religion.
Yeah, but it's based off faith in the God. Obviously, you can't prove it.
But there's still, I mean, regardless if we can't prove it or not, I mean, there is no God in it, regardless. So I wouldn't necessarily call it a religion.
That's your opinion.
Yeah.
Right. I would say that if I'll admit, if the Bible was true, it's not a religion. It's just the way it is.
Oh, so like, are you a flat earther that's not religious? I haven't talked to many.
No. Yeah, I don't think you can be. You got to be somewhat religious.
Because I talked to some flat earthers that don't like religion or that aren't religious. It's just rare.
Well, no, there's like, I mean, I don't know. I can't speak for all flat earthers. That's for sure.
Right, of course not. I mean, I guess from like my experience, I met probably like 2.
Right.
That aren't religious.
If you believe it to be true but have no evidence, by definition, you would be correct. It's not religion, but it's the same thing. Because religion, the definition involves a deity or God, but it's based off faith, belief, not knowing, but just believing.
Okay, so like if you think something's true but you don't have any proof of it or whatever, that just makes it a religion like automatically. Like I don't know how some things work, but that doesn't make it a religion.
Well, it just makes it a belief.
Right, so it's not a religious. I mean, yeah, it could be a belief.
Yeah,
I'm not disregarding that.
Yeah, I agreed with you. Based off the definition, you would be correct. But in practice, it would be the same thing in practice.
I see what you mean. I mean, I still don't agree, but at least I understand now.
Yeah, it's the same thing. You believe it to be true, but you don't know you yourself, individual. Yeah, most people believe the Earth is a globe because of consensus, popularity,
Right.
state
I mean,
education.
which is where I
Yeah.
guess we disagree. I guess that's where also we disagree because I think if there's a large enough consensus that something has a higher chance of being true, it's the safer bet,
Really?
I would argue.
Really?
For most things. I mean, of course, not all. I mean, of course, there's been like a consensus on something and everyone turned out to be wrong, but the few people. But there's a higher probability of it
So,
being true. It's I mean, because it's not a guarantee. It's just like a probability thing. And I
right.
and me
So
personally, I would rather just ride
because
with a higher probability.
right. So because most people aren't allergic to peanuts, that means nobody is. And
Well,
feed
no.
everybody peanuts. I'll go with the higher probability.
Well, I don't think that's a fair representation of a consensus because
That's
a
what you're
consensus.
saying.
Well, no,
You're
because a
saying that
consensus is
consensus
like a
and
choice,
popularity
but having an
equals
allergic reaction
truth.
isn't.
When everybody in the world could believe a lie, that doesn't mean it's true.
No, because like when someone has like an allergic reaction, I mean they don't have a choice in the say. But when it comes to consensus,
Yeah. When it comes to the truth, you don't have a choice. It's just the truth. You could believe a lie over the truth, but you see what I mean? It doesn't matter if 15 people believe the lie, one believes the actual truth. Therefore, the 15 people that believe the lie are the ones being truthful. That's what you're saying, man. Do you believe Santa Claus to be true?
no, but I used to. It's pretty fun.
Do you have kids and or teach
Hell
kids
no.
that it's true?
I mean, but if I had kids, I mean, I would probably tell them it's true for a bit, let them figure it out.
So you would lie. You would willingly lie.
Yeah, I mean, I lie all the time. I mean, I think that's a
Give
basic
them
human trait.
you would give them a false fantasy
'Cause it's
based
fun.
off tradition or
And fun, because I mean, if it's
consensus,
not fun, I wouldn't do
popularity.
it. I mean, because like if it was a bad tradition, then I wouldn't do it. But I see it as harmless fun.
So you realize that people of different nations are taught different things, such as the people that backed Hitler, and there was millions, truly believed he was telling the truth. They're not going to lose their life if they didn't.
I mean, I think they did.
Right. So, but what I'm saying is they still believed what he was saying was true.
Yeah, a good portion of people. I don't know the
Right.
percentage, but
Does that make it true?
no. But like I said,
No, but what the result does, though, if the majority of people believe a lie, usually the result is something like genocide. Because they got to keep the lie and they'll die for it.
no, but like I was saying, because like the consensus thing, I mean, again, it's not like a guarantee. It's just again a higher probability.
Only if it's self evident would I agree.
Which, see, because I guess that's where we disagree again. I believe it is self-evident that the Earth is a globe, and that's why a lot of people believe it. But see, again, that's where we just disagree.
So if you was never taught that the Earth was a globe, and you got to go with me here. If you was never taught that, right, and all you could do was base the Earth off your observations, you're telling me that somehow you would say it's a globe. When in reality, everybody knows the surface of water always remains flat and level. Standing at the beach, you see the horizon at its most flat and level.
I mean, I never
And
heard
yet
anyone say
you
that
would
water.
say, and yet standing at the beach, you would say, even though it looks to both of us flat, you would say, without ever being taught, you would say, it's a sphere, right? And I'm just supposed to be like, yeah, okay, it's a sphere, even though I can observe it. See, the positive claim lies on you because we both observe it as flat.
Well, I
If you're going to
mean,
deny that observation, you're going to have to prove it, not me.
but there's also one observation that I think you're denying, and that's a sphere can be large enough while we're small enough, and it could appear to be
But
flat.
that's an assumption.
No,
That's an
it's not.
assumption.
No, it's not, because
You
it's just
can't
geometry.
hold on. What you're saying? Okay? Then follow me. Then we're both standing at the beach. We was never taught the Earth was a sphere. We
Right,
both
but we know
observe it as
geometry.
flat. Which consists of what?
Of shapes.
So there should be a geometric. There should be a geometric
What is the
curve
foundation? What is the foundation of geometry? What are you basing it off of?
Some smart people did things, and it helps us in life. I mean,
right. Even like a triangle, if you're triangulating, right? What shape is the bottom of the triangle?
What shape is the bottom?
How does it? I always thought it was flat. Bottom of a triangle, pyramid.
Oh wait, so it's flat. Oh wait, I mean this sounds stupid, but like it's flat as shape.
So your math is based off flatness.
I mean,
claiming sphere.
I mean, because you have to draw it on a piece of paper. I mean,
which is flat.
And I mean, I don't see how just because paper's flat that means the Earth is flat. I don't.
Octane.
He didn't get anything.
Sorry, I just want to ask him a quick question. Should there be a geometric curve then?
And can you define a little bit what you mean by a geometric curve?
A physical curve. If we're on a sphere, shouldn't we be able to measure a physical curve of the Earth?
Yeah.
Okay, how do we do that?
How do you do that? I don't know.
There's something called the Earth Curve Calculator.
I mean, yeah.
And when we plug in, it asks for two things. It asks for the height of the observer.
And the distance.
And it asks for the target distance.
Mm-hmm.
When we plug in the values, for example, if I'm at 8 feet high, that's where my camera, let's say my camera is at 8 feet high, and my target distance is 10.1 miles, the physical curve should be at 3.46 miles. The horizon should be no further than there. That's when we should run into the physical curve. But somebody did that exact experiment, and they were able to take a picture much further than that. And we've been able to do videos of this time and time again with photos and lasers, where we are surpassing the physical curve requirements.
Well, I guess what I would say to that is, how do you know that that's the physical curve?
The Earth Curve Calculator. There's a formula. Let me send the formula.
I mean, but like what I'm saying is, like, how do you not know that it's refraction or something else? Like, how do you know that what you're seeing is the physical one.
How do you
Because,
mean? How do you know? How do you know that? Because I'm not claiming there's a physical one. You are.
Well, because you're saying that you're positive that that's the physical.
So for
I mean, 'cause
yeah,
it sounds
so
like
I
you
just
might
sent you
physically
the I
make
just
it
sent you
know.
the formula.
Oh shit! I'm playing
And
Rocket League.
You can
I'll check it out
see.
here shortly.
Okay, so for 1 mile, if you're a foot off the ground, the observer height is a foot off the ground. For 1 mile, there should be an 8-inch drop. But now let's say we're at 1 foot off the ground observing, and it's 10 miles. There should be a 66-foot drop.
Right.
At 60 miles, 1 foot observer height, 2,400 feet drop.
Mm-hmm.
The issue is we're seeing way too far.
Right, and how do we rule that it's not refraction or anything else? Or like as you guys' claim that refraction can't do that anyways, so it doesn't matter.
We know that there's always refraction.
Okay.
That's an issue that you have to deal with, though, because if there's a physical object, then you can't say there's refraction because it needs to be physically there. And if we can never physically find it, then how do we know it's there? You know, it kind of like the argument starts to go in a circle because we need to be able to actually measure the physical geometric curve if there is one.
I guess this is just me, but I feel like the whole numbers thing doesn't really matter too awfully much because I feel like on a completely flat Earth, there shouldn't be what we see. So, like with the sun, the moon, the ships, buildings, once you get past a certain distance, I mean, I don't really care what numbers it is, it always starts to disappear or become instructed bottom first. So, like, regardless of what numbers get brought up, the main issue is, well, why is this even happening on a flat surface?
Well, we do have limits to how far we can see. And we know that atmospheric conditions heavily influence how far we can see. Like a foggy day, I'm not going to be able to see as good as a clear day. I'll be able to see
Right.
mountains, in the distance much clearer on a day where there's no rain or snow or anything like that. And numbers do kind of matter because they tell us a specific radius. They give us a specific number. These numbers all matter in order for your model to be accurate.
Well, right, because I'm not saying the numbers that they're not important, but just for the simple discussion of what the shape is, I don't think numbers are that important because, again, on a flat surface, this shouldn't be happening, regardless of what number gets thrown out there. It's like if we're talking
we
about the
are
radius,
on a
the
flat
numbers
surface,
matter.
we are on a flat surface, so that's why we're able to see further. On a sphere, there is a physical limit to how far you can see. Like if I'm holding a basketball and my right hand is behind the ball,
Mm-hmm.
and I can't see my hand anymore because there's a curve blocking it.
Well, there's a physical object blocking it. It doesn't have to be curved.
Well,
Okay,
hold on a
but
second.
anytime you have a ball. Sorry, yeah, go ahead.
You said geometric curve. Now, wouldn't that require a tangent line?
Say again, or like, can you use a different word that's a little easier? You're losing me. You guys still there?
James, I think we can hear you.
Oh, okay, because I thought I crashed or something.
No, I thought the same thing.
Okay.
But what I think he was trying to say is if there's a geometric curve, at some point it should be blocking our vision, right? It go up at some point.
Right, and from my observations, and I mean pretty much like every day with the sun or moon, that's what my eyes see. I see it sinking into the earth. That's what it appears to do. and then the first part that becomes obstructed is the bottom. Like, that's just an observation I see, so why would I say it's anything else?
You mean like the horizon, when you're seeing things in the
Like
horizon?
I see the moon. It's not shrinking. It's just simply becoming obstructed from the bottom up. And from what I know about flat surfaces, completely flat surfaces, if you're on top, you should always be able to see. There's no reason why things should appear to sink, but not change their size, like the moon, for example.
Look at somebody walking into your perspective from way down the road, like a hot road. You're going to see it look like they're unmelting from the pavement, that as they show up from the top part of them to the bottom part of them, because as you get further away, your perspective, because you're not that tall, they disappear into the horizon line, which is where perspective all comes together. I mean, eventually you're not going to be able to see them anymore because of your height and angle. It's literally the same effect.
See, and I think this is a disagreement. I'm just hearing disagreements on both sides on how things work. So, like, from what I know, how perspective works is that things appear to become smaller when they get further away, which I don't disagree with. I just disagree with the fact that that's why things appear to become obstructed bottom first. Because, to my knowledge, let's just keep using the moon for an example, right? It's like the top and the bottom of the moon are essentially the same distance away from you. So why would the bottom half of it appear obstructed? I mean, because a lot of people tell me, "Oh, well, that's just perspective," but perspective is about things getting further away from you.
It has to do with your eye level, right? It has to do with your eye level. If your eye level is closer to the ground, everything is going to compress towards the center of your vision, right? The center of like your eye level. Everything is going to, like the eye level, when you look out, that's where the center is going to be. Everything is going to compress towards the center. So if you have more area above and less area on the bottom's going to compress more than the top. So that's why things disappear from the bottom up. Not to mention the atmospheric obstructions and, the waves in the water. And because the longer distance, you're going to have more of that happening.
See, I get. The problem I had within that sentence was you said that things appear to shrink and they converge into like a point, but then you said they become obstructed. But so which one is it? Do they become obstructed?
Well, you have both. You have both things going on. If you've got obstructions,
of course,
then you're going to experience obstructions. But what you're always going to, and you're not always going to have like as much obstruction on one day as you're going to have on another. But what you will always have is you're going to have like an image compression. And the more distance that you have above the center, like where your field of vision is, like when you look out, your eye level, if you raise your eye level, you're going to raise the distance from, in between the center of your field of vision and the earth. You're going to increase that distance. So you're going to have less of that happening. The closer you get to the ground, the more of that's going to happen from the bottom up. Because you have less distance, right, from your angle of view.
Not for sure if I'm really following that take. I guess I don't have.
Well, I mean, content's going to get further away. There's no doubt about that.
Right,
and
of course,
perspective is stuff getting away. But as it gets further away, it all comes down to the horizon level because of your angle at which you're viewing what you're trying to look at. That's fading into it's getting further away from you. It all has to come into the horizon at some point. That's why you can't, stand on a perfectly flat surface and look super, super far, because eventually you don't have enough height or elevation to see the distance at which everything comes into the horizon line due to perspective. For shrinking reasons, as well as just the height at which you are and your viewing angle.
But it doesn't really matter, though, because it only affects objects on the horizon. It doesn't affect the horizon itself. The horizon itself is going to be where the Earth appears to meet the sky, and that shouldn't happen beyond where the predicted geometric horizon is. Or should be, but it's not there. No one can find it. You can see far beyond that. And you mentioned earlier that, what if it's bigger? Well, all of their calculations are based upon it being the size that they claim it is.
Right, and so I guess that means it's working, right? I guess it means it could be true, because if that's the numbers they use.
Well, you can make a calculation for anything.
I mean, of course, but it can only work in reality, right? I mean, because if it's working in reality,
it's not. That's the thing. We can see way too far.
Yeah, the issue is we're seeing way too far. I mean.
Oh, sorry. I mean, I'm not talking about the calculations for just seeing like basic like ships or buildings, at sea or whatever. I'm talking about for the people that actually use like these calculations in the real world where it's like space or whatever. Now, I know space is a whole other topic because you guys don't think it's possible.
Well, we have different views on what space actually is.
Right. Okay, let's just say that. Actually, I know there's a wide variety of
I think what she's trying to say is that with the radius being falsified, we see way too far. That 3959 number is definitely not right. I mean, we've proven that beyond a shadow of a doubt. And all these other calculations that you talk about are all based off of that radius number. Distance to the stars, to the sun, to the moon, rocket trajectory, you name it. They all use the R value. And if the R value is wrong, the ramifications of that are very, very severe. It means that all of their other calculations are also extremely wrong because we falsified the radius. We can see way too far. It is not the radius of the Earth. It's just not there. The value has completely been falsified. And so how can you use a fake or a number that's wrong to calculate, like you said, the sun, the moon, the stars, the distances, all of that? How can you use that number if it's been falsified?
Well, see, I don't think it has been falsified. And the reason why I say that is because, for the work that they're putting in and for all the stuff that they do, takes a lot more work than just like seeing a ship out at sea and being like, oh, look, it's further than what it is. I don't really count that as falsifying because, again, we have a lot of things like refraction, fog, smog, whatever it is. There's so many.
We've got hundreds and hundreds of observations that prove it, that discount that have nothing to do with refraction.
And it's not discounted by a small amount either.
And at the same time, though, I could also say we have hundreds and thousands and I don't know, maybe close to 1 million pictures, videos, calculations, shuttles, satellites. I could play the.
We don't have any pictures of satellites around the Earth.
There is not one real picture that you can show. If you can find me one real picture of the Earth or one real picture of the satellite, you would be the richest man on Earth. There's actually rewards out there. Even NASA admits that every single photo they show us is a rendition. So it's not a real photo. It's either photoshopped or
composite or artist rendition.
Computer generated imaging. They admit it. You go to their website and they even admit there's not any real photos. So you can't animation. You can't use their photos.
I was going to say, would you guys count, this was pretty recent, I don't think you guys would count it, but would you guys count the Starlink satellites as seeing a satellite? Or are you saying it has to be like up close and personal?
Well, they obviously go across the sky, but how, you telling me you know exactly how high they are and what they are? You don't know that, you can tell me they're not being dragged by an aircraft up there or something? Or you can tell me exactly how high they are and what they are. Let's see the pictures. Let's see the calculations. Show me what they are, how they're up there. Yeah, they're up there, but they're not orbiting the Earth.
We don't need to talk about that. It's a better thing to talk about how we have gas pressure here on Earth. Yeah, sure. I understand that.
That's fine if you guys want to move subjects or.
No, we can stay. It's on the same subject, but instead of asking what about satellites, just understand of why we have gas pressure here on Earth.
Oh, that topic. Oh,
yeah. It leads
God,
into that.
please. Oh.
It leads into that, man.
I know. I mean, every conversation I have, it always leads to that somehow.
I wonder why.
Yeah, I wonder why too.
So,
because there's no explanation for it, for one thing.
I mean, I just don't.
You're brainwashed.
Okay. I mean, yeah, possibly, but still.
Well, you got to use your
you still got to shake it, and it's not easy.
Definitely. Not possibly.
You got to use.
Okay, so
you got to use your imagination to try to explain it.
So wait. So can I hear from just one person why there can't be gas pressure next to no pressure? I just want to hear your guys' explanation.
Because it's a necessary antecedent. You need one for the other to exist. That's the definition of gas pressure.
And we see how gas acts every day. And we're told that it acts the exact opposite when there's more of it.
Okay.
It's not possible. Like, have you ever hotboxed a car?
No.
Do you know what that is? Hotboxing a car?
Yeah.
Okay. So imagine I'm hotboxing a car and I'm smoking. I open my door. What happens?
A little smoke rushes out.
Yeah. That property is called entropy. That's a natural law. Gas is always going to act that way. Now let's recreate the Earth system. So I'm going to hotbox my car again. All the doors are closed, windows are closed. Now, hotboxing the car, we got that gas pressure. Now I roll the windows down halfway, and I drive my car in a circle, round and round and round and round. And not only am I driving it round and round and round, but I'm in a vacuum chamber. Do you think that gas is going to stay in the car?
Nope.
Nope. And the reason I use the analogy of the windows half down is because NASA says our atmosphere is an open system. It has to be open if we're sending rockets, to the moon and back.
Yeah, that and the sun. We're getting the sun's energy, and it's outside of our.
Yeah, they're saying it's open, but with the analogy I just used, you see the issue. Any gas that's in that car is gonna escape. It's gonna go bye-bye.
What would I say to that is, what if there was a force holding the gas? Could that?
So again, when I open my car door,
curious.
what does the gas do? When I open my car door, what does the gas do?
It escapes because there's not.
Where's gravity? Where's gravity?
Where's
It's
gravity?
not very much gas in my car.
I mean,
Where's
I don't know
gravity?
why. What do you mean? It's all around you.
But why?
He just said there is a force holding the gas.
No.
Where's gravity?
No.
The
Okay, sorry.
container is holding the gas. The container.
Okay, wait. I was gonna say. Okay, I guess I misspoke. I was gonna say what I was saying is, can there be a force that can hold gas in so it doesn't escape? Is that possible?
A container, yeah, a container,
No,
but not
no,
a force.
Okay.
No.
Okay, so there's no force on Earth that could keep gas inside a
open container. No.
An open container. No.
Yeah, it would rush
No,
out.
it's never been demonstrated.
Just look up. She nailed it on the head there. Just look up the definition of gas pressure real quick while you're talking and everything.
Oh no, I mean I know the definition. I mean
look
it's
up
low
the
pressure to high
definition.
pressure. That's pretty much what it is. Low to high. It wants to fill the void.
No, it's high to
You'll
low.
see-
High to low.
You'll see the word container.
Excuse me. Yeah, high to low. Sorry.
High, yeah.
Yeah.
I got you.
Thank you.
In the very definition of gas pressure, it says the gas that exerts pressure against the walls of a container. That's the definition of gas pressure. The container is part of the definition of gas pressure.
Right.
Without a container, there is no gas pressure.
Right. And
so, with that being said, with there no gas pressure without a container, why do we have gas pressure on Earth? When gravity has never been demonstrated to do anything at all to gas. You can release it at ground level. You can open up any type of gas container. Gas escapes. It goes in all directions, up, sideways, all around. It goes everywhere it wants to go. Gravity has no effect whatsoever on it.
Now,
how can you say that it's going to have an effect on it when it's further away from the Earth, where gravity it should be stronger at the ground level, and at high altitude, gravity would be weaker. Why would it suddenly start working on gas at high altitude?
So I don't know what point it was, but when you said that when you release gas, it just goes in all directions.
Yep.
That's not true, because if you release a helium balloon, it's gonna rise. So it doesn't just go all willy-nilly and stay willy-nilly.
Listen,
The gas or the balloon?
If you release the gas out of the container,
gas
you're
carries
talking about a container. The balloon is a container. How can the
Right,
gas
but the
escape
helium
the
is
container?
So
We're talking about a
would
container.
helium not go in all directions?
I mean,
But if I let
like,
helium out of the balloon,
right,
what is that gas going to do?
it will
It's going to go in all directions.
it will go in all directions, but it will also rise at the same time. It's not just
No,
gonna
of
sit
course.
here. Right, exactly. So I mean, so there is
So where's the
something
force of
affecting it.
gravity? Where's the
Well,
force of gravity?
well, it depends what you're
Well,
asking
it's
for, because
going to go in all directions and it's going to go up because,
Right.
just like you said at the very beginning, is that it goes from high to low.
Right, correct. Well, and also the other reason why it's rising, well, a lot of people don't think about, is that since we have denser gases, a lot closer to the ground, since helium's lighter, it's going to be essentially pushed up by the denser gases.
So a higher
because it
density
can't.
and a lower density, right? High to low, low to high.
Right.
You're
because it has
talking
a
about pressure. You're talking about pressure gradients. You have to have pressure before you can have pressure gradients, and you can't have pressure without a container.
Right, but where we disagree on is we do have a container because we have a downwards acceleration. Because it's not gravity.
well,
Okay,
can you
'cause I won't call
go?
it
Wait,
gravity or anything.
can you go and take your downward acceleration and buy some helium and carry it home in your downward acceleration?
I don't know how to answer that.
That
because
one's
I don't understand
acceleration
it.
is not a container. A container has to be solid.
Right, and we live on the Earth. The Earth.
You're saying the gravity is a solid? You're saying gravity
No,
is solid?
No, I'm not saying gravity is solid. And because I'm trying purposely not to mention.
Hold on a
so we
second.
don't get.
There's somebody like rubbing up against their microphone. Okay, it's good now.
Okay.
I muted him. It's Bean.
Yeah, we're good now.
Okay, so like I was saying, no, I don't think gravity, and like I'm trying not to mention gravity because I'm trying not to get into another debate about something else. I'm trying to stick to one. That's why I'm saying downwards acceleration. So I'm not saying the downwards acceleration is. How am I going to explain this? So there's a downwards.
Can you show how
You said that downwards acceleration is the container. You said that.
Okay. Is that what I said? Sorry, I misspoke. I said since we have downwards acceleration, it's hitting the Earth, right? Correct? Because I mean, gases.
What's hitting the Earth? What are you talking about?
Everything's hitting the Earth. Whether it's like gas because it's denser. Because remember, denser gases sink, lighter gases rise. Correct? And the reason why denser gases are close because we have a downwards acceleration, it creates a pressure gradient.
Exactly, but before you can have a pressure gradient, you must have pressure.
It's the Earth. The Earth is the container because we have a downwards acceleration, which
put in the cart for doors.
Can you demonstrate this downward acceleration? Can you demonstrate it affecting gas? Can you demonstrate it affecting holding gas, doing anything at all to gas?
Wait, pulling gas. Okay, so if you go in an airplane, if you rise up, there's a lower pressure. If you come back down, there's more pressure. If you release a helium balloon, it's going to rise because the gas in it is lighter than the gas around it. So it's getting pushed up by the denser gases. Because the Earth is a container. Because there's a I could show you downwards acceleration. Drop something at a low height. It's not
show it affecting gas.
Drop it higher.
Show it affecting gas.
I just did.
Octane?
No, you didn't.
There's a pressure gradient, correct?
Octane. Back to the analogy of the car. We know the windows are half open. They're half open. Your container isn't a container if it's half open.
We don't have a half open.
Like if I have
we don't live on a half
some
open
fish and I put it in
Earth.
Tupperware, but I don't close the container all the way, then it's not really being contained. In order for something to be a container, it must be closed.
But
there can't be a
but
little
see,
hole. There can't be holes, or it's not a container.
but there's no holes on what we live on.
There's holes in our atmosphere. Yep. Gas escapes.
No, because
NASA says that.
no.
Yes.
There
Are you
doesn't
gonna
have
say
to
it's
be an
not?
external container. Show me a definition where it says the container has to be external.
What?
You have.
They're called.
There doesn't have to be an external container.
I've never heard of an internal
isolated systems.
No,
Well,
because
the,
I feel
the,
like
the container has to be between the pressurized gas and the no pressure area. I mean, that's where it has to be.
acceleration that affects the gas, which is, I mean, we experience that. I mean, I experience it almost every day because I have to drive over some hills and stuff, and I could obviously tell there's a pressure difference.
So if I pop holes in your tire, what happens to the gas? It's not
It will
contained
escape.
anymore. You won't be able to drive your truck or your car, whatever you said.
Right, but see, what I'm saying is our container doesn't have holes with what you're saying because
Yes, it does. It's an open
no.
system. It's
Yes,
an open
but
system.
we
Yep.
also
So, okay,
have on Earth a downwards
Let-
acceleration that affects the
Can we just
atmosphere.
break this down really
Hold
slow?
on. Can I just say something real quick?
Sure.
I'll try to be quick and concise. So if I drop a pencil within the medium of air, it is going to have a downward acceleration.
Yeah.
Now, I'll do that same experiment, only change the medium. And I'll drop it in water. But like in the air, it was submerged in air. Air under it, over it, and all around it. So I'll drop the pencil submerged in water, right? And it's going to ride. The experiments were the same. The only thing that changed was the medium, therefore the cause.
Well, the pencil. Okay, I was gonna say the pencil's experiencing. I mean, like a buoyant force. So, I don't.
Are you actually invoking a container?
Yeah, I'll just say that you observed in those two experiments, you observed the air, you observed the water, the pencil. You're able to isolate each one of them, vary, manipulate each one of them. And now you want to invoke something that you can't observe, isolate, vary, manipulate, or control.
Wait, so like, are we saying there's no downwards acceleration?
Depends on the medium and the variable you're measuring the medium in or the variable in.
Well,
I just want to know:
What about?
Are you saying there's a container?
Yes, but we disagree on
that's
what
not
the
even
container
what
has to be.
That's not even what they claim. They don't even claim a container. Okay, they say our atmosphere is expanding and it has now reached where the moon is supposed to be, which is 238,000 miles away. They're not saying that we're contained at all. So welcome to Flat Earth.
No, I'm not saying that since there's a downward acceleration that gas cannot escape. Of course, gas still escapes. I mean, it's not like a magnet where you're just stuck to the ground.
Well, by whichever means that you want to invoke some kind of containment without it being physical, then if you can demonstrate that, then we can discuss that, because there is no demonstration, nothing that I've seen, nothing anyone in the scientific community, even not that I even adhere to what they say, but nothing that they're even claiming. But they're claiming that we do not even have a container.
Well,
if you are coming to the realization that there must be a container, then you're getting one step closer to Flat Earth.
Okay, I think there's a way to prove that downwards acceleration would affect essentially what we breathe every day. So if you get a tower of grease and oil, you shake it up, you go into free fall. Those two fluids will just stay mixed freely. They won't separate like what would happen here on Earth if you get water and really any other substance. And what that shows is downward acceleration is playing a part in separating those fluids because one is denser than the other. And as we know, fluids are the same as like the atmosphere. it's like they both work on like the similar properties essentially.
Well, they're in the motion of being disturbed when you do that. They have, for things to actually have some sort of gradient. First, you have to have the pressure, and we can't get past that. But even after that, it has to be like they have to find their equilibrium, which means they have to be left undisturbed.
Right, and I've seen.
So that's not even relevant, really.
Well,
what we're talking about.
I think it is relevant because I heard people on the server say it repeatedly that fluid is like the atmosphere. Water is kind of like
what
the
you're
atmosphere, right?
doing
It
with
reacts
it,
similar, correct?
you're manipulating it. I mean, you're not leaving it in. You're not leaving it undisturbed so that it can find its equilibrium, and you can't even have that. It's not even going to find. It's not even going to find its equilibrium or pressure. The pressure in the air. It's not going to find its gradient level without a container.
I mean, but my
And
question
you're
still
in.
stands because there's tons of videos online showing this. I mean, I could probably do an experiment like this, but in a little bit of a different way. Because like if you get a water bottle, for example, and you shake it up, and then it has like hair bubbles inside of the water bottle.
But it's
if you put that in free fall. No. If you put it,
you're looking for static or electromagnetism. You're looking for all those kind of forces. That's what
a water bottle's a container.
yes, but that's not what we're focusing on for what I'm trying to explain. That downwards acceleration affects the pressure gradient essentially, or the atmosphere, because I feel like that's one of the topics right now is, does the downward acceleration, because there is a downward acceleration. I think we can all agree if you jump from a higher height, you're going to hit the ground harder. You're accelerating downwards.
Yeah, but
so
what she's trying to say is what she's trying to say is if you got an air compressor, it's all compressed at the same psi within the container. If you take a lighter and you slowly heat the bottom of the container, you're going to have a pressure gradient within that container, but you don't get the pressure gradient without the container to begin with.
Right, and I don't disagree that there's like no container. I believe there is a container, but we disagree on what the container is.
You're saying the container's not physical and it's a force of some sort. So if you can demonstrate a force containing gases, I would love to see it.
No. What I'm saying,
use the propane tank and then open it and hope that gravity holds in the propane.
Okay, wait. Let me say it before more
Real
people
quick,
talk.
this downwards acceleration that you're talking about, it happens inside the container. Whatever you're speaking about, things going down, getting to their equilibrium, it's happening inside the container. So you don't have to look too far.
I already forgot what I was going to say. I'm trying to remember.
Sure.
You were trying to say how you can open a propane container and the gravity is going to hold down the gas?
No, it wasn't really. I mean, I guess it was related to that. But it wasn't
that's what you were saying.
I'm trying to remember. Okay, it doesn't matter. I'll let someone else continue conversation, and I'll come up with a point. If anyone
It's all
wants
right,
to
bro.
chime
The only
in.
reason I bring up the propane container is because it brings you back to reality, because you know that you can't do that, right? You can't buy propane without propane accessories, right? So there has to be
dang it, Bobby.
there has to be a container here on Earth. You wouldn't be breathing right now.
But see, I agree that there is a container, but we have a downwards acceleration that affects the atmosphere.
That is happening inside the container. In the containment. Yes, correct.
Right. Well, it happened because the Earth is the containment. Because if you have a downwards acceleration pushing into the Earth, essentially, and then the atmosphere hits the Earth, that's going to create a pressure gradient because the denser gases will stay at the bottom of the Earth and lighter
You're
ones
making
will
stuff
go.
up,
And
right?
that's what
You're just making stuff up, right?
No,
What
it has
you're
a
talking about is delta X. Okay,
No,
delta X.
You keep saying downward acceleration as if you're dropping.
X, right? So how could delta X be the cause of X? It can't be.
What?
You keep saying downward acceleration as if because they measured it in a vacuum, right? But if I drop a feather in the medium of air, and then I drop it in the medium of no air or vacuum, You got to suck all the gas out, right? What was changed? The medium.
Yeah, the medium.
And you're sitting there acting like it's the same.
Well, wait. So since we both agree that there's no medium, but the feather still falls, doesn't that show there's a downward acceleration? You just
the
said
entire
that.
experiment is the same except for the medium. Why can't you get past that?
But since we both agree that in a vacuum you remove the medium and then the feather still falls, what does that show you?
Yeah, but you change and it falls at a different rate. That tells me that everything. No, that tells me that it tells me, right, that put gas in the fucking vacuum.
Yeah, because the feather is not a
vacuum. What do you mean?
The only way you can get a vacuum is by taking the gas out.
Because
you're trying to act like it's the same thing as dropping it in gas.
You switched from gas to a physical object. Let's stay on gas because that's what you're
I'm not switching. No, I'm not switching. They're both working in tangent for this to work.
But you're trying to explain how gas. You're trying to explain how gas is being held here without a container. What's a feather got to do with that? Feather's not a gas.
If the feather is still falling down within a vacuum,
feather is not a gas. That's a false equivalency fallacy.
You're not letting me finish my sentence to explain. So when a feather falls inside a vacuum when there's no medium, what that shows me is that there's something that we can't see that is just attracting stuff to the bottom of the earth. Essentially, that's what we see. And it also affects
show it affecting gas.
Yeah, it affects gas too.
Demonstrate it.
And we can see that with fluids because we all agree that fluids are just like air, right?
We're talking about gas.
Right, and gas and fluids are essentially almost identical in the way they work.
Can you show truth? Truth asks for a demonstration. Please provide us with a demonstration.
He's acting like a vacuum is not a medium, and I'm saying it is. You have to get the gas out to make it a vacuum.
Liquids are not
it's a medium.
Liquids are not
the medium.
To gases.
Oh wait, they're not.
You
I thought
still
they
change
were.
the medium. It's not the same as dropping it in gas.
They're different states of matter.
I mean, they're different states, but they react.
Well, that's what we're talking about. We're talking about how the state of gases, not liquids. We're not talking about liquids. We're not talking about solids. We're talking about gases. How gases are maintained and contained here without a container. That's what you're supposed to be trying to demonstrate.
But the question is, if fluids and gas essentially work the same way, even though they're different matter.
Well, then why don't you? No, they don't.
Entropy?
They don't because fluids don't move in all directions. Gases move in all directions. Demonstrate how gases can be maintained here in our atmosphere without a container.
With a force that affects the atmosphere, essentially.
And
if you want the most basic definition, that's what I would give.
Then demonstrate it. Demonstrate a force containing gas.
Can I talk for a minute? All right. So if you had like a vacuum chamber filled with gas, and you just let it sit there for a while, wouldn't all the gas go to the bottom of the vacuum chamber?
Is it not contained?
No, it's contained. Yeah.
Well, there you go.
But why would it just go to the bottom? That's the.
Yeah, it would keep it in, right?
Let it do that without the container. That's what we're trying to get you to understand.
The goalposts are being moved here. Because Oh, sorry, I'll let you speak.
I just had a really cool experience. I just wanted to share with you guys. So when I was 14, spring break, I went to see my dad in Ohio, and he took me to the Rock and Roll Museum, right? Which was pretty cool for a good old boy from Texas who likes rock and roll music, right? But I seen from Cleveland, Ohio, right? I seen Detroit, right? Well, the thing about that is I think Detroit's like 110 miles away. Well, I just met a man who lived in Cleveland. I just spoke to him and I asked him, I said, could you see Detroit from across the lake in Cleveland? He said, yeah. So that's like a confirmation that what I saw was what I saw, which is an impossible shot across the lake.
Ben, I don't know what's going on with your mic, but you've got a ton of back. Are you hitting your mic or something? Are you slapping up against it? Ben?
Sounds like you're making out with your phone.
No, my connection's just really bad. Like the
Oh
kinda,
gosh. Yeah. Just try to keep yourself muted when you're not speaking. I'm sorry, Hank. Go ahead.
No, it's all good. I didn't tell the guy I was a flat earther or anything. I was just saying, hey, my dad's from Ohio. I've been to Cleveland, and it's like a city that he lived in for a little while. And I was like, hey, did you ever see Detroit from across the lake? I think it was Detroit. I'm not sure what city it was, but it's like 109 miles away if you look at the Rock and Roll Museum and you look at like Detroit. Anyway, yeah,
So,
he confirmed it.
so you said he wasn't a flat earther. So did you help him out with his realization that?
Oh yeah, of course.
What'd he say?
Very next thing I said was, you know, that means the Earth's flat, right? And he smiled real big, and I was like, seriously, do the math, and he walked off.
That's cool.
He walked off probably because it's cold outside, and probably also because I said the Earth is flat.
Well, I mean, did he seem to be receptive of it, or did he just think you were great?
Yeah, he knew what I was talking about. He said I saw it too. I said I saw Detroit. I said when I was 14, I saw Detroit from the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame Museum. I saw it across the frozen lake. He said, yeah, I saw that too.
Cool. Invite him to the server. Drop him a link.
I don't think you understand. I'm delivering pizza, so I probably, won't see him again until the next time he orders pizza. But yeah, I planted the seed. That's what we do, right?
Yep. That's what we do.
Now he's got to research it for himself. If he's a smart man, he won't just do preliminary research and look up 10 reasons why it's not. If he's a smart man, he'll really look into it.
True.
Because he's going to think about that shit 109 miles away. He's saying it's flat. Because if you live by one of them lakes up there, like, you can't really deny what you saw. People talk about seeing Chicago from Michigan, right? Like, you can't unsee that shit.
Yeah, once you see it, you can't unsee it. That's very true.
I'm okay, guys. Real quick, I'm gonna go. So I'll see you guys later.
It's nice chatting with you, Kylo. I'm gonna unmute you and welcome to the server. How'd you find us? Kylo, you have control of your mic now.
All right, how when I was talking before about like the vacuum chamber and how the gas go to the bottom, somebody asked me a question. What was that question again?
Mic check.
Hello?
we've got a lot of no rolls running around here that don't want to come into VC check-in. For whatever reason. Well, I just checked in a guy from Peasant People. I was hoping that he would jump down here and have a conversation with us. But I guess he had something else to do at the moment.
is aether. So what? For upper air.
Greek is ether.
Yeah, what are they talking about when they say action at a spooky action at a distance?
Oh my god, I gotta get out of here. This is like insane. Is everyone okay?
No.
They're losing their minds.
I'm serious. Are you like ADHD on steroids? Everyone in here. I just asked a simple question. I got fucking I'm muting who on my channel? What does that have to do with this discussion? I let me take a break because this is pretty stupid. Thanks.
What have I come into?
It's like QE speaking another language.
Christ, no. no, it's it. No.
No way to strange.
Now I had to sit back down. A lot of these people in here are ADHD. They need some serious Adderall, dude. I'm telling you, it's stupid.
Enoch, whatever you say, don't mention it.
Oh shit!
Is that medical advice?
Jedi, get him.
Yeah. No, I didn't mean it. I didn't mean it like that. I was saying don't talk about it.
All right. See you later, Hank. I'm gonna have to ban you forever, apparently. I'm joking. No, I'm joking.
As long as they're on FLA team.
Oh my god, no, we got this fucking
No, can we please get back to the spooky
Every time Lemon says something, you start thinking about God.
Or ether, or truth, or philosophy.
Shut the fuck up.
No, Lemon, when you talk, you QE starts saying, "Oh God," every time you talk. Lemon.
So in what way
Amen.
can energy be physical? I want to know.
What?
I'm asking QE. In what way can energy be physical?
Oh, we're back on energy again?
Well, because you said.
I am curious about energy being a barrier that contains our
Oh, that's
atmosphere.
right. You said that's what started. Yeah, we were on that subject before MG Pillbox and North Star went off the reservation, huh?
Just if that could be a possibility, that'd be interesting. This is more for speculation, but
yeah, if energy can hold in gas pressure is what you're saying, right?
Yeah.
And then I asked you what type of energy, and then we went through kcals and other things, and that.
Any type of energy in general.
I don't think so.
Could. I don't think it could either. But
what if there was enough static charge?
It would depend on what's on the other side, right? Like if there's some type of energy, it depends on what it's got to contain the gas pressure within or whatever. Like in the case that there's a vacuum up there, like obviously not. I don't even know that there is anything that we can like demonstrate that would be able to do it. From my understanding, there isn't. But because you're always going to need a physical container, but like I don't know the real characteristics of, say, a firmament or whatever you want to call it. Like it could have an energy aspect to it, but I would say no.
Well, I think we're having a philosophy fallacy because we define matter or whatever
fallacy?
as philosophy fallacy.
Go ahead and post the definition of that one.
That's a philosophy that I came up with.
No. I said post the definition of that. Cite it. I want to see it.
Write your own definition.
Wait, are you saying
myself because I came up with it.
Wait, Lemon, are you saying that the philosophy fallacy is a philosophy that you came up with?
Oh yeah.
He said yes.
Because we define matter and energy as being distinct. Matter being the stuff that takes form, and energy being the stuff which tends not to take form. So unless we go back to that base philosophy, we're not going to be able to...
Wouldn't your philosophy fallacy be intrinsically philosophical fallacy?
Well, the base philosophy was matter and energy as being distinct, and then materialism came around as another philosophy.
I'm sorry. We're not talking about anything specific like matter and energy. We want to know what a philosophy fallacy is.
Oh, I made it up. Yes. It's basically when you have a prior philosophy. You have a prior philosophy like matter and energy being distinct, which is overshadowed by a later philosophy, materialism, which now tries to unify those two.
Philosophy fallacy.
So to get past the philosophy fallacy, you have to go back to the root philosophy and go back to the original way to define.
Anyway, you really cleared things up for me, Lemon. Thanks.
No problem.
I think that's the bourbon on the rocks fallacy. I'm not sure. I just
You
made
have
that
one
up.
philosophy that separates matter and energy, and another one that attempts to unify them under materialism. So you have a clash
Well, that's
of
the thing,
philosophy.
though. This is the thing, though, dude. Like, that kind of comes under the idea that it's some type of binary that has to be choose from. Like, not really. Like, the current connotation of matter, like, well, what they call mass and energy being interchangeable. Well, that can kick rocks. Obviously, it's incredibly stupid, but there are other possibilities, dude. Like that they're somewhat interchangeable, intertwined intrinsically. Like, if there was a background and there's a certain type of movement that actually manifests as the matter itself, has a certain vibration or frequency, that would be it. But this is the definition of a speculative. Like, this is nothing but speculation. It can't be. You're trying to tell me if energy and mass are related or intrinsic or interchangeable. Like, there's no way that you can do anything but speculate about that. All right. Like, and I mean, I don't know, unless you can do some little wizardry sorcery that's probably real and do it, but
You can't even see energy. It's just a general category for stuff which doesn't take form and activities which appear to be similar and united among different things. I can blow on a pane of glass and make fog, but so can another thing of matter, aka an animal going through the cold air, aka a tea kettle. This is different matter which is unified by a similar activity with a similar essence, a similar energy or spirit, if you will. And so it's just a philosophical framework to say the stuff that takes form and the stuff which doesn't take form, guided by some sort of activity, basically.
you were talking about. We're not trying to talk about philosophy, though, dude. God, you can make up anything and just call it philosophy, dude. We're talking about, like, is there any truth and reality to it? And I would say there's no way effectively to test Tesla's theory, which he said that when the ether is thrown into infinitesimal prodigious worlds of velocity, it manifests as matter, and then if the energy reverts back into the ether, then it would, become the ether again, basically.
Whoa, horsey. Is that a scientific theory?
No.
Thank you.
Actually, that was my whole point. Actually, wait up, bro. My whole point was
energy.
My whole point was that can't actually be tested. Like, in order to try to test that, what his theory, quote unquote, theory is, you would have to actually effectively have some matter, and you'd have to make it disappear. You'd have to make it, revert back into a background. So, like, obviously that's never been in any way substantiated or even close to being possible.
Part of it's philosophy because you can't have a unit of energy. You don't have a block of energy with a color, with a shape. It's just a philosophical abstraction from an activity. It's a simple activity that we, take a few things from and try to say, okay, this is it. But what is it beyond philosophy? What's energy beyond philosophy?
I think it's important to point out that Tesla himself was very specific about what he called science. And so he was constantly calling out all of these little grabblers running around, pseudoscientists. He called them all out all the time. He's like, you're drowning math magics. You're just, you're dazzling metaphysics and math and claiming it's science. He hated it. And if you read his writings, which I did, a ton of them, he's always very specific. Like, he's very specific that, like, this is limited to speculation. This is what I'm theorizing speculatively. I can't in any way substantiate this with experiment. And he made a point to always point out when he could or couldn't, because he felt so strongly about, the devolving of what people called science, even as far back as when he was alive. He was constantly having to call everyone out.
That's why you talk about the general philosophy that undergirds it, because
that's a philosophy fallacy.
It's energy is denoted by philosophy. You can't point to energy. It's just a general activity that you can, point to, but you can't point to a block of energy. You can point to an activity.
Yes, I can. It's discrete chunks. Oh, yes, I can point to it. Yes, I surely can. Yes, I can. You want me to point to it right now? 1 second.
Sure.
Yeah.
Well, I think there's no doubt you can isolate areas of pressure mediation that would be called energy. So.
Yep.
Well, to demonstrate, point to a run. When I run, point to run.
No.
How many steps makes a run?
You got
How
that?
hard does 5 feet have to hit the ground to run?
You got that from Dr. John D. That was a train wreck example. Sorry. Run.
But
really? What's the hypothesis?
There's nothing that denotes run. It's a general activity that we can point to, but nothing specifically really denotes it.
So
it's
run.
a general.
Run what? Like a human run?
It's a general activity that's abstracted.
Okay,
that
listen,
has nothing that's really pointed to like a block.
I eat 3 eggs, right? And bacon and toast slathered with butter. And I just sit here. Right? That destroys your hypothesis. Because to run is a choice. It is a volition. That's why it's a train wreck. So I'm going to get you discrete chunks of energy.
My nose runs.
Right now.
Yeah,
refrigerator.
It's a general abstraction.
Refrigerator. I'm going to give you discrete chunks of energy right now. Ready?
Ready.
Here you go. There they are.
Uh-oh.
They're emission spectra.
Yeah.
So philosophically, the question would be.
Oh my God, Lemon, it's not philosophically anything, dude. What the point here is, this is what I think maybe is the middle ground that should be said here. Okay, like when it comes to energy, we have an idea of what the phenomena is. We have a parameters of it. We can actually observe what we're calling energy. It's because it has effect in the physical world. So adhering to the term physical as in it's literally a phenomenon in the physical world, then energy is physical. It is actually oftentimes quantifiable, but it certainly can be isolated because you're isolating an area of pressure mediation. Now, when you extend beyond that and you're trying to figure out and define exactly the entirety of the characteristics of energy, then we start getting into oftentimes overlooked presuppositions. But like that's why I agree before you presented this is you can isolate pressure mediation, i.e. energy, in the real world, like definitively.
Well, I mean, can these blocks be taken out and stacked on top of each other, or are these just, discrete interactions? Is it really a continuum, but you're only talking about the part of the continuum that happens to hit your eyes that you can abstract?
This is not.
That's the sort of stuff that it gets into philosophically.
You've already been exposed. You're done. It was that easy.
This philosophy needs to be discussed.
It's not a philosophy. We already exposed that.
Lemon, man. What's your catch up on just
about an electromagnetic spectrum, which is continuous and discrete blocks of energy? That's a contradiction.
Is this continuous right here?
How can you have a continuous spectrum which is continuous without blocks?
This isn't a continuous spectrum. I think you lost the plot. This isn't a continuous spectra. It's an emission line spectra. Do you see the lines? That's not continuous. If it was continuous, it'd be smeared all the way through. Follow?
So these are isolated packets of energy, if you want to put it that way.
Yep.
And yeah, I mean, Lemon, what are you even arguing, bro? Like, you agree that like a magnetic field.
I basically argue that energy doesn't have a block that can be pointed to. It comes from philosophical abstraction, and so the full meaning for energy comes from the energy-matter distinction, the base philosophy, which gives this whole thing
No,
meaning.
Lemon, that isn't true. He just gave you an example. I can give you many other examples. What people call the electron. Okay, the electron, right? That phenomena is objectively relative to energy, okay? And energy is just a byproduct of pressure mediation. And so now when people say they know exactly what the electron is and they make up all these stories about it and the characteristics of it, that's one thing. But we can definitely, consistently isolate the phenomena of electrons a quadrillion times, like always. So that's his point, is we can isolate the actual energy area. That's just subjective. Like there is a physical reality to it.
Yeah, he listened to Dr. John D's presentation. You're off the mark. Just be careful.
Unless you can point to a block of energy, I think this philosophy is questionable.
I'm sorry, I just showed you. I mean, this is just cognitive dissonance or something. You got your hands over your eyes. Can you see it 4 minutes after the hour, please?
Yeah, but that's a category error because you're talking about
Category
the
error.
energy. That's a category error.
Yeah, sure. Go fucking fish.
You got to give it to Lemon Man.
We weren't talking about emission spectra. We were talking about energy.
That is energy right there. You see the wavelength? You see the wavelength right there in nanometers?
I see. Yes.
Yeah, that could be, you could take this and convert it to wattage, which is energy, and deconvert it to joules, right? So you're full of shit, in other words.
So you're saying that bands can be taken out and allow us to do work or something like that? Because as far as I heard, energy was also the ability to do work. We can take these bands out and do work or something.
Well, then go talk to Dr. John D about it, okay?
Just saying, it's a bit of a category.
Lemon, let's do it like this. Let's see where we agree or disagree, okay? Do you agree that energy is a result of pressure mediation?
I guess so, yes.
Okay, so if we know there's pressure mediation throughout everything, and pressure mediation can result in energy. So that's a reality, that's a phenomenon in the physical world. The pressure mediation resulting in that energy. That happens in the physical world. In fact, we can, actually control variables to make sure it consistently happens, and we can isolate the very area that it happens at. Meaning, we can isolate the area where the pressure has mediated and resulted in energy. We can isolate this by actually, manipulating and varying the input of the pressure that gets mediated.
The energy would have to be present beforehand, assuming energy is even a thing. It would have to be there already and then change form and then...
Energy itself is just a concept, right? But energy itself is a concept, but like what we've agreed on for it to define and mean, like, is a reality in the physical world. Like, I don't know what we're disagreeing on.
It's just, all I said was that you don't have a block of energy, so it would be slightly conceptual.
I just showed you blocks of energy.
And I said that I have a problem with that because you can't take those blocks.
Your problem is unsubstantiated. You've seen it. I mean, this is just absolute cognitive dissonance or hand wave dismissal. I just showed you. You're finished.
Yeah, like Lemon, your best argument is not this angle, right? Like your angle, I would say, is that, well, physical is defined to mean having an effect in the physical world. And if we go with that definition of physical, then yes, energy is a physical reality. But if we then conflate it into like meaning matter, meaning like literally has to have matter, that's different. I can go down swinging with you on that contention, but to just kind of whistle past the fact that we can isolate the energy is not going to work, bro.
Well, originally we got into this because of the materialistic attempt to bring energy under matter, when there was an earlier philosophy that appeared to kind of go against that and say energy would be something that's more formless, transferable, and in that regard, less physical or non-physical.
Less physical.
Well, it's still physical. It has a physical reaction in the world, man.
Unless you can point to a block of it that's going to be a...
Yeah, he did. 4 minutes after the hour.
See, like, I don't even have a problem with people saying that light is physical, bro. Light does have a physical reaction in the physical world. I just always have to make sure I clarify, like, what exactly I'm agreeing with. You have to just clarify. You're like, okay, I agree. Yeah, light's physical in the sense that... I don't know who has echo, but y'all see what I'm saying? You see what I'm saying? It's simple, right, bro? But like, I contend heavily, everyone knows, I contend the materialistic nature claim of the photon. But I still admit that light's a physical phenomenon.
Because there doesn't appear to be a token.
That's the problem.
Well,
it's not material. It's energy. That's the problem. 1 second, Lemon. It's not material. Whoever said that, I don't know who's ever said that, but they're on friggin' serious shrooms. Light is energy.
Well, because
but didn't they say energy and mass are interchangeable, and mass is a compilation of matter?
No, Einstein says that. I don't.
Yeah, fair enough. You don't. You're right. You're an anomaly within. You know what I mean? Like
I'm an anomaly. Thanks, man.
Well, you know what I'm saying, though. You're an anomaly within all
Yeah.
the other people that are staking that.
Yeah.
Well, the thing is, since we don't have a token that appears to be constant with some of this energy business, the accusation could be leveled that instead of it being something like a rock with a full, definable essence, it may be a general activity whose, interaction can change. A run may not be as much of a run if you change your pace down to, less of a run and or walking. Or it could turn into a dance if different activities are combined with that same.
You just keep on monologuing. You're full of shit, man. I already exposed you.
Hey, Kiwi, check this out.
So is it a generalized activity, or is it something with an essence that is
it's usually the dumbest person that fucking keeps talking.
Yeah, Lemon, if I could quote Hank Hill here. Dang it, Lemon.
Yeah.
Well, the thing is, energy is an activity.
Who cares what you think? You've already been exposed. You're finished.
And it may not really have a form. It may be philosophically abstracted. It may not really have a changeable token to go with it.
Can somebody shut this dumbass up?
Now, when I
about Delta X, if that's all right.
Just because you're a moderator doesn't give you fucking
Can you feed me one of these emission spectra beams and give me energy?
Sir.
Can you do that?
After you've been exposed, you don't get a chance to monologue over your horse shit. You've been exposed more times than Mae West in the past 10 minutes, so I just shut the fuck up.
Yeah, definitely try to keep it concise.
Feed me one of these bands. Okay, well, if you can't feed me one of these bands and give me energy, philosophically, we're going to have a problem.
All right, Dory, philosophically, man. Oh, my gosh.
Yeah, I'll solve this for you guys. If I eat a peanut, the energy from the peanut goes to my muscles.
Wow,
That's
dude,
what
that was
energy is.
profound, dude. Hey, check this out. This is going to be very...
protein. Man, fucking deep.
Yeah, it's going to be a crude illustration, but say you got like... I don't know how else to do it other than this crude of an illustration. You just have to bear with me. But say you have like some type of a giant or something, right? It doesn't matter. But anyway, so just picture his two hands, but he's like they're way stretched out, and then he moves them towards one another, like just moves them in, like maybe even in and out, right? Like doesn't connect them or whatever, but he just like waving his hands in and out towards each other. And then there's a ripple that's going to be affected by like the medium that he's moving his hands in from both sides. Like that's what I think. That would be like a real crude illustration of what I think like light is. We just assume it's coming from one way, point A to point B, traveling all stuff, and I think it's like simultaneous, instantaneous movement.
We're not talking about
that.
Talking about energy.
But that
ties in with
holy shit, man. He just won't shut the fuck up.
Yeah,
well,
Touche, you're talking about energy specifically. Yeah, I think you've heard my take on it, right? Like I don't think we disagree at all.
No,
like,
I couldn't hear everything. Obviously, we got a problem, right?
Yeah, like so I guess what I'm saying is energy is physical, right? Because it's in the physical world. I mean, it's that's
The only problem with that is the light in that case. If you think of light being that would be the activity of the medium on say the it would be defined by an activity.
Lemon, bro, you gotta chill. What do you? I love you, bro, but I'm not sure what you're talking about, bro. Like. You should just be able to agree with what I just said. It's just objective.
Yeah, but it doesn't have a token. It doesn't have a physical token that is really constant.
You've been token.
Change.
Wait a minute. Are we talking about the link between the tangible and intangible?
Ultimately, yes.
Maybe better stated, like the physical aspect that we can't isolate and observe in the physical world, which is objectively like physical in that connotation of the word physical, because it's in the physical world. Like what we do perceive in this physical world, the observable phenomenon, right? Like, is it the better stated would be like, who's to say that that's all there is? Like, who's to say it's not just, it's just continuing way, just a way, there's a ton of it you just can't even see.
I think you
none of it
can't.
you don't observe you don't observe physically, but like it doesn't actually mean it's not there.
I think in any of this you can't rule out consciousness for the whole thing. Something behind all of it is making all of this that we see, all of those things that are objective to us and the things that are not so objective to us. There's something that, because the information doesn't come from nowhere, it has to come from some intelligent agent, so some kind of consciousness.
Yeah, I don't think that's what Witsit was trying to say, though. I can't get it clearly. Maybe if everyone would just relax for a second and let Witsit talk. I haven't got it clearly yet. Why are we number one? Why is it always go to light?
Oh, I don't know. I just did that. I thought we had already like talked
Not
about
that
the
it-
energy aspect.
Not that it can't go there. I mean, I'm fine with it, but why does it have to? I don't know. Energy. I can see static electricity, right? And if I wet my finger and put it in a light fucking socket or get it anywhere close, let me tell you something. I know there's energy there. I can fucking see it and feel it. So how is that
Yes.
philosophical?
I agree with you, dude. Obviously, man. That's what I was saying. Like that part's just subjective, right?
Right.
Yeah, that's a great example. I'd rather talk about that anyway. I mean, yeah, that's super physical. Did you know that you can have like, say, you got like some, let's just say, distilled water, and you can put like
Yep.
all kinds of stuff, plug it in there, you're good to go.
Yep.
Turn on a blow dry, whatever. Take off the top. It's just
Yep.
super good to go in the water. But that water in that form can still be affected by electrostatic. So you can still move
Sure.
it with electrostatic.
Yep.
Which right there demonstrates my whole point, right? It's like,
Nope. It's good.
yeah.
Yep.
That's like basically summarizes my point.
Every time I get out of my stupid Jeep Grand Cherokee, that son of a bitch shocks me.
Dude, it's like everywhere, bro. Like sometimes it's just higher. Sometimes it's just more of it. I just find it to be a preposterous claim to claim that like when there's not more of it, there's none. There is no actual intellectual foundation to make the claim that there is none.
You'd have to be living in a closet in a rubber room. I mean, serious rubber, like 6 feet of rubber for most of your life. Not that everyone's experienced this.
Yeah, like even rubber, though. It's like that's what's so frustrating from my part. It's just like, guys, we should just all be able to agree on some of this. Like, even rubber will, like, you can still be affected by electrostatics. Like,
Yeah, it would have to be serious, right? It's a serious. Yeah, I don't want to talk about rubbers.
No, just general insulators, right? Like just insulators in general. Like electrostatics still, like that doesn't affect my point.
Yeah, but we're getting off. I don't think we have a point yet.
I would love to talk about gas pressure for a second.
Okay.
It's
Gas
just-
pressure's elastic energy is so much stronger than electrostatics.
Bring it up because that'll give us off the subject, and
All right.
So, do you have a token?
What? No.
The token would be the interaction.
Oh, no, man.
Oh my God. Barometer.
All right.
That would be the token.
I'm sorry.
I want to talk about Delta X just for a second. I understand the container. I would like to know why we have explain the gradient. Is it a stratification of the gases, or is it a stratification of density of gases?
Check this out, man. We live in a closed dynamic system. There's energy being introduced to the system. We have gas constantly being cycled and introduced at the surface. We have the biggest compilation of matter at the surface also, like just with, and those are the things cycling predominantly, right? And then we do have, of course, we have densities, but we also have weather patterns and energy and all kinds of like different changes in temperature and fluctuations. And so you have to account for the dynamic nature of everything. And then you have to actually honestly, you would have to know the characteristics of the container and exactly like how the sun and moon play an effect in the phenomena that is what we we have as a gradient in the closed dynamic system, and you would need to know like really its relationship with the firmament, what the firmament is, like the actual type of like energy relationship beyond that, what's the difference and everything to understand how it's affecting down here. And I think that logically, as you get closer to this energy input in the source, things would change quite a bit. Maybe like it's super easy to fly and stuff, you know.
So what you're telling me is that it's best to stay away from Delta X as much as possible as far as trying to explain to someone why we have pressure gradients.
I don't see why I don't see why this isn't efficient. So then what I would say is, well, everything's inherently electrostatic. That includes the Earth, and the Earth has a resonance field. You know, it acts like a cavity resonator. Like Tesla showed this in like 1899. Anyway, we have lightning, right? So everything's inherently electrostatic, and it has a resonance. It's just super, super, super weak. Now we have a gas cycle, and we have tons of humans and vegetation like within this gas cycle on the surface of the Earth. And we're in a closed dynamic system, and there's energy always being input, and the energy is coming from above.
Yeah, it's clearly an electrical system, though. Definitely.
Now, hold on a second. I don't think we answered his question. So he's talking about Delta X. He's talking about gas pressure gradients. And the question is, how do we have gas pressure without a container in the first place? So his question was, is it appropriate to steer away from the Delta X comment? Yes. But we're not diverting away. What they are doing, they are diverting away from the actual question. The question is, how can you have Delta X? Or I'm sorry. See, I got confused. How can you have X without a container? Not the Delta X part of the argument. The
Well,
Delta
that's why I
X
have
part
no
of the
problem.
argument. Yes.
That's why I have no problem doing it, right? Because it's like, okay,
Yep.
now you've heard mine. Now what's yours? You can't even get the Delta X.
Right.
You know, like what are you talking about? You can't even get to that part.
Right. It's a red herring fallacy to the actual question, right?
Yeah, but
Right.
you can like machine gun reply, seeing it a million times, immediately like segueing back into bringing it back on point. It's hilarious.
Yes.
But you know,
That was your question, correct?
Well, yeah. So essentially, even I want to understand, and I'm glad that you've explained it for me, Witsit, but, we have different strata. This is how I would explain it. We have different strata of different gases, correct? I mean, you can find some oxygen higher, but you're going to find mostly hydrogen, helium higher up, correct?
Yeah, for the most, you're going to have to delineate that very hyper specifically.
Right.
I haven't been like incredibly high. You know, like we're not just allowed to go real high. I don't know what's going on up there. I bet that it's different. So one thing I do know for sure, right, is a phenomenon we know is real, is magnetic levitation. Could be mislabeled electrographitic propulsion. But, you're getting closer to the container.
Well, see, what I would say is that if you let a helium balloon go, right, obviously I'm not going to bother with the whole gravity thing or what causes vectors. All right, we're not going to talk about that. But in my mind, the gases, in some ways, and I'm not comparing them with liquids, but that helium balloon is going to eventually find its equilibrium, right? And it's going to rest on top of the denser layer below it and kind of find its equilibrium and then hold its point.
No.
No?
Nope. Gases don't rest. They wouldn't be gases if they did.
Yeah, man, they're like constantly booking it, bro.
Yeah, but is it different because he's describing a balloon where it's contained?
No. He's not. No, unless he's talking about inside the balloon.
Well, I thought he meant that if you set it aloft, it would find its equilibrium and eventually
That's
stop
what I was
rising.
saying. Right?
Equilibrium with what?
Whatever densities are around it.
So relative density.
Yeah. It might be in a pursuit of equilibrium, if you will.
Yep. Yeah,
that's what I'm talking about. Because eventually it's going to find a ceiling somewhere, right, where it can no longer go up, but it's not going to come down because whatever's below it is more dense.
What? No. What? No. Maybe I'm misunderstanding what you're saying.
You let the balloon go; it goes up for a while, but eventually it will stop.
No, it won't. How do you show that?
Show a balloon finding its equilibrium.
Stopping.
Pop.
Stopping. So it pops where the helium go.
Yeah, but what if you had like some type of pressure release and you were letting it out? Could you find
Where does the helium go is my question.
Okay, so let me try this a different way. You have a balloon full of helium, but time goes by. For a week it was at your ceiling, and now slowly some of that gas has escaped. Right.
Okay.
So it sags, but it doesn't always hit all the way to the floor. It is kind of always it's in its equilibrium. The gas below it is denser than the
It's still
gas
moving,
above.
dude. It's always going to be moving, dude.
Who showed a balloon in their living room? This was like a Coriolis type demonstration where they had a balloon in their living room, and of course it didn't go anywhere, but it was just kind of hovering there in the middle of the room.
Mm-hmm.
I know that the gas inside the container, right, is moving all the time.
Right.
But the gas itself, as far as the density is concerned, has found an equilibrium, correct?
And the balloon.
Well, a relative equilibrium, bro. Like it's still moving.
Yep. I think we're getting confused with the balloon and what's in the balloon a little bit, if I'm not mistaken.
Okay. Tell me what you mean by it's always moving.
The gas molecules move freely and randomly at high speeds.
Of course, I agree.
Look, the balloon's not just going to sit there frozen, bro.
Right.
It's still
what it was doing
in
is
the
hovering?
pursuit of equilibrium, dude. I mean, it just has a relative equilibrium.
So I'm observing the balloon not moving, but you're telling me it is.
You're observing
No, I think
a
he
balloon
means
not moving.
You've never seen this
might
where a
have
balloon will
found
just
its
hover in a room?
equilibrium, but the gas inside it is still moving.
Yeah, the gas. Whoever's rumpusing in the background is correct. Like I said, I'm going to say this one more time. You're getting a little bit confused between the balloon and what's in the balloon and what's around the balloon. You're treating the helium in the balloon as the balloon.
Yeah, okay, I understand what you're saying. Yes, the gas is always moving within it. I get you.
Yeah.
Yep.
But would we agree that there are strata of different densities of gas?
No, we don't agree. Nope, I don't agree with that. And I got to go feed my cat. What's it? Take over, man.
Yeah, dude, I'm giving you falsification is independent of replacement. The only way that we can have gas pressure is that it's a closed dynamic system. And that's a big statement there, right? That's okay. And falsification is independent of replacement. So really right there is good. But I've offered replacement. So I mean, if you don't think it's sufficient replacement, then maybe voice specifically.
I'm just trying to
why
understand it better.
Okay,
All I'm really
there's a
trying to do is
resonance
understand it better.
field on the Earth. The Earth is electrostatic. Everything is, okay? Everything.
Yes.
And every compilation of matter, electrostatic inherently on the Earth, is playing a role in the resonance field. Okay. And so that's closest to the surface of the Earth. It goes up a certain distance. I wouldn't know exactly how high. Not very high. I'd have to reread. But anyway, so at the same time, like almost all of the actual cycling of the gas takes place on the surface. We've got different animals and humans and vegetation. And so like you can actually show that it's hyperlogical. It's simple, dude. If you have a closed system and you introduce gas at the surface level of the closed system, right, you're going to have a higher concentration of gas at the bottom while gas is being introduced. So then, in addition to that, we have energy being clearly introduced and input into the system.
I'm with you.
Okay, and like for example, we have the sun. It's always above us. It's above us. Energy is coming from above us, right?
Yes.
Coming from its origin all the way to us, and so that would play a role. We have energy differences or temperature differences with weather patterns, just in general, and we have the wind and everything, right? And we have the way that behaves, how close it is to the sources of energy being input, as in higher up, and all of that before it gets down to what we observe at the surface. And so all of these are going to play a role in the way the gases work. And so some of the ones that get away and keep going faster, like they're still ultimately being contained. They have to be. And we don't have enough information to know exactly what it's like at, like, say, 60 to 70 miles away.
Right. So what you're essentially telling me is because of the electrostatic nature of the Earth, that the proximity to the Earth affects the gas pressure. Is that what you're telling me?
I wouldn't even like really ever put it that way, because like the elastic energy of the gas is so much stronger than electrostatics. I'm just like laying out what's like the objective recollection of what we can prove and know to be true about the Earth and at the surface and the way that we observe the gases.
Because
Can I ask a question? Can I ask a question? Can I ask a question? What's it about your explanation when you have a vacuum and you insert a gas in the vacuum at the surface, and then you said that it's going to be more concentration at the bottom. Now, my question is, if gas moves in every way, direction, to fill the available space, I kind of don't think that there'd be more gas at the bottom.
But it doesn't matter what you think, man. As long as gas is being introduced to the system,
Which is nothing, right?
Gas,
in the vacuum, it's nothing, right? There's nothing in that vacuum. There's nothing, no gases.
So there's no perfect vacuums.
Well, who even said vacuum for one? I said container. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. I said closed container.
But I think you said I think you did mention vacuum. I think
No, I didn't.
if you insert the gas in a vacuum, I think you said that. Okay.
No,
On Earth.
No, I didn't say that.
Oh, no, you did. Okay, sorry.
No, no vacuum involved in this.
But you said something about inserting a gas.
All right,
Did you say
listen,
in
man.
the
So you
system?
have a closed container. If you are to introduce gas to it at the surface level of the container, the containment.
Okay.
as
so the container is not empty. It has gas in it already.
Yeah, it doesn't even matter if it doesn't. So anyway, because eventually, once you're introducing gas into a vacuum, if it's closed, it's not a vacuum. First of all, there's no such thing, and it's just going to continue to increase in amount of gas. And my point remains, which is that as long as you're introducing gas at the surface level, there will be a higher concentration at the surface level.
At the surface. Oh, okay. I thought you said bottom. I thought you said high concentration at the bottom. Sorry.
Yeah, like the surface of the bottom, where you're introducing the gas. It isn't
Right.
complicated. Gas goes
there.
whichever direction it wants to, instantaneously, does what it wants to.
And
OG
yeah,
status does whatever it wants to always. But if you're just constantly introducing more of it at the bottom, you have a higher concentration there inherently. What is so complicated about it? And not to you specifically, just to like, I just never have got why people, especially globe earthers, don't ever understand when I say it. It's like, it's very simple, dude. We have a cycle of gas, and it almost like completely, like definitely predominantly takes place on the surface of the Earth. Oh, that's just such a, what a puzzle piece. I don't know what to do with that. It's so simple. I just never have understood.
Yeah, I know. The analogy here is because I thought it was in a vacuum, which would, if there be nothing in no gas, and you insert, say, helium, well, helium's just going to take the whole space. There's going to be no accumulation at the bottom of the vacuum, right?
Okay, yeah, but you're just going to keep putting gas in, right? You're just flooding it with gas. But we don't live in a vacuum, bro. I don't know what you're talking about.
Exactly. Yeah. So
there is no such thing.
Yeah.
So I guess, the Earth is emitting or releasing gas constantly. I mean, you can just sit by a pond and see that, the bubbles pop up. Now, that's water displacing air in the dirt, but nonetheless, it's releasing air into the quote-unquote atmosphere. but I guess because we have so many different types of gases, and of course it is a dynamic system with, sunlight and wind and so forth. If I don't know, I guess, all gas is created at the surface. So I'm with you.
It's that simple, dude. And gas, it instantaneously seeks equilibrium omnidirectional. So, I mean, just omnidirectional dispersal instantaneously. So that's just what it is. That's how gas is. That's just what we know it is, man. And then it hits containment. And to say that it isn't possible that an energy source could be so strong that it would overtake it would be dishonest. It would just be a baseless assertion in the sense that it's it's just unfalsifiable, really. So it's pointless. But as we do know it, that's the case. So
right.
Depending on, for the most part, right? Like if there's ionization, for sure. Like when you look at the northern lights, and it seems to be relative or close to like a magnetic source. But at the same time, no, gas does what it wants to do. It's omnidirectional dispersal instantaneous. And that's just what we know, bro. And a ton of it's being cycled at the surface.
Right.
And we do have, and it is just an additional objective description that we have a resonance field on the Earth. It's electrostatic, and electrostatic is super weak. And in fact, if you have incoherent magnetism and you increase the amount of matter, it gets way bigger, which the Earth is huge. Then it's super weak.
Right. I guess the only thing that confuses me is, and these are things that I've heard. I have not studied up on it, so don't hold me to task. Is that we tend to find the lighter gases, quote unquote lighter gases, at higher altitudes. So in my mind, all I can see is gas stratification. And I don't know if there's some validity to that or not, but my best example, of course, is the balloon with helium that wants to jam out. It wants to find where it is comfortable with.
Dude, the gas always wants to find where it's comfortable. The gas is going to hit the outside of the balloon. It's always in a pursuit of being comfortable. Everywhere they go, they just ricochet. They have different vectors. They have omnidirectional dispersal at their disposal.
But then you got to think the sun and moon come and stirs everything up, especially the sun, because what happens? Temperature rises, bumping particles, right? So it gets all mixed up. And then there's high pressure, low pressure systems. So it's like in a blender.
Hey, that's my gender. I'm a gender blender.
No, you're not.
So you turn the blender on, but you still have gases that want to stay with other light gases.
Yeah, but they're perturbed.
They don't want to stay anywhere.
Well, then.
Did you ask them?
All right.
Well, they're not sentient, but they're just in constant pursuit of equilibrium, as is everything ever, always. Everything, and I mean literally everything, comes down to pressure mediation.
Can you freeze a gas? Is that a thing?
Yeah, you could freeze a gas.
But would it still remain as a gas and not a different state?
No, it'd be frozen state.
Wait.
It'd be a solid.
So what's it?
It would turn into a liquid, right?
No,
It's frozen.
If it's frozen, that means it's a solid. Why would that be a liquid?
Well, there's just one thing that I'm really still having trouble with.
It's the same shit, really.
And maybe I'm messing up just with the balloon idea in general. But if you've got a balloon that's filled with, we'll call it surface level atmospheric gases, you got your nitrogen, your oxygen, your carbon dioxide, they're in one balloon. And you got your helium in the other one. Why does the helium want to jam out upwards, but the other one fall down?
Yeah, because they're just booking it.
But what is
They're
the
super
difference
light, dude.
between the two of them? They're both gases, but they do not do the same thing. They both want to jam out. They all go in different vectors, right? Infinite different vectors, but one goes up, one goes down. Why?
Wait, are you saying that all the gas particles just go up? Because they just go in all kinds of directions. Well, dude, yeah, they go
I'm
in all
asking the difference. why does the one filled with your standard atmospheric lower end gases stay down here, and then why does helium go up?
They're
Lighter than the air around it, right?
They're lighter, so their pursuit of equilibrium is faster.
Okay,
I
but
think
are
the
they
answer is
lighter even based on the same density? Because then I'm talking about density, right? Lighter or density? What's the difference?
There is no difference.
Okay.
My answer to that is
Other
frequency.
than you don't have a true definition of weight, like in the world, just like the world doesn't have a real calendar. Like we're been limited to primitive positions. So
But
weight, pressure, mediation, the density of the object, density of the medium, coherency, location, vector. All of these would play a
frequency.
role.
Hey, what's it? I think something has to do with.
coherency.
I think everything has to do with frequency, the vibration, the frequency of vibration of everything. Helium, gas, solids, rock, metal, anything vibrates at a certain frequency. And when that frequency is affected, well, that's what's create everything like gas molecules wants to hang out with other gas molecules that has the same frequency vibration. So they'll just go there until they're there. Oh, there, I'm good. Until it changes.
This is right. So this is why I compare it, which I understand gases and liquids are not the same, but it seems to me that because of the frequency or whatever you want to call it, density, weight, who cares? They want to be with like densities, weights, whatever. They want to stratify.
Yeah.
Okay.
And it falls in my mindset with God creator, that when he spoke the world into being, these were frequencies that he spoke out, and it created everything.
Yeah, sure. Cymatics. But when it comes to gas, man, everything is pressure mediation, bro. And if you're talking about gas particles just going super fast everywhere, how light they are is the most relevant part of it. And none of them are just chilling ever. They don't go up there and be like, I'll meet you on the 9th floor, let's kick it. And then they just throw a party and stop trying to seek equilibrium.
Yeah, and then everything affects them. And as far as frequency goes,
they just never stop
you
moving.
just throw some sunlight onto a molecule, and it's gonna start vibrate higher, and then it's gonna start moving. Or less
It's
light.
always going to move faster.
Yeah.
It's never going to stop moving.
That's right.
Yeah.
I just got back. Did we get past? I think gas pressure is more philosophical.
Sorry, guys, to interrupt. So I've just checked in a new guy called Black Wine. Very new to the subject. So, Black Wine, if you're there. Hello, my friend. How are you?
I'm well. Yourself?
Awesome stuff, buddy. So, yeah, this is just Black. Oh, I've got some background noise. That's really hurt my ears.
Ask Dad.
So, yeah, this is Black Wine, guys. Ask Dad, you got a bit of background, buddy. So, this is Black Wine, guys. I just checked him in. Seems like a very reasonable guy, quite intelligent. So, being as he's new to the subject, guys, I didn't want to interrupt your conversation so much, but we have this conversation all the time. I probably want to focus on the new guy. So, Black Wine, tell us how you found the Flat Earth subject and your interest in it.
Oh, El Boricua, I guess one of your gold members sent me an invite.
Nice. So what do you think? You live on this magic spinning cartoon ball where water bends around the outside of it while it spins and goes 11 vectors in a vacuum, brought to you by Jesuit priests?
Talk about throwing me in the fire. I came to this channel just to quietly sit and listen in and draw some conclusions, I guess.
All right, I got a simple question for you, bro. If the surface of the Earth wasn't curving anywhere, what would it be?
If it wasn't, then it would be a plane.
Huh. So don't you think the most efficient way to see if their little story and fairy tale they told us is true is to go test that part?
Well, I guess I would get in my car and drive to where I couldn't drive anymore, and then get in a boat and then sail to where I couldn't sail anymore.
Well, we can I guess we could try and measure the surface of the Earth. It should be curving in every direction.
That would be correct.
All right, so don't you think that'd be the most efficient way to test it, to go out and try and measure it?
To measure a curve?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not sure how you'd go about doing that, but sure.
Well, we'd have to be able to find it, right? Because they say it's there. So I guess the best way to do it would be to go use their numbers of where they said it should be because of how big they claimed it was and see if it's actually in that location curving like it's supposed to at the rate it has to. Don't you think?
Okay, so maybe I'll back up a little bit here. Let's say, for example, and I'll throw something out there. Don't crucify me for saying this, but let's say the International Space Station. The images that you see from the ISS and the fine curvature of the Earth, I don't believe that's correct. Given the distance that is apparently off of the surface, I don't think you would see the curvature the way that they depict it.
Nice. Cool. Being honest, bro. Yeah, that's weird. Why would they have to not show you what they just see then? Don't you think? But beyond that, we ourselves, we're not limited to some governmental agency because they would never lie. We can actually go out ourselves and test it, right? So I'm gonna go out and we're gonna see, where's this curve? If the Earth's a ball, then it's curving in every direction, and it's going to have curvature, and that's going to be inherently tied to how big it is, right? And we have a radius value. We know where the curve should be. We can go out and test their radius value claim. We did that, and it's bunk. It fails everywhere, all over the world.
Mhm.
There is no curvature. There is no curvature to be found. Now combine that with what you just were honest about, which is that the ISS claims to be up there showing the whole world the Earth's a ball, and they're clearly not showing honest anything.
Well, why is it doctored or manipulated?
Because there is no curvature, my man. Again, we went and tested. That's why Flat Earth is so heavily censored.
Okay, but back to my question is why would those images be doctored?
You're asking why would they lie?
Yeah, what would be the purpose?
Why would they lie?
What's there to gain?
Dude, we have a whole song that a bunch of us on the server made just because we hear that question so much. Well, I mean, why would they lie? I don't know. Why does the government lie about all kinds of things? Why'd the government set up Vietnam with the Gulf of Tonkin false flag attack, admittedly so at this point? Huh.
I'm not familiar with that topic at all.
Oh, well, what people might even say why. Well, they've declassified and admitted that. But what people might even say why it's not even right either. Because really, they just had to go get a new opium supply at the foothills of the Himalaya Mountains. Oh. So basically, to ask me why the government would lie, I just don't even consider it to be a founded question, to be honest. Right? I mean, we can all agree. We can both agree the government always
The
lies.
government lies, yes.
Okay, so yeah, why would they lie when we're talking specifically about the ISS attributed to NASA, a governmental agency? I mean, why would they not? I mean, they didn't really put morals at the forefront from the beginning or anything. I mean, it was founded right at the same time as the Antarctic Treaty was signed, and then Operation Paperclip, also declassified, brings Nazi scientists over, and then puts Werner von Braun, an SS officer, in charge of the space program. So, I mean, I can hit you with all kinds of reasons why they would lie, dude. You know, but I always use this in illustration, and I'm sure we could talk about that after you just fully understand the fact that we know they did lie, right? But if you have a girlfriend, if you had a girlfriend, right? And I walked up to you, I was like, "Hey, I got some bad news." You loved her, dude. She's pretty, she's cool, whatever. Whoop de whoop. You're engaged. And I was like, "Dude, I got some bad news. Got a video of your girl cheating on you, bro." Would you refuse to look at the evidence of the literal video I have of her cheating because you're like, "No, there's no way that's her. Why would she ever lie to me? She would never do that. It just doesn't make sense until you can tell me a good reason what she would even get out of it or why she would lie. Then I'm not looking at the video.
So you get stuck into an issue here, and what it is this. I have no idea what that is. Okay, so let's reverse this. I say this to you about your girlfriend. I've got it, or your fiance. I've got.
There's no reverse here, bro. Like
No.
Okay, try. Go ahead. I'm actually.
Let him go. I want to hear this.
Go ahead.
So I say to you, I've got this evidence or whatnot. I want you to see it, and you say, you know what? I really need to see that. What you just did is you doubted your fiance by requesting to see it. You basically said, I don't think she is trustworthy. I need to see this. Whereas if you had said, you know what, I don't believe you. I'm not going to look at it at all because I know her character and she wouldn't do that. You've put 100% faith in her.
Yeah. Okay. So if you want to do that and then marry a liar that's cheating on you, if you marry the lie, that is certainly ultimately up to the individual. That's why the analogy is what it is.
Of course it is. But
I'm like, bro, you're about to sign your life away to a lie. She's a scuzzy, bro. Here's a video of her. And then you're just going to, no, I'm going to rock with it. I don't want to even. I'm like, dude, last thing I want to do is be sitting here showing another dude that his girl's cheating on him. But, bro, pictures, videos, more than once. Homies telling me about stuff, crazy stuff. I got to tell you. I got to show you. Just look for yourself. And you wouldn't even like look at the evidence. You know, that would be ridiculous. But at that point, well, that means then I could just ask the question, if the earth truly were flat, would you want to know?
Well, logically, yes. That's the answer.
Can I take over for a second?
Yeah.
Yeah, sorry about that. Because we always get this question. That's why they made the song. Number one, the motive or intent is secondary or tertiary to the crime. But we'll entertain it just for now because you're kind of new. So, number one, like I said, it's appeal to motive intent fallacy. Or number one. Number two, people lie. Number three, $60 million a day for NASA and their subcontractors. And as it's spoken, money is the root of all evil. It's called a racket, essentially legalized extortion. And number four, to hide God from the can't Fogomir masses. So I got an analogy for you. Bob, Victor, and Alice grew up together. They're the best of friends. Alice was a lovely woman, never spoke a bad word or crossed anyone in her life. Bob and Victor were special agents homicide for 25 years. They got a call one day to investigate a murder. The address, Alice's house. They show up and find Alice strangled. Bob and Victor look at each other and discuss intensely who could have done this. After 2 hours, after they've exhausted every potential motive anyone could ever have, they decide, since it's completely implausible and impossible for any malicious intent against Alice, Alice is not dead. Follow?
Why would they lie? Why would they lie? Why would they lie? Why would they lie? Why would they lie?
That's awesome.
Good?
That's good, yeah.
Okay. Thanks. Go ahead.
So yeah, in other words, without intent,
It doesn't matter.
or basically without intent, they can't justify a cause.
In other words, intent and motive is fallacious. It's secondary or tertiary to crime. All we're interested is the evidence. Objective. That's it. That's the gist of the story.
Yeah, my verse in that song is something like, why would they lie? Why would they lie? Why would they not? The platinum derived by watching the sky, they know it's a clock. They pick in both sides and listen with lies. And the people pretend that they pick what they got, make the people divide, and then they disguise, and now they're devising a plot. You ask why they lying from behind closed eyelids. You disguising an iris that's lifeless. You're a denialist, but this lie is why you're a nihilist.
Just play it for the news guy, man.
Wizard, do you wanna just let it roll? I'm the one who's been clowning it with the couple of short clips. Do you want to let it roll?
Not just yet. No. Not just yet. No. Black wine's really new, guys. Sorry, Lou. So I'd want the conversation to go. Black wine, what we're elucidating to you is we're interested in the evidence, right? Motive, we can speculate all day long, but ultimately we want to figure out if the crime has been committed in the first place. So evidence that the crime has been committed, yeah, they've lied. Can't tell you why, but they have, because the evidence is there. There is no measurable curvature. There is no measurable motion. And the place we're said to be flying through, the vacuum of space, that can't be demonstrated to be true because you can't have gas pressure without a container. Those are the three physical claims that the ball Earth makes. It is a ball, it is in motion, and it has uncontained gas pressure flying around in a vacuum. Those three physical claims must be demonstrated to be true. So we should be able to measure curvature, we should be able to measure motion, and we should be able to have gas pressure without the necessary antecedent of a container. Unfortunately, there is no measured curvature, motion, and there is no demonstration of gas pressure without a container. That is why we are here, because the physical fundamental claims of the ball spinning in space cannot be demonstrated to be true.
Okay. Question then. In order for something to be true, does it have to be demonstrated, or can it be true without being demonstrated?
It depends what the claim is, and if those claims are in violation of natural law, as in gas pressure without a container, then no, that will be just believing in a story. These are fundamental claims of physicality. We should be able to measure these things, but we can't. We should be able to demonstrate these claims, but we can't.
Yeah, exactly. Like demonstrate, like technically you're making, the globe Earth is making positive physical claims about the natural world. And so, we have a study of the natural world, that's natural science. We have parameters for that. Scientific method must be demonstrated. You have a scientific experiment. We have parameters, right? We have a methodology for it. And so, yeah, you have to demonstrate if you're making natural claims about the natural world, man.
Okay. But for something to be true, I don't have to prove it to be true. Like, for example, let's say God.
Well, when you're talking about the nature of the earth and you're making literal, definitive, positive, physical claims about the nature of the world, then yeah, you have to.
Yeah, you have. In other words, you have to demonstrate it. Yes.
And a God analogy doesn't work because
Yeah,
I can't
God
look
works.
at God.
That's
I can
already
look at the earth, but I cannot look at God.
Yeah, I already proved God scientifically, so yeah, you're screwed there.
I'm just saying observable.
Yeah, but I already screwed you.
I think that design is probably one of the easiest. It's probably the best example to bring up of how you can prove things.
Yeah,
exactly.
You want the link for that?
For which?
For God scientifically proven.
Oh no, I don't need the link for that.
It's
Yeah, just go ahead and get your own sand.
It's my website, so I figured I'd
Oh, okay, yeah, you can send that to me, sure.
Okay. Coming at you right now.
Are you just boosting his ego? Oh man.
No, it's not my ego. It's my website. Ego's separate from that. What's it? Check your. Oh, you already did.
Hey, QE, tell them to go get their own sand.
Yeah. There you go.
I use your website all the time, QE. It's great.
Oh,
yeah,
really?
I've heard that before about, yeah, okay. You get your own sand.
Do you have another analogy?
You have another one?
No, it's your argument. I'm a counterpuncher by nature.
Oh, with God, my what I was going to get at there was, I can't prove that God exists, but that doesn't mean that he doesn't exist.
I know, but I can. Yeah, but that's an argument for ignorance fallacy. Your side of the argument, that's a textbook argument from ignorant fallacy.
Explain.
Well, if you're claiming something with proof or without proof, then that's an argument from ignorance. Let me get it. Hold on. Let me be absolutely specific on this.
Why would they lie? Why would they lie? Why would they lie? Why would they?
We already said we didn't need that. So, appeal to ignorance fallacy is an argument for or against a proposition on the basis of the lack of evidence against or for it. Textbook argument from ignorance. Your side.
But I'm not arguing the existence of God.
Yeah, you're arguing the non-existence without any proof or evidence. Same thing.
No, I'm not arguing the non-existence.
Oh my God! Don't fucking Elmer Fudd sophistry me. Listen, if you have proof of the spinning ball Earth, then demonstrate it. It's just that simple.
QE, I think what he's saying is that he has strong faith in God.
That's correct.
What's faith? So we're gonna get down this rabbit hole, but I'll play. What's faith?
Okay.
Yeah.
If I have faith, okay. If I have absolute proof that God is there, I can see him, talk to him, hold his hand.
Don't need to.
That's not faith.
Whatever the case is, that's not faith.
Yeah. Whoa.
That's fact.
Hey, well, I said define faith.
Faith is, I'm not even sure how I would word that.
No, I'm not talking about you. I'm talking about the actual definition of the term.
Well, the first thing I want to do is go and Google the term, and I'll just.
That would be your first.
That's not what you're looking for.
Well, the true evidence of faith would be action.
Well, you know what? Actually, yes, you're absolutely right. Faith does require action.
Well, that would technically be the true evidence of it.
It's just not. We're off the reservation with analogies.
Yeah,
So, listen. You have to demonstrate that the Earth is a spinning water ball sponsored by Jesuit priests flying through a second law of thermodynamics vacuum. You just have to show that. That's it.
No big deal.
Let's maybe start really simple. Black wine. What do you think the horizon is?
The horizon, a fictitious place in the distance where the sky meets the land or the water or whatever.
Fictitious.
Awesome. So an apparent location.
You can never get to it.
Awesome. Would you suggest that if we were on a ball Earth, that would be, say, the horizon would be physical and geometric? Say, for example, a boat could hide behind it.
So the boat could be below the horizon, is what you're saying.
If we're on a ball, then the horizon would be geometric, and then things could hide behind it, yes?
I'm not quite sure I understand that.
Physical.
Yeah, like, dude, to be a curve that was tangible, physical, literal place that curves.
So, okay. If the Earth is a ball, and I can look at the horizon, and the boat is further around, and it's no longer visible, it's not at the horizon. The horizon is just simply a place where the sky and the ground meet.
So what's blocking? Go ahead. Go ahead.
It's not
to meet.
It's not a physical. Yeah, it's not a physical place.
All right,
then how can it be blocking boats and buildings?
It wouldn't be blocking the building. It would be like a mountain in front of you.
Oh, so what's blocking the boats and buildings in your scenario?
Well, let's say you have a hill in front of you.
A hill.
The horizon is the top of the hill and where the sky meets.
Yeah. So what's blocking it? So the horizon is blocking. You just said it was a fictitious place that's blocking boats and buildings, sir.
No.
Yeah, you just did. Yes, you did.
So if you have a hill.
Oh, God.
Dude, that's our whole point, dude. If I'm standing at the base of a hill, Can I see on the other side of the hill?
No.
Okay. So there would be a physical, literal place that obstructs your view. The horizon is not that. The
Correct.
horizon is an apparent location that constantly moves. So he's asking you, then what's up with the people on your side that claim that it's a physical curve that's blocking boats and buildings?
But it wouldn't. Okay. In the globe scenario, it would be the Earth that's in the way of seeing what's beyond that.
Spot.
But just like in the hill, I can stand on one side of the hill, you can stand on the other side of the hill. Where is the horizon when you're looking at the hill? It's at the top of the hill.
Okay, but if it is just a flat place you're looking over, then it will just appear to converge in the distance, and you will get a horizon where the sky appears to meet the ground.
Agreed.
And that will change based on how high up you go at that same location, how close you get to it, and the conditions.
Okay, we can agree on that.
Okay, so it's just it's just an optical effect. It's an apparent location. There is no physical curve that blocks any view ever anywhere. There's no curve anywhere on the whole Earth.
I think that's what I just agreed to. The horizon's a fictitious
Yeah.
place. It's not.
Yeah.
You can never get to it.
Gotcha. Oh yeah, we're not talking about getting to the horizon. What we're trying to figure out is obstruction. So you would agree, right? If you are standing on a curved surface, we call it a ball, curved surface. Eventually, say for example, you had a boat and you were standing at a sea, and that sea was curved, you're on a ball. Eventually, that boat is going to go over the curve of the Earth and eventually descend past that curve, and physical obstruction would stop you from seeing the boat, wouldn't it?
Agreed.
Awesome stuff. Being as we know the size of the ball, the radius and dimensions of the Earth's circumference, for example, and say we have an altitude on that curved surface, then it is just a mathematical equation to figure out where the geometric horizon should be, isn't it?
Okay, I can go with that.
Yeah. Yeah, awesome stuff. See, this is one of the many reasons why we are here. For that geometric horizon to exist, it must exist in the same place always for an observer at the same altitude. If the ball's the same size and my altitude's the same altitude, then 1 + 1 is always going to be 2, and that equation is always going to add up to the geometric horizon where it mathematically should be, correct?
Right.
Awesome stuff. So what we've demonstrated over the last year or two is that horizon, which you said is fictitious, that horizon isn't geometric. There is no visible geometric curvature of the Earth. So, for an example, if you have a 1-foot observer standing on a ball said to be the size of the Earth, then the horizon cannot be no more than 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. And if the observer's height is 1 foot, then the horizon must be 1.2 miles away. Would you agree?
I don't know the math on that, but assuming your math is correct, then yes, I could agree with that.
Yeah, well, assume my math is correct. So what we can demonstrate with the horizon is it's an apparent location. We can show you images for a 1-foot observer where, geometrically speaking, the horizon must be 1.2 miles away, but the horizon appears to be more than 10 miles away. Would you like to see that image?
Sure.
Awesome. Are you in live stream voice text too? Just above this voice room, buddy.
Live stream to voice. What's this one? If I click on that, will I leave this one?
No, it's just a text room, buddy.
Okay, so now I'm there.
So you see, yeah. Do you see the image with the 2 oil rigs? There's Bob Eyeball. Do you see the 2 oil rigs?
10 minutes after the hour.
You might be in the wrong room. Yeah, you got it.
I see it, yeah.
Yeah, awesome stuff. Just very simply, can you tell me where the horizon is in relationship to the two oil rigs? Is it before the oil rigs, between the oil rigs, or after the oil rigs?
After.
Awesome. See, this is an observation taken from 1 foot. As you can clearly see, the oil rigs are basically just there for distance markers. But you see the oil rig on the left-hand side is at 9.41 miles away, yes?
Either I'm looking at the wrong image, but this says 6.8 miles.
You want to be looking at the one that I posted, buddy. 9.41 miles on the left-hand side, 6.21 miles on the right-hand side. Do you see that one? Literally the last image that was posted.
I see one that was posted at 9:30 p.m. yesterday.
Live stream voice. It says live stream to voice text.
Go ahead and scroll all the way down to the bottom, man.
Scroll all the way down to the bottom. I see
Yes.
two motorcycles, like a gas
No.
tank.
You're in the wrong text.
My man, if you go to the room with all the names in it, including yourself, it's live stream. It's got number 2 in front of it, right above it. Live stream to voice text, right above it.
All right, you see the voice chat that you're in? It's the text room that's attached to it, just directly above the voice chat that you are in.
Got it. Okay, now I'm at I was at the one above that.
Awesome. No problem, buddy. So you see the two oil rigs, yes?
Yes.
Awesome, man. The left-hand one is at 9.41 miles away, yeah?
That's right.
Awesome. So we can safely say that the horizon's 10 miles away. Yeah? It could be further than that, but safely 10 miles away, yeah?
Okay.
Awesome stuff. This observation is taken from 1 foot above the surface of the water. If the Earth was above the set radius that we are told, and the altitude's 1 foot, like I said, mathematical equation will place the horizon at 1.2 miles away. That's where the geometric physical curve of the Earth would be. You know, the things that boats would start to hide behind. What this observation demonstrates is the horizon is an apparent location and always has been an apparent location. What I'm saying is it's not physical, so most demonstrably cannot be physically blocking the bottom of objects. Do you understand?
Yes, that's a bottom-up fallacy. I understand.
Black One, you still with us?
Okay, so one of the things I'm sure you guys have discussed this many times over is light traveling through different mediums.
Oh, yeah, Snell's law.
Yeah, you got quiet all of a sudden too. Can you get closer to your mic, please?
Oh, so is that any better?
Yes,
much better.
Okay, sorry, I just bumped it out of the way. And I know that light does bend depending on the medium that it's going through, or as it travels close to a surface. And one of the things I do is laser scanning. And if you're scanning something with a laser, and you've got a door frame somewhere in the middle of the point that you're scanning and your laser scanner, even though your light's not hitting the door frame, as it passes by close to it, it
What
will
the
actually bend the
fuck?
light
What?
Yeah,
and give you an
the
inaccurate
light
reading.
bend. Yeah, we
I'm
got
sorry,
the
Jedi.
light
That's
bend.
fucking horseshit.
Not
What
the surface of the Earth. We got that. We're on the same page. Light bends, not the surface of the Earth.
And of course, Snell's law is actually about 2 mediums. And so if you try to make up fairy tales about why we're looking on the Earth and never seeing a curve, then you're going to have to try and make up some mathematical fairy tales with a differential of Snell's law anyway. And all this other fairy tale math magician nonsense that you have to do mental gymnastics to try to explain how just this is a geometric impossibility.
Yep, you're gonna have to also give us the radius. So deal with the argument. How is the horizon 10 times further than it should be?
I can't give you the answer to that. I don't know.
Yeah.
Oh, I know an answer.
I know. We know it's flat. And the horizon's apparent. It's not the actual edge of a globe.
Yeah.
So
it's over.
Unless you have a better answer, welcome to Flat Earth.
Snacks are in the back.
Smoke them if you got them. Never gets old, dude. Never gets old. 5 years into it.
If it's perfect, if it's perfectly flat, and you're 1 foot up off of it, you should be able to see indefinitely.
Wrong.
Wrong. That's an orthopedic Super Mario projection of the flat Earth. We can't see indefinitely because we live in a medium. And you just asserted light bends. Do you remember that? Like 30 seconds ago?
You know, I've done demonstrations on flat surfaces that show you're wrong with that, eh?
Light has an You've shown that you can see infinitely, or maybe you're saying the other way. But it's called attenuation of light, right? Absorption into the medium has an extinction limit.
Yeah, also things reach an angular resolution limit. So as something gets further away, not only is the light attenuating, but it's getting smaller and eventually reaches an angular resolution limit, which according to the human eye has an aperture of 2 millimeters. That can increase based on using optics like cameras or telescopes.
Yeah,
but nothing.
Yeah. You're letting the tail wag the dog here. He sent you on a wild goose chase. Can you explain the bye ball photo, please? Why is the horizon 10 times further than it should be?
I was just dragging around by his ears, dude.
Yeah, I'm not going to explain that. I couldn't.
Yeah, we know.
I couldn't
We know
begin
you're
to do that.
Here's the deal, my man. With the radius values wrong, which this falsifies the radius by a ton, it would have to be something like 264,000 miles. That's like more than the supposed distance to the moon in this little fairy tale brought to you by a Jesuit priest. Then that means the entire model's wrong, dude. Every single aspect of it. Supposed fairy tale of this deified force that's not a force but concept spin called gravity requires the radius value be true. Everything about the model does. Day and night cycle, distances, how you could supposedly go to this medium that defies the second law of thermodynamics called space, because you need to know your quote-unquote radius of orbit. So you have to know the radius of the Earth, and then they have to, of course, supposedly know fuel and all these different things and supplies when they go out into space, and and the actual movement of these supposed planets around the sun. So yeah, there you go, bro. The whole model's falsified if the radius value is wrong, which it is. It's been falsified.
Yeah, Austin, you got to add to that list the speed at which Earth travels, which, since he doesn't want to talk about Earth curve anymore, hey, my globe head dude, can we talk about Earth rotation?
Sure.
Nathan, hold your guns, mate. Globehead and stuff. He's really, really new. Please, a little bit of respect, mate. Thanks.
What was his name?
Black wine.
Black. You think the Earth rotates 1,000 miles an hour at the equator?
I have no idea.
Okay,
but
well, the heliocentric model asserts we're on a ball 24,901 miles around, and it moves once a day.
It rotates once a day.
Yeah, around an imaginary axis. Now, do you subscribe to that or not?
Well, the short answer is yes, as that's what I've learned. All the numbers and so on. No, I don't know about the numbers and whatnot. But anyway, let's just say yes for the sake of discussion.
I wonder what those numbers are, dude.
Yeah, the numbers don't matter. So let's say the Earth moves 10 miles an hour, right? 1,000 miles an hour. Let's just hypothetically it moves 10 miles an hour. Does the atmosphere move with the Earth, or does it have a Coriolis effect where the atmosphere moves separately from the Earth?
Okay, so let me just ask you this question first. It's moving 10 miles an hour or whatever the number is in relation
like
to
1,039 or something.
Yeah, it's actually 1,040 miles an hour. Austin is right. 1,039.
Okay, so it's moving 1,039 in relation to what?
In relation to you on the floor feeling nothing.
Yeah, that's about 460 meters a second.
Well, that means I would be moving with it.
Okay, great. So what about the atmosphere?
That's what we're saying, bro.
So that would be moving with it, correct?
Yes.
Nope. Well, I got you.
Not according to Coriolis effect.
Yep. Here we go, guys. According to the religion, the heliocentric model asserts the atmosphere moves separately from the Earth, which is why Neil deGrasse Tyson states that the Earth moves under field goals. Are you familiar with this argument or sniper
I've
bullets?
never heard this in my life.
Yeah, okay. Well, they say because the Earth is rotating, it moves under things. But that doesn't happen. So the Earth isn't
In reality, it doesn't happen. But they say Coriolis proves that the Earth is a globe and spinning, but in all actuality, it functionally disproves
Yeah.
it. That's why
So,
people have to say, you go ahead, bro.
This is what I was trying to say is you don't want to talk about Earth curve anymore, but the Earth doesn't rotate either. There's no proof that happens.
Okay.
Okay, so the Earth doesn't curve, which you didn't want to talk about anymore, and the Earth doesn't rotate. Are we on the same page? So far,
well, I hear what you're saying.
So, I mean, there's so much to it, dude. You have like a
question.
vestibular system, okay, in your ears. All right, it's real sensitive, detects angular movement, semicircular canals, and dude, this is made for that. And you don't ever feel any of the supposed movement. You never observe any of it. You see the sky move, but you never observe you ever moving. You see the sun set, you then say that you're falling backwards 1,000 miles per hour. There's no evidence for any movement ever. It's just by looking at the sky, you can say, oh, well, it might just look like the sky's moving because we are moving, but we just can't feel us moving. What we do know is we see the sky moves, and the Earth doesn't move ever.
So they say because there's no acceleration, we wouldn't feel it. But
Let him answer.
Orbits. Sorry,
Hank,
go ahead.
let him answer.
No, I was just going to ask a question because this, and I've often pondered this thought myself. If the Earth is spinning, would it not have a centrifugal effect?
Yeah, it's not spinning.
Okay, but if it was, would it not have a centrifugal effect?
Yes,
Whereas
it
if
would.
I were standing at the equator, I would have a mass less than if I was
No.
Wait, not mass.
No.
Mass is
Whoa,
nothing.
what is that?
No. What's
I would
mass?
have.
But QE, what he's saying is he would
Let
weigh
me say
less at the
weight.
equator than he would at
No.
the North Pole.
Oh,
and
right.
that's true on a spinning ball. Also, the
oh,
water would cool
God.
around the equator. And so, yeah, we're not on a spinning ball, dude.
No, it's not true. You said mass, and you said what? Then you
Mass and weight are
immediately-
two different things.
Yeah, I know. I'm not going there. You said mass and then weight, right? What's weight?
Weight is something relative to whatever the force is pulling you towards.
Wrong. That's not the definition of weight. Try again.
What is it? It's oh, I'm just trying to think of this here.
It's two letters that are multiplied.
I don't know.
Weight equals two letters. You've already said one of them. You've actually said both of them. Basically. Weight equals.
So, weight. Huh.
It's no big deal. MG. Right.
Love you long time.
Well,
Okay.
it's the acceleration of gravity, which is 9.3 meters per
All
second, right?
So here's the problem. Let me take over just for a couple minutes before I go. At 26 minutes after the hour, calculating weight under Newton's second law, which was busted, but we'll just divert away from that. F equal ma. So substituting W for F and G for A in the F equal ma equation leads to W equal mg. Mg, love you long time. That's a problem because if they're substituting for a bogus equation, right beneath it, I got Richard Feynman saying that the law of F equal ma is false. If the law of F equal ma is false, then W equal mg is then therefore false. Follow?
No.
Well, W equal mg is weight. W equal mg is derived from F equal ma. If F equal ma is false, then W equal mg is false.
So weight. Take a balance scale.
You're not following this.
No, I'm not following. You're correct.
Yeah. So we got a problem with mass. We got a problem with weight. Your rotation. I don't know what example you were going for, but that must be incorrect. Are you talking about the Edvos effect?
Actually, I'm suggesting something that would support your theory.
I don't have a theory.
Okay, suggesting something that would support your idea.
It's not an idea.
Or your belief, or
It's not a belief. You're up for 3,
He's
dude. You
talking
just
about
struck
being
out,
on.
dude.
He's talking about being on a rotating thing and being chucked off. All right.
I think the point we were driving home there, bro, is like
He's with us on that.
No, we proved the Earth is flat. We proved it's a geocentric stationary plane. It's just objectively what it is. The only way that it can be what we have to go off of based on all observations ever.
Okay, so let me ask you this, and I'm sure you've had this question multiple times. If indeed the Earth is flat, we should be able to reach the end of it.
Presupposed edge.
Yeah, we don't even know. We don't make a claim to a certain finite amount of land, but there's something called the Antarctic Treaty and subsequent legislation from all kinds of countries, like all of the most powerful ones. You can't go past 60 south latitude, my man. Which is like a ring around the supposed cartoon ball they'll show you, right? Down around this little supposed ice cap on this ball that no one can ever go over and prove the Earth's a ball.
No, but
you can't go.
But
Okay,
if
what
the Earth's
about
a ball
going-
in space, we just pretend there's no edge, and then any flat earther that says it's flat, well, you could Spice Girls fallacy, give me what I want, what I really, really want, presuppose an edge, and then ask for the edge. Which, do you have an edge on your model? Can you show me where the edge of space is? No, you can't. So why are you talking to us about an edge?
Well, the edge of space. I mean, my belief is that
Yeah, we don't care about your beliefs.
it's
Dude,
created.
you just have blind belief right
Yeah,
now.
we don't care about religious faith. We're not here to talk about your scriptures. This is a science platform based on empirical evidence.
We're basically just yelling at you, trying to be like, "Hey, dude, you're in a cult." We were all in the same cult, you know. It's just a cult of belief. It's like you have cult rhetoric without even realizing it. You just like people instinctively want to say, "Wait, you don't believe?" Over and over. You don't believe the ISIS did this. You don't believe. You don't believe. It's just like, nah, dude. We went and looked for the empirical evidence. That's what we're presenting you with. It's just all the raw, actual evidence, empirical evidence.
All right, how about we start with something that we can probably all agree on?
Okay, let's go. What's that?
Let's
The
discuss
Earth is flat.
landing on.
Hold on. No, right. So, no, we didn't land on the moon.
Okay, I think we can agree on that.
Cool. Why didn't we land on the moon?
Well, I could give you a number of reasons why I don't think we would land on the moon.
I can tell you categorically why we didn't land on the moon.
Which are probably more questions that I don't know the answer to, but they just don't make sense to me.
Well, dude, I'll be honest with you, dude. I mean, I hope that the moon landing's fake. I don't know many people close to my age that don't know that it was very likely faked. So yeah, that's cool. But the point is that why can't they go back if you really could? And who cares? The point is that like what they claim they're going to, they literally can't be there. It can't be what they claim it is because it's a natural law violation, and we're never moving. The sky moves, and it's done the same thing. The sky goes around the center every year for all recorded history.
Austin, back up. All right, so we can't get there before, and I know you're fucking awesome, mate, but you'll say about 5 points and lose him. This is what we're talking about. Why we can't go to the moon. Where's the moon, my friend? Where is it?
In the sky.
Awesome. So in space, yeah? Moon's in space, isn't it?
Sure.
Awesome. What is space?
I don't know.
Okay. How would you describe space to me? Would you say it was a solid, liquid, gas, vacuum? How would you describe it to me?
Oh, the only description that I can give to you is it's just emptiness between here and there.
Awesome. So a vacuum, yeah? Absence of anything.
Um,
The vacuum of space.
Sure.
Yeah. Awesome stuff. See, this is a huge problem. The vacuum of space, devoid of pressure. Because we've got air pressure here. And that air pressure within the story is uncontained from that available space. Now, natural law will dictate that if the gas is uncontained from an available space, the gas is going to fill that available space. The second problem is like I've already alluded to, we have gas pressure. Do you know how you have gas pressure? What makes gas pressurized?
So I've heard this before in a container.
Yeah. So if there isn't a physical barrier or container for the gas to press on, then there isn't the antecedent for the consequent of gas pressure. In the heliocentric idea, we are an open system. So that would mean we wouldn't have any gas pressure and the gas would fill the space. Do you understand?
I do understand that. So
Oh.
what's keeping the pressure? What's giving us the pressure that we have?
Something.
The container.
To have gas pressure, you must have something to press on. And I can guarantee you, you're not going to press on nothing. So something.
So let's say we had a fish tank and we've got 4 walls. It's open on the top, but we can still have pressure in the fish tank because
That's
in a
water.
container.
I'm talking about gas. We're talking about gas.
You could do the same thing with gas in a fish tank.
Where'd you get the gas pressure to begin with to have it inside the room with gas with the fish tank?
And a fish tank is a container, bud. Just so you know.
That's what I just said. It's a container.
Yeah. So you can't have gas pressure without a container. Thanks for conceding our argument.
Right. So that's my question: is what's
I
our
just answered
container?
it.
What's our container here?
I just answered it. There has to be a container here. The what is the container? What color it is? What flavor it is? Whether
Who
it's male or
made it?
female doesn't matter. There must be a container. That's the point.
Yeah. So please don't red herring their argument. We have a container because gas moves in all directions. Are we on the same page or we got to repeat ourselves?
I'm not sure I understand.
It's a necessary antecedent consequent game.
Jedi, go ahead again. You got to explain it to him again because he doesn't understand.
We
gas
have to have a
pressure.
container. We have to have a container. Where is the container?
Yeah. Where's the container? Like I just said, where it is, what color it is, whether it's male or female, what it's made of, it is irrelevant because the consequent is gas pressure. The necessary antecedent is the container. Just like filet mignon is the consequent, the necessary antecedent, the cow. So if we already clearly established, and we have, that to have filet mignon, cows must exist first. Then if someone slaps a filet mignon down on the table, then I know with absolute certainty that a cow exists somewhere without ever seeing it or needing to see the cow or the color of the cow's tail or what he's made up of.
QE, he used to exist.
So the gas or air pressure in this analogy is a filet mignon. The container is the cow. Simple.
Okay. So then if I'm reading this correct, there's a container, but you don't know what the container is.
Don't need to
where
know
it is.
for the 10th time. It needs to be there. The gas pressure is the compelling factor in the matter.
Yeah, you're basically saying you don't know the name of the cow, but you're eating a filet mignon. Yeah, you're right. We don't know what color its toenails were painted. We don't know what its birthday was. We don't know what the number on its ear was.
So I hear you. You're saying there has to be a container.
Yeah.
You just haven't seen the container.
No, we have. We have seen the container. There's multiple evidences for the container. We have gas pressure, which, I mean, we're still in this argument. Can you just agree we have gas pressure?
Which I do.
All right. Well, the antecedent, that means it's
Excellent.
required, dude.
So we agree we have a container. Can I move on to the other arguments that we have a container? Or are you still like wondering if we have a container?
I'm not wondering if we have a container. What I'm saying is, and this is what I understand you to be saying, is we have a container. There is a container there. I don't have a picture of the container, but I know that there's a container there.
Well, sir, are you aware that things physical, like solid, liquids, and gas, can be transparent? Are you aware of that?
They can be.
Yeah, okay. So how do you take a picture of something that's transparent? Like glass, when you take a picture through glass, you don't see the glass, you see what's on the other side. Are you aware of that?
Yes.
Okay, great. So when you say, why can't I see a picture of the dome? We all think you sound retarded. No offense. That's not an argument.
You see, this is when it just comes out. If you can just demonstrate what is claimed that violates, if you can demonstrate it, then there's no argument. But you can't demonstrate it because it violates natural law. So the argument's already flawed.
We're on the same page here. You need a container for gas pressure. We don't need to tell you what the container is, what color it is, what shape it is, who made it. It's all irrelevant. We've got a container. We're breathing. Capiche?
I got that.
All right, great. We also have sundogs and halos. Are you familiar with those?
Sundog is a round. Oh, it's like a halo.
It's like a halo. Great. So I would mark that down. Also, have you heard of rainbows?
I have.
Great. Those are dome shaped. So we're talking about evidence. We have a dome. Other than gas pressure, which you already conceded requires a container. Okay, so you taking notes. What else have I, other than gas pressure? What do you got?
Well, you're talking about rainbows now.
Yeah, rainbows are dome shaped.
They're dome
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not sure what the relevance of the rainbow is.
Recreated indoors.
A rainbow can't be sure.
We're arguing the same point.
Yeah.
Over and over and over again. As long as he understands that gas pressure is the compelling factor in the matter, then we can end it.
Yeah, we did end it. He conceded. Can't have gas pressure without a container.
Did he concede it?
Yeah, I've agreed with that.
Yeah.
So
I was trying to educate this guy how we have sundogs,
all right,
halos, also rainbows, pyroclastic flows from volcanoes.
So your rainbow. Let me just stop you on the rainbow here.
Gracious.
But
All right,
hold on.
I'm out. Have a good night, folks.
It's late anyway.
Good night, John. Cheers, buddy. Thank you.
Have a good one. Have a good one.
Take care.
Later, bro.
Yep.
We love you, bro.
Yep.
Cheers, Kiwi.
What's the relevance of the rainbow?
Later, Quantum.
Yeah, well, we were talking about.
Look, you're okay. Look, dude. The biggest evidence that there is a container is that we have gas pressure, man. Okay, so there's a container. Now we have other evidences in the sky. For example, rainbows, right? You have to have some reflective surface. You can't just jump up in a shed and do this. So we're trying to break it down to you. This is evidence. What we do have to go off of.
Yeah.
This is the available, observable evidence.
Austin, also get to finish this super long list I have memorized. Are you familiar with constellations, my dude?
Vaguely.
Okay, great. We have 88 or 86, depending on what you Google, how many constellations we have. So those have been constant since the beginning of time. Are you familiar with astroarchaeology?
No.
Okay, they've been lining up giant megalithic structures with the sky. Have you ever taken time lapses of stars? They're called star trails.
I personally have not taken them, no.
Okay, yeah. I've done like 100 over the last 5 years with 2 P900s, and then now I got a P1000. But the stars, which we talked about earlier, were constellations, rotate around Polaris, which is a stationary pole star. Are you familiar with the fact that we have a Polaris?
Polaris, is that the North Star?
Yeah, it's the North Star.
Okay. Yeah, I'm familiar with that.
Yeah, okay. So
The
we've got
Little
gas
Dipper or the
pressure.
Big Dipper, one of them points to it.
Great. Just want to recap for the audience. We've got gas pressure, which you conceded requires a container. We've got rainbows, sundogs, halos, constellations, northern pole star, star trails. So the sky is a map and a clock. We've done astroarchaeology, which I didn't get into, but it's lining up buildings with the sky. And so the sky doesn't change. And if we were blasting through space in an infinite universe with gravity pulling all things together, you understand that would not be the case, right?
That it would constantly be changing because we're moving.
Everything.
Is what
Yeah,
you're
you
trying to
can't
say.
drive through the neighborhood and keep driving and see the same houses the next day. That doesn't happen. So
I follow that.
Yeah, unless you're driving around the block in a circle, it's the only way you see the constant stars, constellations, and then stationary pulsar. So, sky moves around us. The floor is not moving unless you're drunk. It's
All right.
It's super obvious. Like, what other questions might you have?
Well, I went back to the rainbows there. I was just curious what the significance on rainbows is.
Got you. The reason we brought up rainbows was because they were not only dome structured, right? They have a dome formation. Can we agree on that?
They're circular, yeah. They're not necessarily domed. Because a rainbow, I can create a rainbow in my yard with my garden hose.
Okay, well, a dome around a circular Earth would be a circular dome, right?
Okay.
Okay, great. And then you can't recreate it indoors. So it requires a dome.
Yeah, you could recreate it indoors.
Oh, you could. Oh, please show me. I'll give you $100 on Cash App. Right now.
You would need sunlight, but you may not necessarily be able to use glass.
Sunlight indoors. Oh, that's interesting. My fucking dude. Oh my God. Did the audience just hear this guy say you need sunlight indoors? Did everyone hear that? Whoop, there it is.
I don't know what your intent.
There it is.
What
Dude,
your intent is on indoors.
You have nothing, bro. Don't go chasing waterfalls. Please stick to the rivers and the lakes that you're used to. So if the Earth was rotating, waterfalls should
Did you actually quote TLC?
Yeah, of course. I'm trying to tenderly love and care for this guy. I care about him, dude. He's
So
just
what do you
wrong.
mean they can't be created indoors? Like what are you
mean?
referring to
You
as
just
indoors?
You just told me I need the sun. You just said that. And then you asked me, what do you mean I can't make it indoors? Okay, well let me respond. Have you ever seen the sun in your house?
Shines through the windows, yeah.
Oh, through the windows. Great. Excellent. So you can recreate rainbows using the sun, which is outside.
Well, let me tell you this. Years ago, I used to be a mechanic in a greenhouse. And we had a misting system that would mist, about every 10 minutes or something. These misters would go off and create a mist throughout the greenhouse. And yes, we would get rainbows.
Bro, a greenhouse is not indoors, bro.
Okay, so my issue here is I'm not quite sure what you mean by indoors.
Light is delivered.
Yeah, you can't recreate it without the sun.
Can I just rephrase it? Can you create a rainbow using artificial light? Oh no, you can't because you need the full spectrum.
Excellent. Great. So
okay, so the issue isn't indoors or outdoors. The issue is you need the sun and you need the full spectrum of light to do it.
Yeah, and
What else do you
greenhouse
need?
has that.
Do you need a surface to get a rainbow?
You need something to refract the light.
Ding, 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 ding. Bingo. Tell him what he's wanting.
Right, and when it refracts, it's going to be like the Pink Floyd album, right? How do you make it bow? You need like a bent glass, like a bowl.
So how do you make the rainbow round?
But you just told us. You just told us.
Sorry, the person that just said you just told us, the person speaking before that, his mic, I didn't quite understand what he was saying.
Yeah, I'm sorry, bro. I got a cracking mic. What I was saying was that if you refract light inside with a flashlight, it's going to be like the Pink Floyd album. But in order to make it bow inside with artificial light, you're going to need a glass bowl, like a cereal bowl.
Oh, okay. I've never tried that, but yeah, I know with the Pink Floyd album, it's a prism that they use for that.
Right, and straight like you can get a prism like of colors. You can get the spectrum of colors, I should say, but they will form a straight beam, a line. They won't bow like a rainbow.
That's right. Yeah, I've got a glass chandelier, and if it gets hit by the sunlight, it does that.
That's why we have green flashes at sunrise and sunset. I just posted a picture of it, which is also another proof the sun is above the horizon at sunrise and sunset, not below it, because the color spectrum would be inverted, like the Pink Floyd album, if the light was coming from below. But it's not. So, are you taking notes?
I'm listening. I'm listening. I'm not taking notes. No.
Okay. I would recommend taking notes because this is valuable information. Because as soon as you realize we're right, you're going to want to go share this with all your friends and family you allegedly care about.
Yeah.
And
Hey, Nathan, the thing is you're trying. It seems to me like you're trying to have a gotcha on him over and over again.
All of these are gotchas. We already got him on curvature.
He's being pretty fair. He's not. It doesn't sound like he's in the same fight you are.
We already got him on Earth curve. We already got him on Earth rotation. Now we're explaining how the sunset and sunrise works. There's no gotcha here, bro. He already lives on a flat Earth.
Yeah.
Whether he admits it or not. So I'm just trying to help the dude. He should be taking notes. Okay? I'm not joking. It's not like me trying to insult him. He should write this shit down. It's good. I've been writing this stuff down for 5 years.
I don't think that was what Lou was saying.
Not really. No, not exactly.
I think he's saying 1 or 2 points are sufficient. You don't have to cram the guys full of so much shit that he can't even contemplate it.
Okay, well, he asked what the proofs were. We had a dome. We've got northern pole stars, star trails, constellations. Atmospheric pressure, which you already conceded requires a container. Like rainbows.
Yeah, I mean, this is technically recorded, man. It's 2020, dude. You pop on over there and listen again. I mean, but he is right, though. There's a lot of information. But
the question? How do the constellations apply to a proof of the globe or the dome?
Okay, if we were in a ball blasting
I don't really get that one.
If we were in a ball blasting through space 20 million miles a day and gravity pulls all things together, we wouldn't have repeatable patterns in the sky, which are what constellations.
I know that, but
okay,
why is the dome an antecedent to that? Why wouldn't we see them just on a flat Earth? Is my implication. I still don't get how that does anything.
Yeah, so the constellations are locked in the firmament. The other model asserts we're blasting through space, so it's very observable. We have constellations, 88 of them.
Yeah, but that still doesn't make it an antecedent. They could just be roaming around above us and never changing. They don't really need a firmament to be locked.
The thing that kind of goes with the flat Earth is
you're a Christian, and here we go with all the Christian rhetoric.
Well, the thing is, you're seeing constellations.
No, nothing Christian. Listen,
Quit! No, guys, take your turns. You got 4 people now wanting to speak. Just take your turns. Everybody can speak.
Let me say one thing, Lemon. If what you're saying is right, then we're just towing all the stars through space as we move.
No, we're a stationary flat Earth with the stars and the constellations rotating on their respective paths above us. There is no. So the globe, its antecedent is we're not moving. movement
Well,
is
another
what
thing.
defies the constellations, but I see no antecedent for you absolutely have to have this firmament to lock the constellations in.
I don't know about the lock in the constellations part, but I mean, there's a firmament stretched out like a tent.
Well, the main thing
Can you scientifically prove that or demonstrate that? That's my point, bro. I try to stay as far away from religion as I can in this lobby. And just stick to
Yeah, I get it, but
so you want to be on the Hebrew?
get his plan. He's trying,
He's going to
man.
go right into the Hebrew cosmology, bro. This
No.
is
I wasn't
predictable.
saying. I didn't say anything about the Bible, Battlemon.
I'm talking about lemon, bro.
What I was going to say was you can't see constellations past 45 degrees of globe. Otherwise, you'd be peering through a hump of Earth curvature. So seeing constellations beyond 45 degrees of coverage is bad for the globe because technically you'd be seeing, past the hump of Earth curvature in the way. So we're seeing constellations up to, 80 degrees north and south, which doesn't jive with the globe.
That's
so
a
that
hell
would
of a
go more
point.
with a flat plane.
That's a hell of a point. My bad. I guess I shouldn't try to predict you, bro.
All right, Rumpus.
Yeah, like, I think that.
Hey, I said it was on. I got a good point, didn't I? With it, didn't I? I said it was on. Damn it! Give me that Rumpus King roll.
I had to call it. I had to call it on you because you were totally trying
Damn
to
it,
do
Lou.
Yeah,
Damn
just
it.
look at the end of the day.
I'll quit.
Sorry,
guys.
can I just ask him an honest question though? At the end of the day, listening to all this, would you say you're honest with yourself if you think it's still a globe?
And it's Black Wine you're asking the question to, correct?
Yep.
So the question is, am I honest with myself if I still think it's a globe? I would tell you that there's a lot of stuff that I've learned throughout my short time that I have learned correctly and incorrectly. So after being here for, how long have I been here? An hour? I couldn't tell you that you guys are absolutely correct, but I'm not going to say that you're absolutely wrong either.
Bravo, bro. Good for you, dude. After an hour, you're willing to question.
Good answer.
Yeah, good answer, dude. I mean, we're not trying to convince you. I always say this: professional sort, amateur convinced. If you have any further questions, feel free to hit me up or anyone else here. Jedi, Austin Whitsitt, all these guys know their stuff. So good for you, bro. Have a good night, dude. It was good chatting with you.
All right.
Yeah, man, crazy stuff, dude. It gets even crazier, right? It wasn't even like really accepted until like last century and some or something. It's pretty crazy. So people just
But you
think
see, this-
that they've thought it was a ball for a long time, but it's been a very short period of time. Everyone always, all around the world, has known it was a geocentric stationary
But you see,
plane.
yeah. But you see, this is what awesome. You can actually tell between the normal, actual globies and troll globies. I mean, like this guy is actually, you can see, he's starting to question it. So he's an actual, honest person, not like the guys you get on here 24/7 coming on, oh, this and that,
Well-
even though.
Well, I'll tell you this. I mean, if you talk about it, I know you guys aren't looking at a religious point of view, but if you go back to a religious point, I mean, the firmament is something that's discussed, I guess, in the Torah and the Bible and so on. You go into the Book of Revelation, and it talks about the four corners of the earth.
Yeah, it does. Yeah.
So there's a lot of references to it being flat. Is that just simply for the knowledge of the day? I don't know.
Well, what does that mean? Because it is flat in reality. Like, they were accurate the whole time. Everyone always was. That it just adds, introduces irrefutable validity to the literal descriptions of creation, as they all understood it. So it's like, for example, the people that claim to think that the Bible was real, when it clearly is a flat Earth description throughout it. Heliocentric model defying description the entire time.
Well, sure. Biblically speaking, it's flat. I mean, it talks about, like, as I mentioned, it being flat, the four corners.
Well, yeah, like every ancient text ever, dude. Like,
it rolled up like a scroll.
yeah. And to believe that, like, the Messiah came and everyone was wrong about the Earth and he didn't tell anyone is pretty wild.
There's another Old Testament story of the sun going back 1 hour.
Yeah.
It doesn't say that the Earth went back 1 hour. It says that the sun went back 1 hour.
And another time when it didn't go down for about a whole day in Joshua chapter 10. I just wanted to say something. Like, when I first got here, and they were telling me, like, we can't talk about, like, you know, we're supposed to stay away from, like, Bible discussion. I didn't really understand that, and I'm pretty much a rebel by nature. So I was like, fuck that, I'm going to do what I want to do. And then now that, you know, a little older and wiser, I realize it's because when you're talking to Christians, it's easy. Christians are not globetrotters. They're normies, right? But when you're talking to an atheist, like, you're going to need the kind of Christian subject kind of down below where they can't really hear it. Because atheists are so difficult. They have so much programming and bias. And their anchor bias is so strong. So now that I'm a little older, like, I understand better.
Mm-hmm.
Because this guy was so easy to talk to because he appears to be a believer of some sort. So this guy was, you know, we're just, like, cutting through, like, all the propaganda that he's been, like, involved in, because we all have, right? We're cutting through his bias like butter. But with an atheist, it's a little bit more difficult. And if he hears all this Bible talk, the atheist is going to be, you know, kind of turned off a little bit. So I got to say,
my bad.
Yeah, I just got to say that, you know, I apologize for my actions in the beginning when I just kept on and on.
Oh,
and
no
doing
worries.
What I wanted to
No
do.
worries, but appreciated.
Hey, from a biblical perspective, I will say this too. What's real crazy about the whole thing is the sky itself is actually central to Yeshua, the Messiah. The sky itself, right? And it has this cyclical nature and overall pattern, and it gives you everything. It's a very intricate timepiece, and
Yeah,
it's
the
been going around the
gospel.
center forever.
The gospel's written in the sky, dude. Like, everything in the word is written in the sky, and it says it will be for signs and seasons.
It's like literally written in there, dude.
Well, the second coming of Christ also, I mean, it says every eye shall see.
Yeah.
And
then that Yeshua got taken to the top of a mountain and was offered like every kingdom. He showed him every kingdom from a mountain. But there are descriptions in some of the
And then
scriptures, like
Job
Enoch, that
38.
got removed. It says that there's a really tall mountain that like reaches the heavens in the center. Okay, I think.
And then Job 38 talks about the earth is like pressed wax from a seal. And then other scripture talks about the earth being like God's footstool. We're trying to prop your legs up on a globe.
That's
So
right.
I don't know.
Isaiah describes it as a circle and then uses a different word for ball just a little bit after that. Like specifically showing that he was not calling it a ball, but rather a circle. And then there are corners and there are pillars, immovable and fixed.
So
people will say fixed in orbit, dude.
So my being here, I mean, I'm interested. You guys have, I think there's a lot of stuff that makes sense, but I'm also a skeptic. You know, you go through society and you learn things, and they're just like, as we discussed earlier, the moon landing. I mean, to me, that makes no sense at all. Just because mainstream media and the majority of the population believes that happened doesn't make it so.
No.
It's
It
perfect.
definitely did happen.
Can I
No.
throw one at you?
Sure.
The food pyramid, right? The idea that, you know, humans have been around for 10,000 years, and all of a sudden in the year 2000, you know, they brought out this new idea of how to understand food, how you get fat, and how you get skinny. Well, that's a bunch of sense. We've been eating food for 10,000 years. How do we just now figure out, you know, what a food pyramid is? But then they threw that all out the window right away, right? So just because a lot of people believe in something never makes it true. It just means a lot of people believe in something.
Exactly.
And this is the biggest one. A lot of people believe in this, but every time you ask them any specific question of, well, how do you know? None of them will be able to give you a concrete answer. None of them. Now, I haven't met one person. I asked a friend, and all they said was the moon. And I said, what about the moon? And I didn't get another response.
See, I watched this, like the spacewalks and all of this stuff that they broadcast on YouTube and whatever. And the thing I can't understand is you put on a spacesuit, okay? Basically, you're putting on a balloon. And the pressure inside the spacesuit is the difference between what's inside and what's outside. Or a complete vacuum would be 14.7 psi, less than what atmospheric is here at sea level. So you can imagine putting on the suit. Essentially, if you put it on here, you might as well inflate the inside of the suit to 14.7 psi. It would be completely impossible to bend your arm. Like, you try and bend a football in half. You can't. So there's a few things that happen that just make no sense to me whatsoever.
I can't put my arms down. I can't put my arms down.
Well, you try, like, even just to close your hand with pressure. Now they claim it's not actually 14.7. They put it up to about 5 psi or just under 5 psi. Even still, that is a tremendous amount of pressure. The fatigue of just simply trying to bend a leg or bend an arm would be huge. The other thing is flying a rocket to the moon. Well, I get it. You can fill it up with fuel and light it on fire, and as the fuel's propelled out the back end, pushing against your atmosphere, because your atmosphere is pushing back, your rocket moves forward, or in our case, up. But now put it into space, if it's a complete vacuum, when you're propelling your fuel, what are you pushing against? Nothing, because there's nothing there. So now you're stuck with, okay, if I want to move, and say I'm floating in space and I've got a bowling ball, I throw the bowling ball if it weighs 10 pounds. I throw it in one direction. If I weigh 100 pounds, it's going to go in that direction 10 times faster than I go in the opposite direction. So this rocket that gets to the moon, which is apparently in a vacuum, how do you slow it down? The only way that you can slow it down is by throwing something in the opposite direction, which is, by the way, already traveling at the same speed that you are. So you eject your fuel, but you've got to eject that fuel and enough of it to slow you down and bring you to a stop. This just doesn't make sense to me.
You're never
Yeah, I
going to
can
make
perceive
sense.
you're some kind of physicist. I'm sorry, go ahead.
I'm saying you're never going to make sense. It's a futile pursuit. You cannot make sense, dude. The entire thing is just complete
Yeah, well,
pseudoscientific, law-defying, baseless assertions.
Yeah, well, it's all based on something we can't observe in nature. So, I mean, nature abhors a vacuum.
Yeah, well, I can't test that. All I'm saying is I've got questions that I don't understand.
We can test that, So, like, if I have a container and I put gas in it and I take the lid off of it, what happens?
Entropy increase.
The gas
The gas will fill the space.
All right, so we have gas pressure on Earth. So if the Earth had a container that had the gas pressure in it and I pulled the lid off of it, what would happen?
Well, you would think it would dissipate.
Yeah.
Yeah, it does dissipate.
Yeah, it would have to.
I've
And to make things
actually
worse, they
done.
claim there's this conceptual idea of privation, basically, the concept of nothingness, as close as you can get, of like 10 to the negative 17 torr. So make up these fairy tales. Then you have to make the claim that you're going and getting in gravitational orbit, effectively, in layman's, free falling around the Earth.
Mm-hmm. I mean, here's another one that I have trouble with. Radiation. If you're in space, you're exposed to the sun, you don't have an atmosphere around you, you are going to get hot because you're absorbing the radiation from the sun as heat. The problem is you don't have any way to get rid of that heat, because convection doesn't happen anymore. Conduction doesn't
Dude,
happen.
you're a physicist, aren't you? Are you a physicist?
I work in a nuclear plant.
Okay.
But,
I knew there was something going on with you, bro. You knew too much.
But so you're absorbing this heat from the sun, and the only way that you can get rid of it is to radiate it away. Well, if you put a white suit on, you're going to absorb it a little bit slower, but white also doesn't radiate heat very well either. Or silver. Stainless steel will get extremely hot in the sun, just from being there for a long time, but being silver, it does not radiate heat very well. And if you ever look at Leslie's cube on YouTube, like just Google, search that, you'll see what a Leslie's cube does. A black surface will radiate heat the best. That's why wood stoves are made out of, are painted black. But they also absorb heat too well. So anyway, my point here is, in space, managing heat is a serious problem. And I can't figure out how it's done.
That's not even the worst part. What about the shadow?
Pursuit.
Now the shadows, the opposite of that. So now you're talking about things expanding and contracting almost instantaneously just from a shadow.
Bro, like, check this out, man. You talk about the moon. I can show you a funny clip. It's got Chuck Norris like loading up a sniper and popping people with a rifle while they're on the moon. Just things that could not happen. Right? It's clearly them on some type of cord, bungee cords, whatever it was. Maybe even connected to little balloons. I don't know what they had going on, but you know, they got caught slipping. So it's laughably fake and didn't happen. But that is when people like accepted it to now have been quote unquote proven that we live on a ball. So anyway, speaking of the moon, you know that the sun and the moon appear to be the same size in the sky. And what they will have you believe is that, well, actually, the sun is 400 times bigger than the moon. And coincidentally, it's 400 times further away also. So that's why they just look like they're the same size.
Oh, this is what you just posted, the International Fake Station.
Yes, it's so obvious that the female astronauts have perms. They do a side-by-side of the astronaut's hair and then an actual model that was in a zero-G plane. Her hair acts completely different than the astronaut girls. It's hilarious.
I've seen a lot of these from the ISS. In particular, this one here where they have three characters standing side by side. Maybe not necessarily this one, but what I found is it appears that they're done separately with the same green screen. And then they put the three people in front as if they're standing side by side. Which is why that they always spin the mic over to each other. They don't actually hand it. And then they bring the image of the person forward or back for layering.
It's all fake, bro. It's all fakery. Hey, dude, if they're up there in the ISS going 252 miles up in the air, 17,500 miles per hour around the Earth, then why they gotta like show us fake footage of them supposedly up there?
Because they have to fake it to keep the lie going.
It's a business.
I mean, if you get paid so much a day, you think you're gonna just say, "Oh no, I'm lying, sorry." You're gonna carry on coining. I mean,
No, I'm just
about...
asking. I'm just asking as like a logical premise to someone because it seems to be like so many people that think the Earth's a globe's instinct to fall back saying something about the ISS.
But they're so clever actually because they're so compartmentalized with everything. Every person that thinks because they're working on their part, now it's true. I mean, it's such a clever way to get someone to actually believe in it. Just because, let's say, you created the bolts on a module somewhere, now you think it's actually real. In the meantime, you just created a prop.
I like to
think
give
it's funny.
people the Starlink. When you tell someone that the Starlinks are these little itty bitty things and they light up the whole sky based off of a reflection, and you say the ISS is 3 times further out and like 10 times the size, it's the size of a football field with all these solar panels, and you can't even see its reflection at all, but I can see these tiny little Starlink satellites. Well, that makes no sense.
Well, have you actually looked at the so-called ISS that the people see through the telescopes? It doesn't look anything through the telescope like the actual ISS that they're punting. The shapes and stuff don't even match up.
It's their it was their way of dealing with the fact they knew they could never go back to the moon. Like they never went. So they were like, all right, well, I know how we'll get people. We'll just say we're doing it every day. All right, out in space. Going around the world, you can check us out live.
Yeah, the ISS is another perfect, I don't know how you manage heat in that thing.
And the shop, I built a lot of things. I've been in a lot of classes where you make a lot of things in high school and college. And just the amount of equipment they needed to build these small things was insane. They needed all these giant machines to do everything. So now when you picture a station like that up there, well, they can't just go to Home Depot and pick up what they need. They need a full-blown shop, but they have nothing. They have absolutely nothing to make any components.
Yeah, how do they replace the O-rings? Like just the O-rings up there in those temperatures at 3,800 degrees Fahrenheit, right? Because they're in the heliosphere. How do they even maintain pressure?
They got duct tape.
I guess so, bro. And how do astronauts drown in a vacuum? Not just once, but multiple times, right?
Oh, was that when they got water in their suit?
Now every spacesuit has a snorkel.
Oh, folly. Okay, got it. I had a question for you. What's the temperature in space?
Well, where they're at ISS, right? 252 miles. I mean, the part of the atmosphere they're in is like 3,000 something, maybe 3,400 degrees. So, and they're going 17,500 miles an hour. So, you tell me how it doesn't burn up.
Well, I get what he's saying. If there's not a whole lot of atmosphere, right, they measure temperature with bumping particles. So how could they even know what the temperature is, right? The only thing I can figure out is that the vacuum around it would be no temperature, right? But the actual material that the ISS is made of would be extremely hot, and they would never be able to dissipate that. So it's like the more questions you ask, the more things you unlock, the more questions you have.
Yeah, their response would be to my question is that it's like the sparsity of gas molecules or whatever, right? Cool story, bro. They're all going super fast up there, and you're going super fast through it. Now you're going to increase the collisions a ton. So to think there would be no transfer of heat when they're going that fast, and you're going that fast, is absurd.
Yeah, and Black, I understand that you got a good paying job, dude. I'd be really careful talking about this at work or on social media, because you're going to want to talk about it, right? Like if you're researching the subject and you find it interesting, which I'm pretty sure you're gonna, especially the deeper you get, you can't just talk about it at work because they're going to say that you're crazy, right?
Oh yeah, I got that. That's okay.
You do you, right? I'm just trying to give you a heads up. I mean, you seem like a guy who probably already knew that. But if I were to just let you walk out of here without telling you that, you know, you lose your job, and I kind of feel partly responsible.
Appreciate it.
I don't think it's all that big of a deal, bro. But yeah, I mean, he's right. Yeah, the people trip about that. It's a crazy world. I mean, this is why they have to censor flat Earth. I'm actually under the impression that there's an insane amount of flat Earthers, like way more than people would think. But they just do such a good job censoring it into like oblivion. You know?
Yeah, you're
That
right,
they don't.
Austin. I've been traveling around for 4 years, bro. There's so many more flat earthers. Every time I show up in a city and we schedule a meetup, there's like 20, 30 people that nobody knew would be there, didn't expect to be there. They're all the coolest people ever. I've met 5,000 flat earthers and like 2 of them weren't cool. So, a very unique thing we got going on here, dude. That's for sure.
So Nathan, when are you going to come to South Africa someday?
He's on deafened for whatever reason.
Yeah, I see.
You're in South Africa?
Yeah.
How's the
And the
water
numbers grow
shortage
daily.
in there?
Nothing. There's no water shortage, yeah.
I thought
And
there
I'm
was
in the and I'm in the bush.
In the
Okay.
bush? Whereabouts, man? I've been to South Africa.
Yeah, I'm at the moment. I'm in Tabazimbi. It's like in the top of Limpopo, closer to the equator, like Namibia's way.
You guys had revolutions and regimes raise up then about 10 years ago, right?
Not really.
15.
Just more 94.
Get it.
How convenient that it's 3,632 degrees. The thermosphere is home to the ISS. The thermosphere is typically about 200 degrees Celsius. 306 degrees Fahrenheit hotter in the daytime than at night, and roughly 500 degrees Celsius hotter when the sun is very active than at other times. Temperatures in the upper thermosphere can range from about 500 degrees Celsius or 932 Fahrenheit to 2,000 Celsius or 3,632 degrees Fahrenheit.
Actually, it's been about 26 years. Yeah.
And what's the melting point of the materials used in the ISS?
Dude, they have like plastic on the ISS.
Everything's below 2,000 degrees.
Yeah, it's
Right.
recorded
So
in Kelvin.
I was asking about the O-rings.
Aluminum, gold, and they're all less than 2,000 degrees.
So I was asking about the O-rings, right? We're talking about rubber. Rubber can't handle that kind of fluctuation between temperature. And over time, wouldn't it just dry out? So how do they
You
get a
don't
proper
got no
seal on
time,
anything?
bro. Everything's burning up.
Yeah, everything's just toasted.
Yeah, but that 3,000 degree temperature, that would be the temperature of an object sitting in the sun. To get the actual temperature of space, you would need to be shaded.
You're talking about an object going up there in the sun.
Yeah, that's the temperature of the object. That's the temperature of space.
It's not hard to be shaded in proximity to the sun.
Panama, where'd you get this citation from? Doesn't really matter, but I can just see this coming like off of NASA's website or something, you know, and just think it's funny when it's like that.
Yeah, actually, that is a NASA quote.
If you put a thermometer up there and the sun's beating on the thermometer, it's just going to get hotter and hotter and hotter because it's in a vacuum and there's no place for the heat to go. So, yeah, you're going to get an extremely high temperature.
Dude, but if NASA's sitting here talking about the ISS.
Here's the thing, though. The thermometer is analogous to any matter you put out there. So we're not talking about a void. You want to know the temperature of the void, but the thing you're putting in the void is going to collect heat through radiant heat.
Right.
So
And then it won't be able to convect it. Won't be able to exchange it. There's nothing else to exchange that heat with.
Transfer of heat is inevitable, dude. You're an object that claims to go 17,500 miles per hour through this portion of the atmosphere, quote unquote, where the gas particles are going crazy fast, dude.
So if there are gas particles there, then it's not an actual vacuum.
Yeah, it's just a fairy tale world. There's no such thing as a vacuum. There's no such thing. It's just a concept. Dude, a vacuum is a concept of a privation, like absence of, like shadow, privation, absence of light. It's nothing in and of itself. Kind of attribute that's cooler in a shadow. It can't have like properties. It's nothing in and of itself. Space, privation, absence of anything. Privation. It's just a concept of nothingness.
Yeah, but if you add
it's been
time,
applied to the sky for a long time, like Aristotle.
yeah, but if you add time, it does things. Space time.
Huh.
Sexy, bro. Super sexy.
And people don't even understand time because it should all be it's all based on the sky, but it should all be based on the sky with proper interpretation, and no one knows the proper interpretation in the whole world. Almost, it's like almost no one uses the right one. Crazy. Like December, that's the 10th month. So why are we called the 12th?
10th month according to what?
I mean, just even in its etymology, it's
Yeah, you're right. There was 2 months added.
Yes, the beginning of the year is after the first 2 months. It's March.
Well, the beginning of the year is April 1st, according to the old calendar, and that's why they call you April Fools if you say that, right? That's what April
Well,
Fool's Day
that's
is all
not
about.
quite right. It's in March. It's in March.
But the Gregorian calendar is what we're using now, which
It's completely trash.
January 1st.
I'll drop my link on my calendar stream I just did. I mean, it's kind of long, I guess, but it's a lot. But there you go. I mean, yeah, dude, we've been lied to. So the truth is, pretty clearly, there's another calendar that has been suppressed that was previously used and applied by like basically everyone. And it's like the Enoch calendar. You have 12 months of 30 days exactly. You have 4 additional days per year for the 2 equinoxes and the 2 solstices. And that gives you 364. Every 5 years you have a leap week, which is actually outlined in the scripture. So that's the real calendar. Right now they use the progression of the Julian to the Gregorian, which is trivial in their difference, but yep.
Interestingly, though, the only thing that hasn't changed as the calendars have changed is the 7-day cycle.
Dude, you just can't say the Earth is like going 11 factors, all this crazy nonsense, going 66,600 miles per hour around the sun and all this stupid stuff. Whenever this calendar works always forever. It works forever, and it's 12 months of 30 days each. You can get the synchronicity of eclipses and everything with this. It's just right there in front of everyone, and then you have the 4 days a year that you add. Equinoxes, solstices, every week, or every 5 years you add a leap week. So there you go, and that's just of course because of like the little leftover change Dun, dun, dun. And so you'll have to know like when it's supposed to be going. You have to be on the right cycle. That's why they've grabbed the actual like year we call it 2020 or whatever. That's not exactly what year it is, to be honest.
I think it's 2017. Since the year of Christ. Although it might be, and this is speculating here, like 1,000 years less.
The Enochian calendar. Let me just drop my link in here. Not to like toot my own horn or whatever, but if you watch it, dude, it definitely breaks through some spells. Kind of breaks it down. And I got PDFs attached to it, so at the least, look at that PDF. It's got the Enoch calendar laid out.
So, what are your thoughts of the universe, distances from place to place?
Oh, yep, that's
the
mine.
idea.
Yeah. So, there can't be the distances they tell us, right? Because of the inverse square law. There's no way that we can detect light from 13.8 billion light years away. When you convert that into miles, and you look at the inverse square law, you'll see that it's obvious. It's like pretending that you can get Wi-Fi like 1,000 miles away from your router. It's just ridiculous.
Okay, I think we can draw some common ground there.
So, do you agree with what I said? I mean, you think that sounds pretty legit?
Oh, definitely. Definitely. I mean, the distances that are claimed, I don't even know how you would be able to calculate those. I mean, if you use geometry and you use angle side angle, like with your
It's just all kinds of
trigonometry.
mathematical nonsense built on presuppositions, dude. And you have to have like this presupposed speed of light. Who's to say that light has a speed? I think that's just a nonsensical statement, to be honest. So there you go.
Well, let's say you and I are standing on a football field, right? Maybe we're at I don't know anything about football. So we're at the end zone. And there's a football lying out in the middle of the field. We can't see any of the markers other than it's just green grass. So how do we measure how far away it is? We can't walk up to and touch it. The only thing we can do is walk along the end zone. So what we can do is you can stand at one point and I can take 20 paces off to the other side, and we draw a straight line between us, and then the angle from that straight line to where we look at the ball and out in the middle of the field, using those two angles and the length of the straight line, we can determine how far the ball is away.
Mm-hmm.
Makes sense so far, right?
Mm-hmm.
So how do we do that in space? You want to determine how far away a star is, so we're going to go and stretch a line out, from one side of the city, from one side of the city to the other side of the city, from one side of the state to the other side of the state, from one side of the country to the other side of the country. Even if you did that, the length of our line is so insignificant and prone to such error on measuring the angles that it's impossible to determine something light years away.
Correct. But it's problems in so many ways. So many ways, dude.
Hey, Austin.
They're not static. So.
I had a brilliant idea. Let's take this guy to Jim Pandas and let him hear what they argue against us.
I wouldn't want to do that to this guy.
Oh, poor guy. He would laugh his ass off. It'd be a great comedy, sir. I swear to you.
Yeah, it is crazy. It's crazy. People do mental gymnastics to answer all these questions and simultaneously pretend to believe and hold true that you're stupid. But yeah, dude. Anyway, the speed of light's that's just made up pseudoscience, and you have to assume all kinds of basic characteristics of light to even attribute speed to it. And yeah, again, the light's just in the sky. They constantly reset. And what people call planets, they're just wandering lights. That's what the word means. Planet, wonder, that's what the word actually means. It comes from. So, yeah, I mean, it's just wandering lights. And when we look at them, that's what they look like, but they're not like static. They seem to always be moving when we capture them on any type of film or optics. So,
Well, and light does travel at different speeds through different mediums. In fiber optics, we use a core, and it'll travel faster through the core than the cladding. So the idea is when you send light through a fiber optic, you want to, almost like you would send it through via a shotgun. You want to have a long barrel that'll direct it straight. Because if it's not and it's going side to side, it takes a longer time to reach the other end. Now they counter that. They counter that by having the core of one material and the cladding of another material.
Okay.
It's actually the core is, sorry, my mistake. The core is slower in a fiber optic cable than the cladding.
Yeah, but light isn't a little physical particle that travels from point A to point B. It isn't this little like material particle that travels from point A to point B. It just is not. So, just an assumption based on what you're saying, which is just like physical effects of light. Which what is light, right? You have to know this to make a claim about it. But it's just beyond inaccurately defined currently. Humans have tried to define aren't even in the ballpark. So that's how I see that, and yeah, it's just simple, like not like non-locality or instantaneous action at distance. Like, how do you attribute a speed to light? You have to make assumptions about it, and assumptions that simply you cannot make it. In fact, I have way more viable explanations, or at least least viable postulations to the phenomenon we see, as opposed to this limiting description of some material particle that travels from point A to point B, because it just simply is not what happens. So all we do is perceive illumination, and then we attribute this to something physically traveling because we see a rate of illumination. I obviously do not dispute like the rate of illumination though, and how it's relative to medium. Of course, how you perceive something is going to be relative to the medium. That's what light is, intrinsically relative to the medium. Anyway. And it gets even worse because the whole like everything's got to be small little bombarding particles and matters everywhere, and we know it's there, just can't tell it's there or whatever, and prove that it's matter, but it has to be. This is because they had to throw out the idea that there could be a background because of the heliocentric model, like overcentric. Like literally, that's why it happened. That is like literally why they threw out the supposed viability of a background medium.
One thing you'll notice is the three worst words a scientist can say is "I don't know."
Why is that?
They want to know everything, so they'll try and explain everything, even though it's not true. They just want to give they just puke and throw up facts of nonsense and words with no meaning. They want to know everything, so they present to you as if they have an explanation for everything. You'll almost never, ever hear them just say, "I don't know." They always try to have an explanation for everything. And when you ask them, so yeah, this is what I did. When I was in your position, I said the same thing every time. How do they know? How did they come to that conclusion? Well, where did that guy get it from? Well, where did he get it from? And you can take that line all the way back, and you can find out the first guy that did it, and you can read all about him, research him, and find out what he did. And you realize, well, he didn't know anything either. He just was too scared to say, "I don't know."
Yeah, and the other like singular word that you'll never hear almost any of these scientists say, supposed scientists, is ether. It's like the bad word.
Why is that?
because that's the acknowledgement of that's background medium. So this cannot exist if the Earth is spinning and revolving.
So wait, did you say either or ether?
Ether.
As in the gas?
No, like luminiferous
No.
ether, the AETHER originally.
ETHER.
So if you look at the Michelson-Morley so-called experiment, they were trying to measure the motion of the Earth through the ether. It's kind of accepted at the time. Well, they failed, right? So it made the Earth look geocentric. Then they had to do all this other like crazy backpedaling and come up with these different ideas and time dilation and length contraction and all this stuff to make us in motion again.
Yep.
So Einstein just did away with the ether.
Had to. Lorentz contraction was used and applied to the actual apparatus itself. The Michelson-Morley observation. The apparatus. They're saying the apparatus was contracting. Because it has to be. What a clown world.
Speaking of it has to be, Black, I sent you a few messages. One of them was because you questioned the math. So I cited a few sources on how we came up with that Black Swan equation, right? Because I expected you would look into the math. And also I sent you the Robert Simmons blue marble, right? He said that it's Photoshopped, it has to be. So answer this question. If there's so many satellites, right, orbiting the Earth, why do they have to Photoshop a picture of it?
A picture of the Earth?
Yeah, the Blue Marble 2012 was made by Robert Simmons in Photoshop, according to himself. And you can click the link in the YouTube channel description with that video I sent you, and you can trace him back to NASA. He actually works at NASA, and they provide evidence for that on the NASA website.
Okay, so I'm just looking at the thumbnail for this that you just sent me, this photoshopped.
Yeah, like directly quoted on their freaking
perspective
website.
is impossible.
But you see the excuse is they have to, because it's so large, they have to stitch all the images together to make it, and then Photoshop the clouds and whatever. Which is just, I mean, I was a graphic designer for 10 years. You can clearly see that's just CGI from the start. There's no actual photography.
Well, that's what they
involved
say on their
there.
website, right? Like they have the topographical, whatever. They make it like a flat projection and they wrap it around the ball, and then they have an artist come in and do a rendition to match what the observer expects it to look like, expects to see. So they admit that it starts with like a flat projection, and would it maybe have some, like, I don't know. I mean, it could. Yeah, I don't even, not a hill I have to die on, because like the only way that can be compiled and understood in anything and be useful at all is like a flat projection. So they do that, then they wrap it around a hypothetical ball. It doesn't exist at all in reality, and immediately the artist has to come in and start making shit up.
Well, and isn't it funny? Isn't it funny that Neil deGrasse Tyson tells us the Earth is shaped like a pear, but we keep getting pictures of a perfect sphere? Kind of weird.
Well, yeah, they state you can't really see it at that distance.
They say if you shrunk it down to the size of a pool ball, it'd be as smooth as a pool ball, and that the difference is just about the height or elevation of Mount Everest, which in the grand scheme of things isn't that big, and from that far away you wouldn't see it, and blah, blah, blah.
And don't forget, it's also an oblate spheroid, too.
Yeah, that's what they say it is.
So the only time I've ever heard a scientist say out on back to that was when a reporter asked Neil deGrasse Tyson, "What is gravity?" He said, "I don't know, next question." And the reporter, pay attention to what she says. "Did I ask you a question that I wasn't supposed to ask?" Meaning that she knows that there's boundaries and certain things that she's not allowed to ask. That's what she insinuated, right? And then there's lots of other funny things that happen, like Neil Armstrong, supposedly the first guy to walk on the moon. He gave his last speech before he died, and he talked about the next generation having to remove truth's protective layers. Now, I don't know what you know about I don't know what you know about the truth, but the truth doesn't need any protection from anything other than lies. Right? You would only protect the truth from the lie. Because you don't need to protect the truth. The truth is like a roaring lion. Set it free and it will defend itself.
The only way to protect the truth is with a lie.
Protect the truth from what?
Exactly. You can't protect the truth. The truth is the truth. So the only way you could protect the truth is with a lie, which isn't really protecting the truth.
You know, like prohibit. The truth is going to prevail regardless. You know, it's like the truth prevails. It's that simple.
Because it's like, how do you protect a lie? Only with more lies.
Yeah.
I call it an avalanche of lies, and the avalanche will never stop. So then, now that you know that they lied, well, now you're just gonna everything you see is just all nonsense. When they tell you Uranus smells like farts, or Pluto's got 30 moons, it really doesn't matter what they say anymore. It's just all a lie. You just got to keep the avalanche going. It's never gonna stop.
Yeah. I can't imagine like the people that take everything they say to be undoubtedly 100% true every day, having to update their worldview and just believing whatever they say. Sounds like torture.
Yeah, I'm just looking at this, what you sent me, this little video of the Earth. And the CGI to make it, the image itself is impossible. Right in the opening few seconds. Simply because the sun is shining everywhere.
Yeah, the sun's small and local, man. It's much smaller and more local than they said. Don't you agree that the Earth being flat is a huge truth that it's like got to get out there? Maybe better phrase, like, if flat Earth is true, which we know it is, would you agree that it holds an importance of value as to it should get out?
Okay, let me try it this way. After being here for the 2 hours, am I ready to jump on the bandwagon? No. However, if what you're saying is true, then yes, it should get out.
All right. That's all I'm asking, really, of course.
Dude, it cures atheists like sunlight cures mushrooms. I mean, it's just, they're gone. No more shrooms after the sun comes up. No more atheists after they realize that the Earth is flat and created by a creator. It's just impossible.
And actually, there's not even like an atheist like that exists. Like, because in all actuality, of course, it's not just pedantic or whatever. Like the word means, it's a definitive like affirmation. It's like there is no God. So I don't think like anyone would say that they know there is no God.
I don't understand atheists. I mean, in the point of, let's just say Santa Claus, for example, okay? I don't believe that there's a Santa Claus. I am not going to join a club to get together and talk about something that I don't think is there. Like, we're not going to have an anti-Santa Claus club. We're not going to get together and have meetings to discuss amongst ourselves that Santa Claus really doesn't exist. Like, that's just insane. So
that's a good point.
If you don't think that God exists, why are you going to get together and discuss something that's not there?
All the time.
Yeah, and you wouldn't go at other people for thinking that it's there, right? You wouldn't come at their throats and, shoot
Well,
them
dude,
down.
I mentioned... Sorry, bro, go ahead. Are you done, bro? I don't want to talk over you.
Oh, yeah, I was done.
Okay, yeah. So I mentioned Panda server earlier, right? So right now, there's like 20 to 30 people in a Southern server, and the whole reason they exist is to argue against flat earthers. Like, that's why they're on the internet, right? Just in case flat earthers have an argument, they'll be there to like magically pop up. And you can actually summon these people. You start telling too much truth, like these people will pop in and like start, going against what you're talking about, right? And these people are all just the same. They're like the anti-sovereigns. They all don't believe in God, except for very, very few of them claim to believe in God, right? But then those people will fake the image to make it look like the bridge curving is somehow the earth curving. But yeah, it's all the same thing over and over again. Like, can you imagine people like going to the Bigfoot servers and just like haunting the poor Bigfoot people who are like, I felt some bent twigs in my backyard. It's like, no, you didn't. You're stupid. Don't breed. Drink bleach.
Yeah, well, like this is a thing. I've went around and asked a ton of so-called atheists that question, and you never get an answer. So just try it out. And I mean, you just go ask. Like, you just make it. You're like, well, actually, the way I see it, there really is no such thing as an atheist. But you can tell me if you disagree, right? The way that I define it, which is the etymology of the word, is no God. It's it's a claim that there is no God. So I don't think any atheist ever will agree that they're making like a definitive claim there is no God. They never will. I ask them in person all the time. I'm like, okay, well then technically, that's the way I see it. You'd be agnostic, and that's
How
a huge
much
deal
how
for a
much
long.
faith must you have to believe in no God? I mean, yeah.
Way
Think-
more than anything you can flip on the other side. It's ironic. Really, I would say that design is one of the easiest things to prove. Ironically.
So generally speaking, would the majority of you guys believe in God, creation? Where are you guys with that?
Yeah, well, here's the deal. Like, when you know the Earth's geocentric, which means a center, stationary plane, and that the sky just keeps going around. It's like a clock built around us. Like, it's all centered around us on the Earth. And then it's designed. So there is no like other intellectually viable option other than to acknowledge that it was designed. We don't have a monolith of that beyond that. But I would say, I mean, people are technically even they're free to do whatever they want to. This reaches everyone, the idea that this is just where you live. But yeah, I mean, everyone has to acknowledge, like, if the Earth is geocentric, stationary plane, and just really geocentric alone, even, but well, for anything alone. So anyway, geocentric stationary plane had to be. I mean, it had to be designed.
So even the people that still claim to be agnostic here, I can think of a couple of them. They just say that they can't understand the creator, but they acknowledge that there is a creator. I don't think that they have any doubt in their mind that this place wasn't created. So that's the whole reason of telling you that you live on a globe. Because what would it matter? Like, if the government like cared about you and they wanted you to know the truth, and it's like, okay, well, you live on a spinning space ball, winding through a vacuum. What would be the point of telling us that? But if you can replace God with state, then you have people who don't care about their rights. Because people who believe in God know that God gives the rights and that no man can take it away from them. But people who believe in the state, well, they're willing to give up their rights a lot easier.
For me,
Very true.
Still on?
Yeah, you're still on. For me, it just makes more sense to. It's easier to believe in a creator than it is in in chance.
You know, I like to think of myself as a complicated rock.
It's not really like I don't see how it's called. I mean, really, the thing to me is so weird and ironic about it is like belief. I mean, when it comes to if it's designed, it just there is no other way. So it's just self-evident. If you
So that
can't
guy just
offer
made
a
a joke.
viable other way,
Oh, sorry, bro.
go ahead.
That guy
I
just
mean-
made a joke and said, "I believe that I'm a complicated rock," but that's an actual quote from an astrophysicist, right? She thinks that she's a complicated rock because if there's not a creator, then gravity is what created worlds and everything in it, and that life must have sprang up out of the elements, right? It must have rained on rocks for millions of years and washed the sediments into a primordial ooze, and the genetic code wrote itself out of the elements. That's what they have to believe, right?
Yeah, and what caused the Big Bang though?
That place wasn't even like that question wasn't even addressed in the original postulation. It's like
Your mom and dad
pre-existent
caused it.
energy.
You take something as simple as well, I say simple, it's actually quite complex, but vision, as in like the actual ability to see through your eyeball or with your eyeball. You've got your lens, you've got your cornea, the retina, you've got the optic nerve, you've got just the full shape of the eyelid, everything that's involved in it. You take one of those pieces out and it doesn't work.
Yeah.
It's
The eye proves creation, dude.
It's
For sure.
completely useless. So to think of it as evolutionary, which evolved first? Because
You went out for me, man.
Supple.
Black one, I don't know if you can hear, man, but I think you may have cut out or something. But yeah,
I guarantee you, Black Juan changes his name to Black Swan within a matter of 3 months.
As soon
Oh,
as,
it's Black
yeah,
Wine. Yeah, sorry.
as soon as you find yourself actually questioning what you've been taught, then you know you're on the right path.
Yeah, I think when you say you're not gonna hop on the bandwagon today, well, of course not. If somebody's gonna hop on the bandwagon within 2 hours of talking to somebody, well, they don't have something quite working right in their head. So we want you to wear the skeptic hat. We just want you to wear it from both angles. Look at both sides. We want you to understand the mainstream belief and what we know, and then approach both. Not a lot of people give both the fair shake, and what you end up finding is their explanations just prove our explanations. What they say is just so far gone; it just proves what we think and what we know. You'll find that the more you dive.
Yeah, because you came in here, dude, and you were like going through things that took me like months to conceptualize, right? Like, as far as I know, I figured out the whole, you said that we would weigh more at the North Pole than we would at the equator, right? Like, I figured that out before I heard someone else say it, right? You came in and it was just like bam, bam, bam.
I just got back. I lost my connection for a minute.
Oh, okay. Oh, it's all good, dude. Yeah, the other guy was speaking first. I'll let him go ahead and say that again in about 2 hours.
I was just going to say that, when you come in here and you say you're not going to hop on the bandwagon within 2 hours, Well, none of us want you to. It took me 9 months or 8 months to come to the realization, but I didn't have all these resources. So when you have all these resources and all these explanations, you can cut what I tried to learn in 8 months down into like 2 weeks or a month. So nobody wants you to just flip the switch within a day. That's very unreasonable. I don't think anybody with the right train of thought would ever do that. That just means they attach to things way too easily. That sounds very gullible if somebody were to do that.
I have a question. Can someone explain the how you weigh differently from the North Pole and the equator?
Sure, it's the centrifugal force. If the Earth is spinning at 1,038 miles an hour, right, the centrifugal force is going to counter the so-called force of gravity, right? So at the equator, the centrifugal force is going to be lifting you up and cross-cancel the gravity force at the same time. So it's going to affect your weight here on Earth compared to if you were to go higher up, let's say toward the North Pole, where you're not actually spinning at 1,038 miles an hour. You're just kind of turning in circles once over 24 hours, right? And this would completely negate the force that you felt at the equator. So it would make you weigh more at the pole than you weigh at the equator. And this is one of the first questions I started asking. In fact, I called Mark Sargent in 2015 and told him about this. And I don't know what he did with it, but the first person I heard talking about it was a guy that used to be on Globebusters in the early days. I can't remember his name. The guy with the long hair. I think he had a flat Earth bus.
Do you weigh like significantly more? Like let's say I'm 50 pounds here. Would I weigh like 80 pounds over there, or just like 50 pounds here and then like 52 pounds?
Well, they say they do the math and it's like a couple of pounds. They say a metric ton doesn't weigh a ton at the North Pole, but how can I go test that, right?
Yeah.
It's kind of like when I said, okay, here's one that the new guy is probably going to appreciate. So Black, if there's redshift, the Doppler effect, in every direction we can see redshift. Hypothetically, if you could, which you can't, this is only a thought experiment, rewind time, and you would see blue shift in every direction. So far?
Oh.
I don't understand.
Black wine?
I don't understand the red shift to the blue shift. I'm not.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Here's what they say. Here's what they say. They say that because there's red shift in space, they say it's. I'm about to explain. It's the Doppler effect. They say it's like when a siren is coming towards you, it has a higher pitch than when it passes you, right? So as the ambulance comes closer, the notes are higher because the waves are being pushed towards you as it's getting closer. And as it gets further away, there's a red shift and the pitch actually changes lower, kind of like a honking horn that passes by you, right? You can test this out in your front yard.
Yeah.
Right. So this is what the light's doing, right? There's a red shift to the light, and they say that this is because the universe is expanding in all directions. And so, like I said earlier, hypothetically, thought experiment, if you could rewind time according to their model, that would put the Earth in the center of all creation, because if all of the sky was in blue shift, it would be heading towards Earth.
Oh, that's interesting. What was about the bandwagon topic that you guys talking about? Are you guys like talking about this, or was that like a different topic?
Yeah, he was just saying that he's not going to just jump on the bandwagon real fast, and then we were just saying,
about the things that we're talking about right now.
Flat Earth, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, if you jump on it within one day, you got something wrong.
This is my first time coming into this channel.
Yeah, it took me a very long time. At first I gave it no thought. I thought this is the dumbest thing. This is the stupidest thing I've ever heard in my entire life. I'm gonna disprove this in an hour.
But did you?
Nope. Here I am.
Exactly.
But I've been waiting hundreds of hours, and I still have no evidence for what they propose.
Yeah, when you get.
So did you guys hear what I said? I don't know if I was on mute or not. Did I get my argument out?
Yeah, you did. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah, I'm sorry. I just wasn't sure I was getting bad reception. So in the book of Acts, they told the Bereans, and the Bereans said, let us, check out the scriptures and see for ourselves if this is true. So he has to do his diligent, research. He has to check the scriptures. He has to check the science. He has to check out our claims, redo the math. He's got a lot of work ahead of him. Because we might be lying. We might be like, a bunch of bullshitters on the internet trolling people, right? So don't trust us. Measure a surface of water close to your house when there's the least amount of solar activity, like near twilight in the morning, right?
Yeah.
So that you can get a good straight shot over body water. And there's curve calculators, and you can use a laser, you can use mirrors, you can use flashlights, you can use partners on the other side of the lake. There's lots of ways to do it. And there's also lots of stuff down in the other rooms that you can see how they did it and maybe repeat those experiments and, observations. I shouldn't say experiment. Repeat those observations for yourself, test it for yourself.
Yeah, I mean, I'll be straight up with you. The chances of me duplicating an experiment are going to be very slim to none. But as far as getting on the internet and just, surfing around and looking up different things or whatnot and being inquisitive, yeah, I'll do that.
Yeah, where I live, I have no water.
Oh, you're the guy from South Africa.
No, I'm from
Oh.
Germany.
Yeah, I'm the guy from South Africa. Yeah.
Okay.
You have water there, Flat Swan?
I would hope so.
Yeah, I was thinking Cape Town is where they were having some serious droughts.
Yeah, Cape Town's been having droughts, but there's still adequate water at least. They have been having some rain the last few months at least as well, so they've been fine. South Africa is notorious for its droughts, so I'm quite used to it.
Any conspiracy theories that you guys want to share?
I don't know, what's your favorite?
9/11.
That's your favorite?
It's the first thing that popped into my mind.
Anchor bias. Yeah, you can't blame them.
Yeah,
For me, it's Kennedy. I've got the anchor bias. Yeah, so if that's your favorite, I have a golden gift for you. Fairbanks, Alaska did a 4-year study on Tower 7 and determined that it did not collapse due to fire like the initial story said. NIST, with a straw man of the building, they actually recreated the building and showed that it was a near simultaneous collapse of all the columns, right? So near simultaneous means that it almost happened at the same time, and that all the columns, which is the structural beams that go straight up from the ground, they broke at the same time. So if you want to look for that, that was released September the 3rd. Fairbanks, Alaska, WTC 7 report. It's pretty interesting if you haven't seen it.
Interesting.
And by the way, Fairbanks, Alaska is one of the best structural engineering colleges in the world. Continue, I'm sorry.
Like my current favorite, is that everybody uses an inaccurate calendar. Pretty much like everybody, literally.
Yeah,
Actual
I'm
calendar's wrong.
right now.
That's a good one. What's this?
Wait, what do you mean by that?
Like the actual calendar that everyone uses means 10.
So do you believe like we just made 2 months up? Like 2 months don't exist then?
No, there are 12 months, but where they stopped it and started, like the beginning of the year is actually in March.
I get what you mean.
Yeah, they manipulated it. They had the Julian calendar, and then now they have the Gregorian calendar, right? Is what we use. It's just wrong, but really what it should be is you quantify the days. They are 12 months of 30 days, exactly 30 days, which gives you 360, of course, like perfect circle. Then you got 4 days a year that are additional to that. You have the solstices and the equinoxes. That's 4 days a year. Happens once each 6 months, right? And so we have 364. Then every 5 years you have a leap week. Now, what we have now is of these 30, 31s and 28 and leap year every 4 years and stuff. But the truth is, there's a leap week every 5 years. and this was known with the all the civilizations that knew about this calendar before it was super corrupted. So there you go. It's just real simple. 12 months of exactly 30 days. The beginning of the year is actually in March. It's all synchronized with the sky, and it's the accurate calendar. Like forever, it was accurate then, still accurate now, will be accurate always. And the one we have now is just ridiculous. And like half of it, the ones that don't still have like the numerical etymology still in the actual month, is all these different like gods, supposed gods, Roman pagan gods.
So would Christmas still be on December, or would it be?
Christ Mass, like what people say is that Yeshua was born on Christmas, but no, he was born like September 11th.
Did that also happen on September 11th?
Yeah, they had a mass sacrifice where they mocked him.
9/11.
Exactly.
Coincidence? I think not.
No, it's not.
That is
so
actually
yeah.
insane.
Yeah,
I've
dude.
never heard of that.
Yep. And then the whole stars, like the stars are like centered around his birth. It's just really wild. It like tells the story in the stars itself. And you can actually know when he's born based on like the sky. Was a huge piece of the evidence. And the manipulation of the calendar just has hid all this, and they've lumped it in with these other like pagan festivals they had. So like that's the time of the year that they had their own like festivals and stuff like that, like festival weeks or whatever, and their pagan celebrations. And so they've flipped the script to make it look so people think that they're like, celebrating the birth of Jesus Christ, which wasn't his name. His name was Yeshua. And it's actually an ancient pagan holiday, like attributed to Nimrod. Supposedly Nimrod was born then, and just crazy. Everything's inverted and around Yeshua.
So how did they get Sunday to be a holy day?
Yeah, well, I mean that's Sunday. It's like a sun god worship day.
They also gathered together to worship.
It was the Pope.
Week, supposedly. So, depending on who you ask, that was when they worshipped. He rose on Sunday, supposedly, and it was changed because that's when they worshipped, and that's when he rose or whatever.
Well, this goes right back to the calendar. Calendar deception is probably the biggest one ever, but it shows you where the Sabbath is. Like, it's good to keep up with the Sabbath perfect, and you know everything that's going on. And yeah, it just has been inverted. It's been subverted, and so now and they moved it to Sunday, the first day, the inversion of the final day.
But why move it to Sunday?
Because it's the inversion of the final day. So rest at the beginning of the week.
Oh, rather than at the end of the week.
Yeah, and it's even deeper than that, because what people do on like Sunday, what was attributed to that was just like a party. Which doesn't really matter. It's not necessarily completely different. It is in ways, of course, of like what would be morally acceptable, right? But it's just the people think to have some like strict rule. It's supposed to be. It's like engineered to be like helpful to you. So anyway, it was hidden. Like the calendar's hidden, dude. And this like gives you information about the eclipses and helps you put together. When you have the scriptures, you can like understand how like clearly it's actually encoded in the very figures outlined in the genealogies of the Bible. It's like the actual people. Their names mean things, and how long that they were alive is all perfectly synchronized with the sky clock, with the calendar. And all the eclipses and everything aligns perfectly. So it was hidden. So I would say that's got to be one of the biggest conspiracies ever, man. I mean, it's a pretty big one.
So like Methuselah, I think the Methuselah is something to do with when he dies, it will come. And Methuselah died the year of the flood. So that's a name that means something. The flood, did that happen? Fictitious?
Yes, obviously the flood happened. Everything said the flood. Like they say, the flood happened like everywhere. All the resources you have, like everyone wants to allude to the flood. It's just known it happened.
Yeah, but people vehemently deny the flood because if God could judge the world then he could judge you now or when you die or judge the world now. Right? Give me just a second. Give me just a second.
So since he could judge the world then, he can still judge the world now and judge you now. And they don't like that because they want to be their own God, and they think morality should be subjective because it's easier that way.
Okay, so then this I'm going to tie this back into something we were discussing earlier then, because at the end of the flood, Noah, basically God makes a promise to Noah and sets his bow in the sky as a sign of the promise that the earth would never be destroyed by a flood again. Thus the rainbow.
Mm-hmm.
But earlier I got the rainbow as a as a proof of flat Earth. But the rainbow
Evidence of a dome. Evidence of a dome.
Yeah, maybe. What if the heavenly waters? Just purely speculation here, but it says the firmament separates the heavenly waters from the earthly waters. Say that was removed and then replaced, and it's like a special version. It's got a little mark on it that promises, "Look, well, this will never happen again. There will be no more flooding of the earth."
Okay, I can go with that because I know in the beginning. Let me think about this for a second. The earth was without form and void, and
sorry, say again.
Oh, I'm just trying to think here from memory here. The firmament separated the waters above from the waters below.
Mm-hmm.
And
It makes sense that it rained a lot for 40 days, or there's waters above.
Well, in my observable space around me, looking outside and looking up and around and down and whatnot, as I read that, it's very hard to comprehend from what I can see now. So,
Well, dude, look, dude, the Earth is a geocentric stationary planet. It's like the bottom floor. It's the basement, man. It's where everything goes down. There's a central point. They don't let you look at it still, like these little crazy little secret king rulers. They don't even let you go within 500 miles of each direction of the North Pole. We don't even know exactly where it is. We don't know exactly what we're on. But there is a central point over top of the Earth where all the stars go around it, and they have for all recordable history. They lied to you about what they do, how they work, where they are, how they work in relation to one another. They've confused you with how to keep up with them all the way down to the very quantification process we use with calendars. They've grabbled the entire truth about it, so you can't have an understanding intrinsically of the true nature of where you live. And it comes down and boils down to a very, very simple sentiment that's pretty much objective and can't be debated. And it's that knowledge is power, and it's much more powerful if you're the only one with it.
Interesting.
And we're talking about metaphysical power, in my opinion, at the, when it all comes down to it, right? Like a spiritual, like like there's a spiritual importance to the sky, very, very huge importance. It's like the script of Yeshua, it's the Messiah, like the the earth is written. It's just wild.
The idea of clouds really, really troubles me. I cannot understand how clouds work. I just thought of that when I was talking about rain.
Water evaporates.
No. I'm not talking about that. I obviously get, water evaporates in the sky. It holds water in these things. What I don't get is how thousands of gallons of water can be held up. And this is the idea that I was that made me question it a whole bunch, is if you take saran wrap and let's say you stretch it over 2 chairs of armrests, right? So there's space between the armrests. That's pretty much what a cloud is, but it's got water all across that piece of saran wrap. Why wouldn't all of the water gather in one point and fall from the center? Why would it fall evenly throughout the cloud?
I think water's super, super special and like incredibly like mind blowing and beyond the full entire comprehension of humans. And you're gonna combine that with this natural like electric, energy relationship involved with everything, and that's also has seemed to elude the grasp of humans up to this point. And you're gonna have a phenomenon you can't understand. That's actually how I see it. I just when I bluntly answer these questions, most of the time they're just not satisfactory to people. They just want to know everything.
Well, yeah, that's why I bring it up because no one ever talks about that. When I heard someone describe it to me like saran wrap, like, well, obviously, yeah, if you put water on saran wrap, it would all gather in the middle. But all of a sudden, you put it in the cloud, and it just doesn't do that. And all the water just falls evenly throughout a cloud. Well, not exactly evenly, but it can hold various amounts of water in each part of the cloud. But it's completely flat at the bottom. That just blows my mind. I can't understand that.
And is the rain wouldn't be affected at all by like the earth spinning?
Yeah, that too. Wow. Wouldn't it rain somewhere and then like 100 miles away it'd be raining there, all the rain would travel?
Yeah,
Well,
and
some
rain will
people
like go
point to
fast and slow
rain.
down and go to different angles and it'll go left to right. All right, go ahead.
Well, some people point to rain on days without clouds as proof that, the rain's coming from the firmament breaking open or whatever and letting water come down. There's different theories even about that. It's hard for me to believe that clouds can hang suspended in the air like that unless they're in like a substance like an ether and it's going to like the top of a density column of some sort of substance seen or unseen. That's why, one of the reasons why I tend to think of space, the space around us, that is around matter like you and me, as a substance like an ether, kind of like flowing over the flat earth. But who knows?
Something changed drastically from the point of creation because, Garden of Eden, it didn't rain. Up until the point of Noah, no rain had fallen upon the earth.
The water came up through the ground like a mist. You can go through the mountains and you'll see mists, which appears to be coming up from the mountains and the land even now today.
Right. And then at the time of Noah, at the time of the flood, the floodgates of heaven opened and the water sprung forth from the ground and it rained for 40 days and 40 nights.
And the fountains of the deep broke open too. So there was water coming from below and above.
Yeah. And then now, from that point forward, the bow set in the sky, and something seriously different from what it was.
It does make you think what's happening up there in the firmament. Maybe that's where we get rain, where the, firmament opens up as opposed to just clouds or whatever, but who knows? But with the rainbow, you really can't get a rainbow when we try to reproduce it without light coming through some sort of solid polarizing substance, polarizing the light and separating it into bands. We really can't duplicate that without a mirror inside of, outside we have like the mirror of the dome firmament, some people are saying, but inside you don't have that, so you need to provide your own, mirror.
Or a mist. Like a water mist.
They found seashells on top of mountains, dude.
Which further explains the flood.
Obviously, that's continental drift and Pangea and dinosaurs.
Gravity.
The gravity.
Well, Pangea is explained with plate tectonics, and even that theory, flat Earth, round Earth, or whatever, has problems. We don't see the land floating on a sea of magma. We don't see puzzle piece contours to the continents. we really theorize that the puzzle pieces are there and interlock with each other based off of volcano boundaries. But the theory doesn't quite match up, and we haven't drilled further than like 8 miles down, so we really don't know what's down there. The rest of it's just theory.
I like the oil theory. That everything slides on these giant pools of oil, but it's not really proven.
Well, see, the flood also explains the oil. Like, how do you get organic matter that deep into the ground to be subject to pressure and time to produce oil?
Oil is naturally occurring phenomenon that is not take thousands of years. You
Yeah, it
replenish
replenishes super fast.
Yeah, the oil wells replenish
Well, we
within
also have
30 years or 40 years.
Well, we also have the mud fossils, what appear to be petrified body parts, human and the fossils and stuff like that, which appear to have been buried and turned into rock. Essentially, there was, I think, a middle-aged artist who had some sort of secret to mummify human body parts and turn them into stone. They produced one of the human busts that he made from a female, and it looked like a marble, like a marbleized, painting. And he died with his secrets, but supposedly they were able to, turn people into stone through some sort of mummification. And you can get similar effects by burying a body with a bunch of mineral-filled water to petrify it pretty quickly. There was another story that Kent Hovind was talking about where there was a corpse that was in a flooded graveyard, and when they dug it up, it had turned into petrified stone after like 14 years. So it looks like with water and minerals, you can get these fossils, these mud fossils, these buried creatures pretty quickly.
Have you guys seen any of the documentaries on Sodom and Gomorrah with the sulfur balls?
There was one with what's his name, David Rude, which was pretty interesting, and Ron Wyatt. That one was pretty good.
I don't remember who did them, but somebody just basically went to I don't know, a site in the Middle East. I guess it's supposed to be Sodom and Gomorrah, and you can dig up balls of sulfur, and you take a lighter to them, and they burn. And
Yep, I've seen that.
It's the purest sulfur you'll ever find, because most
That's right.
sulfur is like 20%. That sulfur is like 90% pure, not naturally found normally.
And you can find it all over the place there in Sodom and Gomorrah.
Correct.
There was a YouTuber who did that. He was a Christian from Israel.
Trey Smith goes to Sodom and Gomorrah too, I think, in one of his videos. And you can still see the ziggurats, the living, structures with, what appear to be windows, human architecture, right angles, which tend to be man-made. Things that make it look like a city that was basically turned to ash.
Correct. Yep.
Yeah, they call it brimstone.
Yeah.
I don't know. I watched that a couple of years ago. I thought that was really cool.
God was pissed. But I read in one of the books, I think it was Maccabees or Jasher, how wicked they were, and they would kill travelers who came from their city, rob them, kill them. And they used to have like orgies to like celebrate, the harvest or whatever. And they said that, they would, everybody would participate, young and old, father, daughter. And they just said that the place was wicked. And even when the angels came, they were trying to rape them. And even, Job was like, have my daughters instead of, these angels or whatever. So they were a very peculiar place, as it were. I think they burned down Sodom, Gomorrah, Zebulon, and one other city in the area.
Well, that makes sense because after leaving Sodom and Gomorrah, Lot's daughters had sex with him to give him offspring or sons.
Well, they got him drunk, and then they essentially what we would call nowadays raped him or whatever.
Right.
It was probably looked much more like a city in the past. Now we've had a bunch of rain and erosion. It's probably harder to see the distinguishing features of the city now.
See, hi everyone, I have a question. So, no doubt Sodom and Gomorrah were real and those cities were destroyed. But I'm from India and we also have descriptions of many such events happening in the past. And we can also find the evidences of such architecture sometimes below the sea. And even those that still exist have some history attached to it. So, how much of it can we really be sure? I mean, if we take the Bible as the true word of God, then it's all right. Sodom and Gomorrah is mentioned and everything falls into place. But uh,
Well,
being an
when I
Indian
hear
and
about
being
other
born,
cities, what was that?
but being an Indian and being born a Hindu, I'm not religious at all. Still, I was born in a Hindu family, and I have started looking into the Bible of late, but I'm not very sure about how true it is as yet. I have people with whom I interact with. So if you can understand, it is difficult for me to take the Bible as the true word of God as of now. At least now I cannot do that.
Well, when other cities are talked about, they talk about it as some sort of nuclear cataclysm or something that's more technological. It's not hard for me to believe that back then they had flying machines and high technology and probably destroyed, many cities many times over. I think they say that there are places that have, nuclearized glass or something like that that's radioactive, like some sort of cataclysm happened in that area. And I saw a channel by this YouTuber, Above is Below, saying that the Hindu temples at one time were flying machines. That she was implying that they worked off of bioenergy or another form of energy that allowed them to levitate and fly. So who knows? They might have had high technology of a different sort back then.
Yeah, and Witsit in his live stream the other day was talking about Osiris and how after his death all his body parts were dispersed in all parts of the world. And we have a similar story regarding Shiva. It's not actually Krishna, it's Shiva with whom we associate the same story. And every place that one of his body parts were dropped became a holy place of worship. And we as Indians pay pilgrimage to such places. And it is not strange, but you guys might already know this. But the image of Shiva that is placed everywhere in every temple is his palace symbol. That is what Indians worship when they go into a temple of Shiva.
Well, on I guess in the other legends, they say that Nimrod basically rebelled against God, and his great uncle Shem killed him and cut him up into several body parts and sent them to the various kingdoms. And basically, they say that that is the origin of the of that story where Osiris, Isis, Osiris, or whatever, tried to gather up all the pieces and was missing the phallus or whatever. So who knows what the true source, if any, of that myth is? You know, what its true basis is, as it were.
But when you talk to any other Indian, they would say it's not mythology, it's not fiction, it's reality. Shiva
Right.
was God.
Well, I guess it depends on what the root of the truth is. A lot of times, you know, there is mythology, but a lot of times mythology has a true root in it. So I guess you just need to figure out what's the true part and what's the false part, I guess.
I'm on it, man.
Shiva's the god of destruction, isn't she?
He's
Yep.
not a she, he's a he.
Is it he?
The god of destruction, yes. Yep.
Yeah, I thought there were 3 gods in
That's
the
right.
Hindu. Yeah, Shiva, Brahma, and Vishnu.
No, Rama is a reincarnation of Vishnu. There is one Brahma, the creator, Vishnu, the god of the world, and Shiva, the god of destruction. But then again, if you learn about Hinduism, in Hinduism they say that Hindus in India do not really like that term because it was given to us from the Western world. So Hinduism never was a religion, and the way Indians take it is that it is the Sanatan Dharma, which literally translates to, it is in Sanskrit, it translates to the eternal way of life, or the eternal dharma is basically religion. So it is the eternal religion. No one is born a Hindu or a Christian or any other religion, but everyone is born into the Sanatan Dharma, which is basically governed by natural laws. There is the idea of a creator or a supreme lord, but then we have many other bifurcations in Hindu and what we have been fed through television again. So the time I was born, some 30 years ago, my parents and all over India, what was telecast on television was these two epics, Ramayana and Mahabharata, and they present uh, a modern version of it. They do not go into the details, but they give more consideration to something that would look good on the screen and things like that. So authenticity gets compromised. Anyways, during these lockdowns, those two serials became one of the highest watched. They crossed Netflix's Game of Thrones records when they were telecast again during this lockdown, and people were sitting at their homes and they got to watch something that was aired 30 years ago. So, anyways, my point, I don't know, I don't have a point.
Well, Hinduism appears to have incarnations and reincarnation and what appears to be a stepwise process or a cyclical process toward godhood, you know, kind of up and down in a cycle. I think they say evolution as a theory kind of came from this mindset of evolving through different modes of being and different stages of existence into, you know, higher forms. So does Hinduism have like a primary deity that was separate from humanity, or is it all just mixed with together, kind of in a
I thought
pantheistic
they had
way?
a true Martis or a Trinity. 3
That's what I
gods.
thought.
Brahma, Vishnu, and Shiva. One creator, one preserver, one destroyer.
Yeah, it was not Rama, it's Brahma, the
or whatever.
creator.
Brahma.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm sorry. I mispronounced it.
I'm not defending it, but I'm just giving you the right information. Anyways,
Oh my
so
god, is it Brahma?
Brahma.
Okay.
Brahma is the creator and he's the least worshipped and least referred to god who's always in the background. But Vishnu and Shiva take the center stage. Shiva is like your confusion was correct because he's also portrayed as a female. Shiva is the amalgamation of male and female. The female part is Shakti. So together we call it Shiv Shakti. And all of you are aware of the image of Nataraj, which is there in Sun, which is kind of a depiction of the male and female in one body. But then, practically speaking, Shiva was a human being. He did not have a beginning or an end. So we do not know where Shiva comes from or where he went.
Yeah, aren't there millions of gods really in Hinduism?
Yeah, that's right, because we have a god for all spheres of life. So for mechanics, we have a different god, and we worship that god. That god has a particular day. But again, we only have 365 days. But there are 33 million gods and goddesses. 340 million.
Depends on the branch of
340
Hinduism, though, doesn't it? Because there are some Hindus that would say that each supposed Hindu god is actually just a different facet of the same god.
Like I said, I'm not an expert, but all kinds of ideas prevail. And even Hindus cannot come to a consensus that yes, this is what is the actual belief of Hinduism, so to say, or the Sanatan Dharma. So we have a Christian here in India. I came in contact with him because of Flat Earth. But then he is edifying me in the biblical scripture. And before I met him, even for the past 1 year, I
Is my shit broke, or is everybody just quiet?
I think it was quiet. I was also wondering what's going on.
went
It's like
quiet.
dead quiet.
Everything.
I got a
went
call. I'm sorry.
Oh,
I was saying
that's
something,
good.
but I just received a call. Anyways,
We're always here.
All
Where
right,
were we?
back to clouds. How do clouds hold thousands of gallons of water?
Not because of gravity.
Well, yeah, I know that.
Okay, hang on. You guys got to explain something to me. What is this? What's the issue with gravity?
The theorized cause.
Can I ask a very pertinent question? I was also wondering the whole point behind the debate between Whitsitt and Brand's logic. So I understood what they were talking about, but then, in short, what is the outcome, or how was it fruitful? Can someone please explain that to me? Whitsitt, if you can, it would be. I'll really appreciate it.
Well, we can only hope for fruitful. But our point is to get out of debate and get people questioning the model and the science that's told to them. To ask for practical demonstration and not just assertion without proof. So if we get one person to question the science that's undemonstratable, unfalsifiable, then it is fruitful.
I think both of them were flat earthers, but I think they were debating another topic. What was it? Ether versus non-ether or something? What was their topic?
Gravity. What gravity actually is, wasn't it?
I think some people are saying it's electromagnetic or something. I don't know.
Well, the electromagnetic field could be the electrical plane or luminescent ether.
I agree. I'd like to see what other flat Earth options are out there other than electromagnetism.
Right. Well, in a sense, an electric plane is electromagnetic too. The flow of electric creates electromagnetism. Magnetism and the flow of electricity, they coexist. One's the antecedent for the other.
Yeah, I think gravity has an appeal for materialists because the matter is self-forming with this gravity force. No need to appeal to outside willful agency like a creator or something like that getting things going.
Yeah, you don't have to get to the point where you say, well, where's the electricity come from in nature? Now, people think because we can harness it and apply it, we absolutely know everything about it, but we don't. We don't know where energy comes from in nature. We don't know where electricity comes from in nature.
Okay, did we have a winner in the debate?
Well, what is energy though?
Energy, like a block
Good
of
question.
energy? Like a color to energy?
If we don't know where it comes from, we don't know what it is. We can only label it and apply it. We can not know what a thing is, but have an applicable use for it.
That's what I was saying. It's a general philosophy. The thing that we say takes form is quote unquote the matter, and the stuff that is transferable that doesn't take form is quote unquote energy. It appears to be a general philosophy beyond that.
Yep.
Okay, help me out here. Gravity. What's the issue with gravity?
The asserted or theoretical cause, whether or not it's an effect, an attraction, or a force, a pseudo force, fictitious force. Which is it? Is it Newtonian physics or is it Einsteinian, wherein gravity is an effect caused by the warping of space-time, or is it an attraction at the molecular level? Neither of which are demonstratable.
Or even observed.
So there's no really problem with gravity or calling the fact that things fall down gravity. We don't have a problem with that. We have a problem with the asserted cause.
Yeah, bendy space-time is the biggest one I have a problem with.
So the issue is what the cause of gravity is.
Yes. Is it a force or is it an effect? So I wish more flat earthers would get to that point instead of sitting there for 5 years and debating gravity, saying gravity doesn't exist. That's just what that is the name we give to something that we observe. What we actually deny is the given cause, the theoretical or hypothetical causes of it. We don't deny things fall, and that's what they call gravity.
Well, you need gravity for curvature in the current iteration, but gravity could be this
not
thing
covering
that.
I'm not covering that. See, the cause could be the cause of formation of matter. It could be, but the given cause is unfalsifiable, undemonstratable.
You can't show mass attracting mass. There's nothing you can do to show that.
Well, they have the quote unquote Cavendish, but even that can be reinterpreted as, say, the flow of space in and out of the balls or whatever. So, unless the interpretation is the only intelligible one, then you could cobble up another one.
But even that's just torsion twist. It's not mass attracting mass, though.
It's not.
And when you're talking about
torsion bars conserve energy, right?
Yeah.
So it's an observed effect through a man-made apparatus that we assert the cause. We don't correlate cause with effect. It's not an experiment. It was an attempt to weigh the mass of Earth and just been wrapped around this bull crap because remedial people believe it.
Well, with a theory of causation, you're talking about something that didn't exist before that came into existence. To have that, you need to have a cause to bring something into existence, but it contradicts itself with gravity because they just say it's just this characteristic of mass, like it just came into existence being gravitative. So that's a contradiction because if you're talking about causation, you're talking about something that didn't exist before that came into existence, but at the other side of their mouth, all
That's
mass
more of an ontological premise and not really a cause and effect relationship. The ontological presence is, do things naturally go from a state of not existing to existing? Or is there a creator behind it? But cause and effect is just for every action equal and opposite reaction, cause and effect. It's not really a theory, it's demonstratable.
Well, that's the problem with these materialistic philosophies. Eventually, they become kind of circular and they just declare that this thing is and give up on causation in a way. And so at that point, you can't really prove anything. You just have to accept the
causation is a reality. The ontological premise is a philosophy.
Yeah. Well, you get all these chicken or the egg problems with, materialistic philosophies like, gravity accumulating mass, generating gravity, accumulating mass, which is what you seem to have with gravity. And so the cure for the chicken or the egg problem I found is just a creator. Well, and so sometimes we have to break
that problem's with the given cause. So yeah. I think it's beyond man to find the cause of this and that. I just think this given cause leads to what came first, gravity or mass, formated mass. That's the problem with the given cause, or the asserted cause.
It's so circular, and the thing is, it denies, it denies the fact that we have magnetism, masses that appear to repel each other, and at the small scale, electromagnetism would be even more demonstrable, stronger than this quote-unquote gravity force. So since we have this stronger force overshadowing gravity, how could we even prove it from the small scale to the large scale if it's going to be overshadowed by electromagnetism? It's just not tenable at that point.
Yeah, but gravity and magnetism can be two entirely different things.
But it would be overshadowed by electromagnetism, so how can you tell which is which? And most of the time, at greater scale, you give it to the greater force. You don't let the smaller force take over at the greater scale. Not normally, anyway. Like surface tension is a small scale force, but surface tension is overcome when the thing gets too big and too massive. It starts to flatten out. But at small scale, surface tension will give you kind of a roundish dot or a roundish puddle. We don't let surface tension take over at great scale, when it's overshadowed by greater forces. Not normally, anyway.
Well, I think surface tension can be overshadowed by gravity. Like your drop of water gets larger and then it flattens out, right? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
Okay. But the effect or whatever you want to call it with gravity, it works on water, whereas your electromagnetism doesn't work on everything. Like they're two different things.
There's attempts to basically absorb gravity under electromagnetism and talk about it as basically an electromagnetic interaction. I'd probably go with that.
Well, let's say if you take water as dielectric, as soon as you add the salt, then it's going to become magnetic. So would it be the salt that gives its properties or the water?
It would be the ingredients combined.
Lemon,
does the salt on its own do anything?
I'm gonna have to beg you to join the mod server. Where'd MG4 go? I was gonna.
I didn't even know there was a mod server. What is this mod server thing?
It's all about you and ITY, bro. Come on. You're late to the party. Here you get to be the admin, and the admins get to be the mods.
Oh, that's interesting.
So you can ban Jose if you want, but you gotta unban him. He can't be permanent.
Great. That's gonna be crazy.
I told them they gotta take one for the team. They gotta let people get a little payback. Hey, Chris finally got valued there too. But I mean, you'll be an admin of the server. You can do whatever you want. I just took an old server that I wasn't doing nothing with.
Oh, the one that what's his name took over? Human Sheeple?
No, that one got took down. This was Battle Mod's house. It was one I had a long time ago. Never did nothing with. So I still got FE Reality. Shit, I got 2,600 members on there. Need to start doing something with that.
Dang, you got servers up the wazoo.
Well, when we first started, that's what we did. We built up a server, and I just started 3 or 4 just to practice. So, to see what security issues we come up with, you know? Like that server right there is where me and Andy Catherium built the first bot. Sheppel was on there. I helped Sheppel build a bot. But I kicked all them people before I made it to mod server. Don't let nobody in there that isn't a mod. Ban them.
The ban him.
Yeah, unless, of course, you know, they're a gold member that maybe we're going to train before we bring them mod. I want to bring that back. So people get in here and they don't just go, hey, I'm equal to you guys now. I got a bunch of new ways and you guys need to please my opinion. So we can just bring them in there as gold and train them. That's what we used to do. We used to have a server like this where you guys can say or do whatever the hell you want. And you can get to know people. We can invite people. We're going to move up to mod. So we don't get a bunch of clashing and fighting. You know?
But you can demonstrate an overall attractive force with incoherent magnetism. A bunch of buckyballs that are, you know, incoherently magnetic with north-south poles going everywhere. It'll attract either pole of a coherent north-south pole magnet. No repulsion. And since everything's electromagnetic or electrostatic, everything on some level is magnetic anyway. So that could be your gravity right there with an incoherent, you know, buckyball Earth or whatever.
To sum it up, we don't really know what gravity is. Things go down. Not all things go down, and we don't know why.
It also implies that the Earth is some sort of ball, which is from Neoplatonism, which assumed that all forces pull into a perfect ball, despite the fact that we don't see that happening. The closest thing we have to that is surface tension, and that dissipates after, you know, a large scale. So it appears to be an assumption that matter is gravitative and pulls into this ball shape.
Oh, guys, I gotta go to bed.
Good night.
Good chatting. Have a good night, and I'll catch you later.
Good morning, Battle Mod. If you're there.
It went quiet again. Dead air on 24/7. Be a good time for anybody that doesn't normally get to speak to speak. Jimbo, you want to give a presentation? Oh, he's deafened. What's up, God Rockin'?
Mic check.
I hear you.
Who's that?
Ildiko,
Oh, hey, what's up?
how are you?
I'm fine. I'm just wondering why it's so quiet in here. Usually people are talking. Even 6 in the
mornings
morning,
are
yeah.
very busy and some are not. Some
Yeah.
are quiet for an hour, hour and a half. And other times everyone is very lively. So, are you from Europe?
No, I live in Canada, but I'm Russian.
Oh, you're Russian.
Yeah, that's why my name is Vlad.
Vlad.
Yeah,
Ah, I'm Hungarian.
nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you. Usually in the morning like this, there are many Europeans that are here because it's later there.
Yeah, I mean, I don't sleep anymore because of this COVID shit, right? These people got me stuck in my house. I can't leave my house, so I just fucking.
Oh, it's a total lockdown?
Well, no, not really. It's just I don't want to go outside because everybody's wearing a mask, and I'm just gonna get upset. Unless I have some problems with somebody, right? Yeah, very upsetting. Yeah.
But it's amazing. I think how it upset me a tremendous amount when it started. And I just can't, I know I can't really stop it. So there's a certain amount of acceptance that comes after a while, I think. And you just walk amongst them and let them be. There's no debate that you can get into with them. It's impossible.
Well, yeah. I mean, listen. Have you heard of the Great Barrington Declaration?
No. Tell me about it.
Oh man. The Great Barrington Declaration. Yeah, I'm gonna link it for you. I'll actually send it to you. It's very nice. It's a petition. Well, it's I don't know if it's just everybody signing it. Even doctors are signing it, saying that everything is a fraud, like it's a scam.
Oh.
Right? And what's really and all these doctors are getting censored, right? People are losing their doctors' licenses when they don't go against or don't go with the mainstream, right? So
yeah.
Here, I'll give you this. You can see. Yeah. I'll link it in. I'll actually message it to you because you can't link this stuff, or else you get.
I didn't know the name of it, but I had heard of the process. I didn't remember the name of it. Yeah, I know there is this happening, but you just can't go against the weight of the system against us. Really.
Well, it's strange because I just sent you and if you go into just signatures, right now there's over 700,000 just regular citizens that signed it. 12,000 or close to 13,000 medical and public health scientists, and it's almost 40,000 medical practitioners that signed this, right? They're just calling out how it's like fake and shit, right? And no matter how much doctors that come out, like they get censored or they get their license taken away and stuff like that. It's just so crazy.
It's really sort of as if it's a coup, almost like a coup, or against the people. And it's in operation right now. It's in full operation right now. And I think that's why it's very difficult for us to even speak about it here on this server. They've prohibited any kind of discussion about it at all. And it's because it's in operation right now, sort of like a 9/11 on a massive scale. And
Sorry, I'm just typing it
a
out.
little hope.
I'm just. How do you say? I don't even know if this is gonna be over anytime soon. Like they got the stupid vax thing going, right? And it's already causing death, right? You know what's crazy about it? Even on the disclaimer before you even take this thing, in one of the side effects is it's death. You know what I mean?
There are even on television pharmaceutical drugs that they advertise that have death as a counterindication.
Right.
So yes, but people like lemmings, they nonetheless they take this stuff. I have two friends whose husbands are to the point of paranoia that they can't leave the house. They wear masks inside. They don't want to even have associations with their relatives. It's extraordinary. They're so willing to accept what they see on television as a decree from God, almost. What are you going to do?
Well, that's a good question. What am I going to do? Because money's running out. You know, you can't get a job anymore. They're shutting everything down in Canada, like just small companies, right? Like mom and pop shops. They don't let them open. You know, and right beside this, it's so stupid. It's right beside a restaurant. They're shutting down. They keep a big box store open, right? And like, well, how does that make sense? You're crowding more people into like one area. You know, you're not letting them spread out. Even if this thing was real, right? How does that make any sense?
It doesn't. So, what happens when there's mass starvation because there's no money? No one can pay their rent or buy food because they don't have any money.
Well, right. See, I come from Russia, and this communism thing, they took over Russia, right? And this is exactly what they were doing, right? They feed lies to the population. The population goes with the lie, right? And in the end, they end up paying for it.
Yeah.
Right, and this is the same thing they're doing in America. Now this is a global thing, man. It's globally fucking crazy.
Yeah. I'll pardon the word global.
Well, it's a Freudian slip. Yeah, I know. It's a Freudian slip, right? So.
Yeah, we're used to saying it.
Yeah.
I'm from Hungary, and we were taken over by the Russians. You know.
Well, that wasn't the Russians. It was the communists.
It was the communists, not the Russians.
It wasn't the Russians. It would never be the Russians. See, the thing is, Lenin, Stalin, those were not Russian people. Those are the George Soros. You know who George Soros is, obviously, right? Because you're Hungarian, right? Well, yeah, that's exactly who they were working for. Those people, right? I don't want to say their names outright because we're live streaming. Because once you say their names or you call them out, they like to shut down the channels and stuff.
No, you don't.
Right, but you and I both know exactly who it was. Those are not Russian people. They were never Russians. They killed a lot of Russians when they took over. They killed as soon as Lenin took power. I think it was like 40 million Russians died. They killed them, right? Because they were going against them.
Yes,
right?
Absolutely. But that's when my family escaped and left.
Good.
And the difference between what happened to us after that and what happened to the rest of my family is extraordinary. There was such a high degree of alcoholism, suicides.
Well, this is what's happening now. Right now, what's happening? People.
You're right. It's exactly what will happen. And
Right, my mic is going crazy.
No, well, they're pulling it off. I said the other day that it's a remarkable thing that they've managed to shut down 60 countries without a single shot being fired.
Right. But that's how they're inside every they're literally they penetrated all the political heads. Like, I mean, all the politics in every country, they control them all. Like, they're like puppets, all of them.
This is what the evidence is by this succeeding so universally. That's
Right.
the evidence of that.
Right. I mean, they have such a grip on everything right now. It's like it's kind of like depressing at a certain point, you know.
Yes,
and I'm not the type of guy like to just bend over and take it, you know. Like, it's putting people like me, because men like me into a bad position, because we're gonna have no choice but to fight pretty soon, you know.
No, don't do that. That will.
No, but like, if I'm not gonna like, but that's the thing. They're putting us into a position because I don't see no other option, you know, because there is nowhere else to go.
Yes, I know. We escaped.
Yeah, but where are we gonna escape now?
Yeah, exactly. You can't escape.
Uh,
You can't escape this. In my mind, I was thinking that to go to a third world nation, I'll give you an example, is Costa Rica, and to live outside of the urban areas. I have a friend who lives in such a situation, and there's no restrictions on movements. There's no restrictions whatsoever that he's experiencing where he is. And so it might be maybe that is what needs to be done, is just to find a place on the earth where there's still hope of some kind of freedom.
well, where is the freedom? I mean, I think the last stand is in America right now, and you see what's going on, especially with the politics, right? So if the communists completely take over America, which they're trying so hard, the CPP, the Chinese Communist Party, right? They're trying to take over America so fucking bad, right? They want to take the guns away, and once the Americans lose their guns, they have no way to fight back, right? And that's like the last piece of land in the world where the citizens own enough firepower to fight off these communists.
Well, I don't know. I understand to label it communists.
Other communists.
But
it's terrible.
I understand that. But I see the people who are actually behind all this, the corporate heads, the uber wealthy,
right?
But
they don't even care about the fiat currency. Their wealth does not come from the money. Their wealth comes from the acceptance of people. Like, we accept their fiat currency, right? We consent to everything that's happening, and that's where their power is coming from, is our consent, right? You gotta teach the population to not consent.
Oh, I know, but that's why they get us when we're very young.
Yes, that's why they teach you the globe lie in the beginning. They teach you to be compliant in the beginning. Once you believe a lie from a very young age, you pretty much start believing everything else they say. They make you feel so insignificant and small at such a young age, right?
Yes.
There you go.
But that's it. You see, so it's all mind control.
Yes.
And if it's mind control, then you can assume then authority and control over your own mind. Because if you say, as you say, lock yourself away and you become depressed and feel that the only alternative is violence, then I believe they've won.
No, it's not violence. It's not violence that I'm saying. To fight back, you don't have to do violence.
I hope not.
No.
So that doesn't improve your situation.
Well, look at Russia right now. Do you think it improved after the communists took over? Right? Nobody fought back.
I don't know. I think America improved after the revolution.
Exactly. See, Battle Mod's on point with that one. You got to have some kind of fight
The
back.
tree of liberty must be refreshed from time to time with the blood of tyrants and the blood of patriots.
That's a hard question for me.
It is for a lot of people, but for some people it's absolution. To prepare for peace is to prepare for a war. Without a balance of power, we'll never get what our God-given rights. That's what our elected officials are supposed to do, secure our civil liberties. Well, they don't do that anymore. They're tyrannical. They're trying to teach our kids they're our rulers. We're going to beat politicians with politics? Is that what you're saying? We're going to march in the street every day like these liberals thinking we're changing something?
Yeah, like these protests don't do shit. Because I've seen, like, it's been months now that every major city had a protest, and like around the world right now, every major city pretty much had a protest. What happened? And just look at the UK. All the police are walking around. They're fucking bashing the citizens' heads in.
I was raised, you get what you accept. So if they have you accepting it, then you're still going to go to violence isn't the answer. Because maybe you believe that if you're violent to get rid of violent, tyrannistical people, then the amount of violent people hasn't changed on the earth. But maybe you should consider one did it out of love and the other did it out of greed. It's motivation, intention. I mean,
And it's just mathematical.
Yeah, my intent's not to rule the human race; it's to liberate them.
Right on. Two negatives make a positive, and it's always been like that in math. I mean, you as a lady, you know, it's a different story. You guys think in a different way. Men, do we think in a logical, like, we think about the future?
Like this, it's up to us to go out and create that world that you want to live in because you deserve it.
Right.
When we do nothing, we're part of the evil ourselves. Bad things happen when good men fail to act.
If I might add, you see, historically, the people have always gone through periods of extreme repression from government, from authority. And there then are people who, like, for instance, Christ, who lived an example of nonviolence.
Well, he did beat moneylenders out of the church, so I would debate that. I don't want to make you feel like I'm attacking your salvation, but
no,
Christ was nonviolent.
I'm not a Christian, actually.
Yeah. And when he returns, it won't be to create, it'll be to destroy.
Oh, I don't believe in all that. I'm simply using these spiritual leaders as...
Yeah, Christ wasn't totally nonviolent. That's all I'm saying.
Gandhi is an example of leading a nonviolent resistance that worked.
Yeah, but Gandhi, if you know anything about Gandhi's just, it's a propaganda thing. He was not a good man. They make him show, see, everything you see on TV, everything they like to push on you through television or through mainstream, it's all just inverted. Because that's what they like to do. They like to invert everything. Gandhi was not a good guy, trust me.
But it doesn't matter. It's just the principle we're talking about.
Right, but Gandhi beat his wife like so many times, and it's been proven.
It's the principle of nonviolence that we're talking about.
Right, but that's what I'm saying. Like they're pushing that agenda onto people like you, right? To make sure that you're not violent, right? To make sure that you don't fight back. Make sure you just sit there and take it. That's what they want you to do that. No, it's always been like that.
Just listen, just for a moment. The reasoning of it is that in every human being's heart is a principle of goodness that has been subverted or hidden or corrupted in some way. But when Gandhi initiated his movement, he appealed to that goodness in everyone's heart and won the battle because of the idea that everyone is good. And if they recognize that what is going on is against the good, that they'll stand up.
Oh man, do you know what's going on in India right now after all that shit? The Queen still rules India. There's more impoverished people in India. There's more murders, more rapes in India than ever was. Listen, Gandhi did not do shit for India. It was just a propaganda piece. You know that, right? It's just propaganda they pushed onto the general public. The general public just fucking took it up the ass and just fucking laid over and bent over. It's that easy. Like, that's how they propagandize. They use people, they make sure that, oh, this is a good guy, be like this good guy, and everything's going to be all right because God works in mysterious. No, man. That's not how it works. You know, you got to fight evil with, like, evil. Like, it has to go, it balances itself out. You know what I mean?
Hey, you ever heard this one? Sometimes first you got to destroy to rebuild.
Right. And in order for us to rebuild right now from what point we're at, there's a lot of heads that gotta fucking get flying. Like, and I know all the names that need to go. You know what I mean? And this is the issue. These motherfuckers, especially in Canada, it's such a communist fucking takeover. It's literally putting people like me into a position, like, when they start fucking trying to inject me with a needle, heads are going to start fucking rolling. Because nobody's going to fucking inject a needle in my arm, but they're going to try. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Right? Now who's in the right there? Is it me for self-defense because I know they're poisoning me? Right? They're poisoning my children. They're poisoning all the people around me. But not only do they poison their minds, they poison their fucking bodies and they have a slow death. Like, what am I supposed to just stand there and say, oh, it's wrong and be Gandhi-like? No, you can't do that. If you're not doing anything, you're fucking part of the problem. You're complying with the system, and that shouldn't be that is just you're letting evil happen. Yeah, can't do it. I can't do it. And then, like I said, they're putting a lot of us into a position. There's a lot of us. It's not. There's a silent majority, and pretty soon it's gonna start popping off pretty hard.
I'm not in any way in disagreement with you, and I appreciate your passion, and I want you to know that I'm with you. And
I know that. I'm just saying, like, it's just because. Oh fuck! It's just because of what's going on right now, and I have nothing else to do. Right? Like I'm sitting in my apartment. It's been months now with no problem solving. Right? The prime minister of my of my country's a fucking idiot. He wanted to let 50,000 Chinese soldiers to come into my country, right, and train for combat in the winter. Why do you think our prime minister is letting 50,000 Chinese militants to come into our country and train for combat in the winter? Why do you think they're doing that?
Holy cow, my goodness, I never knew that.
Right. See, that's our prime minister. He sold my country to China, and China is the CPP, the Chinese Communist Party, right? And they're what's happening in the States right now. It's the same. Is the Chinese are causing a whole bunch of problems at CPP, the Chinese Communist Party, right? The communists.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Fucking, it's crazy. It's crazy what's happening.
You see, I'm a great believer in the power of mind that can overcome what is materially happening to you. And
not so much material, it's all spiritual. It's a very serious spiritual warfare, right? And
Yes.
the people that are against us are all the guys that believe they're living on a globe. It's not like they want to be against us. It's because they've been propagandized, right? And they cannot see the truth. They cannot see the light, right? So they agree with the system. They think it's easier for them to get a paycheck every month, sit at home, right? Get a needle stuck in their arm, and they're be happy with that, right? They think that's easier for them, and just let everything slide. Just let everything happen. They don't see that the future is going to be fucking utter hell for everybody. But
if we just look a little bit pragmatically at how things actually may unfold, it seems to me that what is going to occur is that the first wave of these vaccines will seem to be very controversial to everyone, and some will take it, some won't, and there'll be so many incidents of adverse reactions that they'll withdraw it, and then we'll be mandated to wear our masks for the 3 or 4 years that it takes for theoretical testing of these vaccines. And so they're going to prolong this behavior, this compliant behavior from everyone. And I believe that they're going to, in a way, the frog in the water, very slowly get people used to this. And those people with guns will be pacified in a sense.
Nope.
The people with guns, they're often the most I don't know what's the word for it.
Pacifistic.
Yeah.
Listen, I live in Michigan. We're the heaviest armed state in the union. Okay, and we're not pacifists. That's why we have Michigan militia. We have 4 different militias in Michigan. These people are not pacifists, and they're fed up.
It's not about. I'm not speaking about that kind of pacifism. I'm speaking about the kind that comes from the propaganda, the propagandization of the mind.
Yeah, they don't believe in all that propaganda. That is currently why our government is attacking them and saying they're planning to kidnap. We don't plan to kidnap politicians. That's all there is to it. Why we want a house and pay to feed a politician that's been screwing us for life. That's furthest from what we want to do.
We got to make an example of those motherfuckers.
We want to tear the system down and rebuild it. Because first off, our Constitution is supposed to rule the republic. There's no provisions in our Constitution for a federal authority. The states are supposed to remain sovereign.
Yeah.
They hijacked our nation years ago when they started building the railroad.
I see that. Yes, that's where it sort of the kind of web over everything.
Isn't control of our media a big problem?
That's what I was going to say.
Because you use a system of conversion wherein you instill an authority that's not elected. Now they can sway. They have more authority than the president. They sway the way the entire nation thinks. It's an overversion tactic. And who has their hands in on all the money that propagates the media and all that? Other nations.
Foreigners, right.
Yeah, why do you think they want you to be gay so you don't reproduce so there's less Americans? Then they slowly move in, breed us out, make us pacifists, just like she's saying. That's all overversion technique. That's how you take over a country without ever firing a shot. But it doesn't work when people notice it.
You feel see now what they seem to have done is they've diverted the feeling of that there's something wrong going on all around us into just the fact that maybe Trump was defrauded from the presidency, and so everyone's energy is going in there, whereas there's a huge agenda behind this that people don't notice because of the diversion. Don't you think?
No, they've been doing that a long time, right?
Yeah. The riots that the supposed Black Lives Matter riots at the beginning of all this, to divert our attention from, again, the coup that seems to be happening over all of us. And Trump is no one's savior.
Nobody said he was. The issue here is that you had like 70 somewhat million people, right, in the country of America that voted for him, right? And it's like blatantly being countered, or like right in their face saying, no, it's not, you know? And
I don't trust that.
the fraud,
The fraud, I don't trust even I don't trust it. Because
what do you mean you don't trust
what's
it?
going on, there's local politics in this.
But what do you mean you don't trust the fraud? Like you don't think that the Dominion machines were rigged, or like you don't think that there was a whole bunch of fake ballots that were printed in China and brought over?
No, listen. I think she's saying the fraud is a setup, some ulterior thing that's going on in the background, and I would agree with you.
Yeah.
Remember, it's overversion.
Right.
Yes.
They're playing both sides, hands down, right?
They're playing both sides. So you
Right.
don't see the actual enemy.
We all know who the actual enemy is, though. Thou shalt not name them, but it starts with a J and ends with a U. Sorry, I had to say it.
Jim Panda, if you're listening on YouTube, bro, you always, when you can't answer what somebody says, you go to something else and try to make it about the person. Stop, bro. Just confront the point that you're arguing in DM and stay on point, bro. What is wrong with you? Can't you stay on point? You should just come in here and let everybody hear it. I'll tear you apart and not even get mad. I won't even have to yell at you. I'll let you do the yelling. You seem to be good
Can't
at it.
listen to that cocksucker guy.
No, see, I'm not inexperienced. Hold up. I'm not inexperienced at triangulation or measuring the dip to the horizon. You are. You want to say because I haven't done it trying to extend to an entire radius that I haven't performed survey. I have. I did it for a living for 28 years now. This guy, man.
Yeah, man, he can't even get out of fucking bed and he's talking shit.
Yeah.
I fucking hate this motherfucker, bro.
Get out the text lobby and come in the VC, Jim. You're not banned. I won't let people ban you. This isn't an echo chamber. I disagree with everybody here. 90% of them. How's it an echo chamber when I openly disagree with people? Can you tell me that? Nope. Didn't think so. You know I do, Vlad. I'll be like, no, he's not speaking for me when people say shit I don't agree with.
Yeah, no, I know.
I tried to do it politely. People get offended, but the thing is, innovation doesn't come from single thinkers. It comes from collaboration. So through collaboration, your ideals and premises get critiqued, and that's why innovation comes. Makes you better conform them, restrict them, keep them within tolerance and explanation, demonstration. When you think by yourself, you go unchecked all the way through your entire thought process until you as a single person say, this is my belief. Collaboration works better because you have other minds.
It's funny, this guy, Gem fucking Panda, ran that server for years. And still they can't give us fucking proof or evidence of a globe. You know, it kind of tells you something, and they still keep going hard like fucking zealots.
Well, the whole point is that Peru thing. Listen, he said they created their own datum as if they prove the Earth. Listen, they did nothing no different. They didn't prove the shape of Earth. They did no different than any other person who said to have performed a measurement of the radius or circumference. They either do it through triangulation or shadows and angles and assumptions, hypothetical equations and calculations. So we already debate and deny triangulation. They try to say at long distances there'd be a small variance if the horizon changed, but this isn't true because the horizon can change greatly over long distances. There can be the atmosphere isn't unified. It's not fluid, or it is fluid. It's not uniform. So the longer the distance you're triangling at, the greater the room for error. And the greater distance that the horizon can change. So when the horizon changes, one day it's 4 miles forward, the next day it's 4 miles back. You're going to say that's going to be a small variation over what you assume to be a large circumference, right? But I say no, it multiplies with, if you're doing it at 4 miles, and plain and simple, it's going to multiply squared, inversely squared over every 4 miles since then. Because of atmosphere, it's going to be larger. But they didn't prove anything. He wants to state that the Tassé approved, they proved the shape of the Earth. No, they were arguing with other people who did the same methods to measure it. Those other people said the Earth was wider at the poles by the celestial horizon that they used to triangle it. But these guys went off the terrestrial horizon and they came up with their own measurements. So they had a new datum. Yeah, they used a new measurement method and they measured the equator and they said, nope, it's bigger at the equator than it is at the poles, the polar circumference versus. So it's just variations of one model. You came up with a new method to measure these two datums. There already existing datums in a globe model, which was hypothetical.